Good morning, everybody. Let's see here. I got Colby in here. Hold on, Colby. I was like, oh my goodness. I was already up this morning, so I figured, oh, usually up. I'm doing all right. Just tired still. It's all good. I'll get the link posted here in just a second. So I'll turn on stage. I'll do it in a moment. She gets a moment's over with. So, yeah, I just started the dishwasher, so might as well just go ahead and get that over and done with. This. There we go. Yeah, I was looking at the temperature. It's like 58 degrees outside. Like, yay! Cooler weather. Finally. All right, here we go. There we go on that side. And we're done. I was wide asleep. I'm not expecting a lot of people to be up at this time. I figured about that.
God.
There you go.
Hey, Nancy.
Hey, you don't have to stay up, Kobe. This is just so I can get watch hours.
I'll stay up for a little bit.
If you fall asleep, I understand. I almost sat there and changed the time. I was like, oh, no, I'll sit there and set 4:30, so I will go ahead and do it. I'm making some coffee now. Well, boiling water to make some coffee. Us. Oh. Let's see here. Oh, the last time I ever had to be up this early to actually go to work was back in 2003. So I worked as an EMT. And I worked
Nice.
12-hour shifts from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. That was, after all, that really got hard because, let's see, I worked like, well, it was 4 days, 4 days and 3 days off or something other. I don't know. I don't remember. I think it was, training was like 5 days a week. But by the time I got my kids and got home, go to sleep, and maybe you get 5 hours of sleep. 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I was like, after that, it's like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Hey, here you go. I think on Friday night I could catch the late night owls, and Sunday morning I can catch the early birds, and everything. So, but I'm used to, like, always for the last 4 or 5 years, I'm able to up at 3:30 in the morning. That's because of my back, and then I go back to sleep. Most of the time, there are many mornings I've been up, woke up, laid back down, and just could not go back to sleep. And I'm like, yeah, I need to be getting up because school starts here soon. Mhm. But always, sometimes you fall asleep and all of a sudden that alarm goes off. It's like, really? I'm like, oh my goodness.
Mhm.
So I'm like, it was one of those mornings. I didn't want to get up, I think. But it's all right. We'll get through this together. Oh my goodness. I know. It's like, some days I feel like a walking zombie. Because I have this thing on my phone that tracks my sleep. How it does it, I have no idea because I don't even have the phone near me. Like, like on my pillow or beside my pillow or anything. Like, how do you know how much sleep I got? There's some nights I just toss and turn. Because now that after many, many years, they're like, and after x-rays and CAT scans, the MRIs, and you have scoliosis. I'm like, I've been told that, but nobody ever puts it in my medical records. Could you please put that in there for me? But mine don't curve out. Mine curves like it comes. When your spine curves, supposed to come down and curve. It curves to the left and then come down. I said, oh, so that's the reason I can feel the joints move right there back and forth. Another desk. The doctor goes, you're not supposed to feel that. I'm like, well, I do. So I'm like, well. And then one of them asked me, how you walking? I'm like, that's the Lord doing that. That's by the grace of God. He goes, I guess I can accept that answer. I said, that's the only answer I can give you because I don't know either. I'll be going from hot. I got coffee and I got a can of soda. I get ginger ale. I'll probably be doing a lot of things to look like a busybody just to stay awake. Today is, oh goodness, it's the 24th already. Man, it's the end of, yeah, this is the last week of September. That is unbelievable. Now, I've been to chiropractors and I'm just like, when they try, it just doesn't work. I don't know if it's because of the fibromyalgia, but I'm just like, no, you ain't touched. They tried. I was like, you can't. It makes me hurt worse. I've been to physical therapy, but that's because of car accident and other, injuries and everything. And it just seems they wanted me to do physical therapy for my back, my lower back. Okay. So we found out in the past year that the L5 has fused to S1, so there's no disc there. So the disc is completely gone, so it's bone to bone. So the chiropractor wanted me to go to physical therapy for my back to help fix that. I'm like, you can't fix bone to bone without putting, the cushion there. You can't do physical therapy for that. I don't know what this guy was thinking. I went to him because he was a hip specialist. He didn't want to fix my hip. He goes, oh, you'll need a hip replacement, but not right now. I'm like, well, right now is why I can't walk. Not later on. Later on, by being in a wheelchair. So I was like, forget it. I just done. I didn't want to deal with that doctor. And then when I went to the neuroscience guy and I told him what happened, because they could in the same medical group or network, they can see my medical records is all connected, except for the orthopedic because it's in a different network. And he goes, who'd you go see? And I told him, because I don't know him. And I told him what group it was in. He goes, oh, no. Oh, thank you, Hoogie. It's okay. The Lord gives us grace and mercy every day. Do things we need to do. And I just lean on him. So he goes, oh, no. He goes, you don't need a chiropractor. You need a chiropractor that was right here at the hospital with me. I'm like, okay. Which I'm surprised when they did the referral that they sent me someone outside of the, I don't want to say hospital, but you have like Mount Carmel, then you have Riverside, and you have Doctor's Rest, and then you have all these other little groups and everything else. And it's like, why didn't you just keep me in the same, network and everything? Why did they send me somebody else? So we'll get that all straightened out. I'm just thankful now I have a cardiologist. It's a specialist cardiologist that we're going to figure out what's going on with my heart. So, but that's been going on for the last 40 years. And she looked at me, she goes, ain't nobody done anything for you? I said, no, because they always blamed it on something else. Being a female, are you pregnant, or you had kids, or it's your age, or you're overweight, it's your hormones, it's this, it's that, it's menopause, you name it, they gave me an excuse for it. So, but now, in a month, about a month, because we want to give, the insurance to sit there and say that yes, to go for it this time. They're going to put a loop recorder right here. And of course, all the stuff that the heart does, the heartbeat, the electrical pulses and everything. And she goes, if you have, when I told her what was going on, I could be drinking a cup of coffee. I don't even have to be drinking anything. I bend over the wrong way. It feels like something gets stuck right here, right where my heart is, in the middle of my chest. Hey, Shadow, how you doing? And and sometimes it'll pass, and then sometimes I know I'm gonna pass out. And she goes, "How long has that been going on?" I said, "Since I was 14." She goes, "Something's definitely going on." She goes, "But if it happens when you have the loop recorder in," she goes, "you give us a call because it only downloads the information every 3 months. And I'm going to have this sucker in for 5 years." So she goes, if it's happening before the 3 months and they did download," she goes, "you call us and tell us, download the information. Then we can find out what's going on." I say, "Yes." She goes, so I said, "Finally somebody understands." And it's the female doctor, but I said, "Finally someone who understands and is doing something about it." I was like, "Thank you, Lord." Oh, that is awesome, Shadow. That's good to know. Hey, Lisa, how you doing? So I was like, I got my cup of coffee. The dishwasher is going. I didn't feel like doing it last night. But then Jean from Jean Captain Stitches, her and I were on Discord last night. We talked for like, let's say, like 4 hours. Probably longer than that. But people ask, I always don't get out. So I mean, as far as socializing, this is how I socialize. It's not because I'm scared of anything. Hey, zombie prepper, um, catching anything, a cold. This is my cough with sinuses. It's just physically, mobility wise, it's just no, it ain't happening because I need a wheelchair, and then but and then I need to talk to my doctor about that because he can order me one through my health insurance. But technically, we don't have room to put a wheelchair in here. All right, that sounds good. Here's cheers, everybody, in the morning. That's a good cup of coffee. So, I'm just like, yeah, to go to the mall or anything like that, I know I need a wheelchair because I can be sitting here. One time I can get up and my hip is fine. The next time I get up and I go to step and then it goes out, and it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, the cane is over there, or it should be over here. Oh, actually, it is over here. But you get to you get stubborn sometimes. Just other, just get up and do it, and we get to that point, and sometimes in our age, we're just like, no, I don't need that kind of help. But you know, yeah, I do, which is all right. But the thing with my hip, and I kept telling them, it's like a broken, like a door hinge that's off, and it's you have to adjust it to close it and everything. I said that's how my hip was, and now I feel like I just dragged my leg. So, but until they figure out what's going on with my heart, they're not gonna do anything else. That is awesome, Lisa. Oh, I do. I go to the doctor. And I come home, you needed a nap or two. That is so funny. Yeah, because I have an SUV, and the back seat's adjustable, so I can sit there and have the back seat lean back, so it takes the pressure off my lower back. But then I'm like this, and I'm like, I don't like sitting like this because I can't. And I have to sit up like this, sit up so I can look and see. But then it's not even my back anymore. Just sitting in the car, it's my left hip because then my leg is up. And I was like, oh my goodness. Hey, Shirley. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. I decided, I might do this a couple of times a month just to be up at 4:30 just to see who's up. I know, it's like, what am I thinking? But I know there's a lot of people who can't sleep, have a hard time sleeping or whatever. And it's like, and you pick up your phone, let's see what's going on. YouTube ain't nobody on or anything. It's like, oh, that's boring. Oh, yeah. See, that's my normal time, but it's last night. All right. So Saturday morning, so I was up Friday night. So I did the Friday night to midnight, then midnight to 2:30. Went to bed, and I got up at 10:30. So that was like, what? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That was like 8 hours of sleep. And normally, I'm good with 8 hours of sleep. And then I laid back down. I said, well, I was about 2 or so. I was like, I could start feeling it. So I laid back down for about, it's like, set the time for an hour and a half. So I took about an hour nap. I was going to go to bed early last night. And then Jean and I were talking on Discord. And we were having a good time. And I was like, and then Devil Dog came on. So I watched him. The next thing you know, it's 10 o'clock. I was like, I better go to bed. Yes, I giggle in the mornings, I giggle in the afternoon, I giggle at night. That's like that little song. Say a prayer in the morning. Hey, Rochelle. No, I didn't do an all-nighter thing. I'm breaking it up. So I'll be up. So 4:30 till my regular time on my live today. And then Friday night into Saturday morning. And then I'll see how many hours I have left on StreamYard till it renews. And then if I don't have any hours left, I'll just do it through the YouTube side. Hopefully by that time they fix the sound problem. Because the last time I tried to do it through the YouTube, I didn't have any sound. It's like, that's crazy. Yep. Say a prayer in the morning, say a prayer in the afternoon, say a prayer in the evening. Because God answers prayers in the morning, God answers prayers in the afternoon, He answers prayers in the evening. And I was singing that song to Anastasia. She just looked at me. I said, so I searched up on YouTube children's Christian songs and everything. And so we've been singing those. So that's what she falls asleep to. She'll put it on and she'll fall asleep. She told me it was the cutest thing. She goes, the one that starts with, I'm in the Lord's army. And she goes, Nina, I'm like, yeah. She goes, I don't know what it is. When I start playing the one that says, I'm in the Lord's army, she goes, yeah. She goes, I can fall asleep real quick. But if I start the one with singing Jesus Loves Me, she goes, I don't fall asleep up fast because I'm singing the song. I said, that's fine. You can sing the song. So, and I'm like, it's okay. So when the dishwasher stopped, which kind of like halfway through. The thing takes an hour to do. I have no idea why. But when it stops, then we'll go in the kitchen. I might start making some goodies. Who knows? I had this all planned out in my head. I was like, oh, I could get up and we can do coffee. And I got, I was like, a plan. I said, I could do this and this and this. And I was like, if I have enough sleep, but we'll work on something. And then Anastasia and I were looking at recipes the other day. And I have one for let me get to it. And I clean this. Let's see here. I go through this email and I clean it out. Pumpkin coffee cake. As I am sewing, husband still sleeping. I know. Yeah, like I said, it's sinuses and it drains me. Yesterday, oh my goodness, I was coughing and I was like, what in the world? But I knew what it was. So, all right. If we get to this today, we will. This is what I want to make. Let's see if I. Yeah. It's still a glare. It's called pumpkin coffee cake. I was like, oh, that looks so good. So, woo, that was a big glare. So we don't get to it today, we'll get to it sometime this week. But like I said, my StreamYard renews like on the 11th in the morning. Massive fibromyalgia flare. Oh, Rachel, I understand. I know that feeling. I've got that too. I've had it since I was a teenager. But then I diagnosed it till like I was 30. So how did all this start with the medical stuff? I went to my doctor a couple years ago, and I'm like, his name was Chris. And I was like, listen, I hurt so bad. Something has got to be going on. So he gave me Celebrex. But that was last year. So Jamie and I were talking. She goes, Nancy, she goes, how long has this doctor known you? I said, only since I've, been here. And I was like, she goes, he doesn't know all your medical history. I'm like, technically, no, he doesn't. She goes, write it down. And it took me 2 weeks to sit there and because I wrote down what I was remembering at that time, and then every time I remember something, hey, the Fitness Hutch, good morning, and everything. And it's like 2.5, 3 pages. And that's, the typing font, that's a 12 font on your typing. And I was like, just wrote it down as I remembered and everything. So we went back to him 2 weeks later. I had emailed it to him. Plus, I took a hard copy to him. Because I wish all my patients were like you. He goes, do you know how much this helps? I said, yes, I do. I said, because this is stuff. And I said, this is what I remember right now. I said, I'm quite sure there's other things. And I'll add it as it comes to memory. And because I was worried, because we think, well, I can't say my mom because I'm not really blood related to her. I was adopted. Oh, I know that. I was walking and then I can't walk with my hip the way it is. The last time Anastasia and I went for a walk and we crossed the street because there's we could cross the street and there's a little area that has a tree and a brick, or I say brick wall, but it's like landscaping and everything, and my hip gave out and I almost had to to that side of the street because I was in the middle of the road. We sat there for an hour before I could get up and move back to our side of the street. And it was almost going to, we have a rock out here in the front. Made it to the rock and sat there for an hour before I could get back inside the house. So I was like, yeah. So he was like, so I was like, I said, Chris, I said, can I ask you a question? He goes, yeah. I said, could I have MS? And they just brushed it off as fibromyalgia because I was hurting so bad. And not on my hip with the bones, but my muscles ached like I don't know what. He goes, well, we have to run all these other tests before we do the last one. I said, what's that? He goes, a spinal tap. He goes, that really hurts. I said, you know what? As much pain as I am, I said, probably won't bother me. Excuse me. He got the laughing. I said, might as well just go ahead and do that. But he had. Hey, nothing. Nothing. Went to blow my nose or nothing there. It's all drainage back here. So he goes, I said, you might as well just do the spinal tap now and just get it over and done with because I hurt so bad it ain't gonna bother me. He goes, no. He goes, but he goes, how old are you? I was 53 at the time. He goes, hey, Vicky. He goes, yeah. He goes, it's time for you to get all these tests done. And then that's how the tests start. And that's how we start to find out all the other things on top of everything else. But I was like, but finally getting answers. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Because I was like, somebody's got to figure out something. So 35 years. Oh my goodness. Cane, crutches, wheelchair, mobility school. Exactly. Don't ever give up. Because, oh my goodness. If you give up, that's when everything goes downhill. Oh my goodness. Living in the cute. Yep. I've heard that. Y'all barely have sunlight or it rains. Hey, Chad Thompson. Thomas. I said Tom. Thomason. There we go. Thomason. And Ally. I can't say your last name. It is, But the Lord is good. I'm up. I have breath. I can get up and do the things I need to do. My best friend and I, we were like 13 years old. 12, 13 years old. So if I go by the family I lived with, they have high blood pressure, thyroid issues, cholesterol, heart problems, like the heart is like cholesterol and arteries and diabetes, stroke, let's see what else. A whole bunch of other things. And hey, Southern girl. And it's like, so her and I looked at each other one day. She goes, sorry, the question was, when you got older, because we were kids, we got older, would you rather have your body go or your mind go? I said, keep my mind any day. My body can go. I was like, better watch what you say. You just never know. Awesome. That is fantastic, Rochelle. Because I was like, yeah. And so, yeah, always doing blood work. So, when I was in Virginia and got hurt, the doctor I was going to, because I was heavy set then, and he was like, they did blood work and everything was fine. He had the puzzled look. He goes, I don't understand. He goes, no offense. He goes, but as big as you are, don't have diabetes. I'm like, no, I don't. I'm not going to have that. So he did it. He goes, don't eat after midnight because he's scheduled for a glucose test the next day. He goes, I don't want you to eat after a certain amount of time and come in and do that. Sure, you can join me on panel. I put the link out, pinned the link. Hey, Jerry and Julie. Thank you. I think Colby fell back asleep. Okay, Colby, go back to sleep. So, yeah, they did that sugar test and everything else. Nope, everything was fine. So I had gone back to my doctor. Now, this was last year, and we were talking to him, and it was like, all right, Chris, here's the deal. And I told him everything that my family had. He goes, I'm going to tell you right now. He goes, they know you're related to those people. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing? Afternoon? Or?
I'm doing pretty good, actually. But it's too bright light outside. I don't like it. I got too much sunlight. It's not good for me. I got enough sunlight for the next 3 millennia, so I don't need that much sunlight.
So, yeah, I used to be at Anastasia, and I used to go outside after school. We'd take a break, we'd go outside. And like I said, that last time I went across the street and my hip gave out, and I'm just like, oh, if I had to crawl over to this brick, it's like a 2-foot brick wall, I'll have to crawl. Then we got back home, and then the next day, I would take the chair outside right here in the front so you could play, and stood up, and I grabbed that chair, and it happened to be had rain, and the ground was soft. So I grabbed the chair sinks into the ground. This is not good at all. So finally got the chair, and I went to walk, and I took a step on the sidewalk, and I almost went down. I'm like, mm-mm. I told her, I said, sorry, baby girl. I said, now I can't go outside. But she don't like the hot heat anyway. She likes the cold. She'd rather be outside in the cold and in the snow than in the summertime. So, yep. And then, let's see here. So, we put this downstairs because I had an episode where I was eating rice, but had already drunk coffee and water and everything, so I know no food was stuck right here. And I was like, and I happened to be on Discord that day, sewing with a few people. And my son goes, Mom, what made you stand up? I said, I was thinking if I could get to the kitchen and get a glass of water and guzzle it down, said if it was something stuck, I'd be all right. And I knew better. But I was like, I'm going to pass out. And I stood up, and that was it. I went right to the floor. I do have a video of where I landed. And I missed the corner of the table, and I missed the shelf and everything else. I was like, that was the Lord and the angels, because I could have been so much worse than what it was. And everybody goes, why are you laughing? I was like, well, you can either laugh or cry about it. I'd rather just laugh about it. So I was like, it was so funny because people need to see, why do you laugh? I was like, I don't know. I said, that friend in school, maybe middle school, and you can just look across the room and y'all two look at each other and just start laughing for no reason at all. That's me. I just start laughing and like, what are you laughing at? I was like, I don't know. Just the way somebody looked, somebody did something, it's funny, and I just laugh. Yes, so the cardiologist, they said, since this happened, because I was supposed to go for a test on June 30th, it was the only way I could think of how to explain that one. It's like when they do a catheter and they go up your leg to your heart to see all the electrical things that your heart's supposed to be doing. Well, that was canceled because the insurance company thought it was not a good idea for it to be done. I said, do I need to call the insurance company and just blare somebody out about that? She goes, oh no. She goes, don't worry. She goes, I've got it this time. So she asked me, did that happen after that test was supposed to be done? I was like, yes. She goes, good. She goes, now we have, actually have it kind of like fire to work with, because now the insurance company, we're going to say this is going on, this, and this. And she really, it wasn't angioplasty. It started with electrical something or another. I had it or not. I had it when they took it off that the test was canceled. And I went back to look at the name. I'm like, I should have wrote the name down or something or other, but yeah, I want to say angioplasty, but it's not. It started with the E. So, and I'm like, oh well. But so let me see if I can get. You have a cardiologist and you have a specialist cardiologist. So that's kind of gets tricky after a while. So what time is it over there, Mr. Shadow Scout?
Say it again.
What time is it over there?
My time is 11:12 a.m.
11:12. It's 5:12. 6 hours. That's not bad. 6 hour difference.
Yeah. You're on Eastern time.
I am Eastern time.
Yeah, it took me a while to learn that, but
I know. Because are you in the UK?
Sweden.
You're in Sweden. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. All right. So we did my 23andMe last year for Christmas.
Yeah.
French, German, and Swedish.
Okay, that's cool.
That is so cool. All right, let's see here. Find trying to see what kind of doctor. She's a cardiologist. Let's see if I can find what I'm looking for. Because I'm doing this on the phone. Let's see here. This says cardiologist. Anyway, she is a she does some kind of specialist in cardiology. So I was like, that's good to know. But yeah, my 23andMe, I am 46.7%. Oh, yeah. 46.4% French and German, 9% British and Irish, and 2.4% broadly Northwestern Europe. But yeah, Sweden and yeah, French, German, Sweden, all that area right there. So I was like, this was pretty cool. And then it goes 5.4% Greek and Balkan, 1.1% Angolan and Congolese, that's in East Africa, 0.3% Nigerian, and broadly West African, 0.1%. That was like so cool. So I was like, that's pretty cool. So, and then I've been finding like second and third cousins, only one first cousin, and I messaged him and he never responded or anything. So I was like, I think it's pretty cool. I was like, well, I think this year I'll do the ancestry.com just to see what they find and everything. So, oh my goodness, Southern girl, she goes, her cholesterol and triglycerides are high, but the meds they give cause diabetes. So you get that right. That's a no win. I don't understand that. The stuff that they
That
have, the
sucks.
mess, yeah. The
That
mess
sucks, really. They give you medication for high cholesterol and triglycerides, but they give you diabetes. That's not right.
Yeah, exactly. That's here in America. Here, take this mess from this problem, but it's gonna give you this problem while you take that medicine. It's like,
Plus,
and
it makes my legs hurt. Okay.
mm-hmm.
Well, if you take medication for some issues you have, it should not give you diabetes. Something is really, really wrong there.
Oh, Shirley, thank you so much. Shirley gave out a hug to anybody who needs one. That's right, virtual hugs.
Everybody needs hugs.
That's right. Oh yeah, that's what see, back in 2000, this is 2008 when I got hurt in Virginia and from a slip from a fall, and they sent me to a specialist from my fibromyalgia, and he wanted to give me some Voltron. I looked at him, I said, I'm not depressed, so I don't know what you're thinking. So they will do physical therapy and everything. So this was in November. And I was like, when it gets cold, I said my fibromyalgia it calms down. They say remission, but fibromyalgia really doesn't go in remission. It just flares up or it calms down. So the heat flares it up. And then when it gets colder, it doesn't hurt as bad. But actually, it lowers my blood pressure more than meds. There you go, Michelle. Yeah, I always find something that works besides the
Well,
medicine.
there is another thing that lowers your blood pressure too. That's pretty effective. Moringa,
Oh, yeah.
that lowers your blood pressure.
So I go back to him. He goes, oh, the medicine working. I said, you try to put me on depression meds. I said, I'm not depressed. I said, I told you I have fibromyalgia. He just looked at me so funny. He goes, but I said, there is no but about it. I said, when you understand that mine is the opposite, because usually people with fibromyalgia, the cold makes your muscle aches. And in the heat, it kind of calms it down. I'm the opposite. So it's like the best way to explain about fibromyalgia. Everybody who goes and works out, when you first start working out and lifting weights and everything, and your muscles and everything are sore the next day, and or you had the flu and your body aches. They go, yeah. I was like, that's every day. It doesn't go away. And like, they look at you like, oh, I understand that now. It's like, but like for years, doctors would not sit there. I think it was like until up to like the late 90s, early 2000s, they really realized that they knew chronic fatigue syndrome was something, but then they wouldn't recognize fibromyalgia as something going on. But they finally, by the 2000s, they did. And I was like, Oh my goodness, Southern girl. That garlic is good for so many things. Rochelle says she missed you missed la 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 la. She missed what you said about the blood pressure.
Moringa powder, leaves, lower your blood pressure. Leaves, fresh leaves are the best. If you can get your hands on fresh moringa leaves, just chew them. Put them in a salad. But moringa powder works as well. So
Mm-hmm. Hey, nature lover.
it has a specific distinct taste. So you might like it or not, but you can try. Hey, nature lovers.
Oh, you welcome, Rochelle. You know, I have moringa powder, and I have where I can do my own capsules and everything. I
Yeah.
just got to check the capsules to make sure it's not made out of, which I don't think it is. I think they're vegan. Gelatin, which gelatin is made out of. Your gelatin capsules is made out of the left of cows and pigs, and I'm just like, yeah, I can't have those anymore. So, but fitness touch talking about changing your diet and everything. I've had to completely change mine because I got bit by a tick in 2017 and just never connected that with my hands and everything. And I have alpha gal, however you want to say it. It's ALPHA-GAL, and it just gives you it's like a food allergy. You can't have red meat, no cow, no pig, no deer, nothing with hooves, no rabbit. Only thing I can have is chicken, turkey, any fowl, and fish. And I don't like fish. So basically, you become vegan. Not totally vegan, vegetarian, however you know. But yeah. So I'm always coming up ways to have chicken and turkey. Oh, you have moringa on the farm. I have moringa seeds. I haven't planted in a couple of years, but I'm hoping to have a garden next year. And
Yeah, I should have some moringa seeds here somewhere.
and I have seeds. I have so many seeds, which is fine with me because we been trying to save up for the last 5 years to get a house, at least a couple of acres. We're like 10 acres. And it's like every time seems like, we get ahead, they raise prices or, interest, they push up the interest on it and everything. Yeah, moringa is so good for so many things. But do your research because
Yeah,
some people can take moringa and some people can't. That's just like with anything. Some people can have.
it depends on what kind of medication you take.
Yeah, we're not doctors and we don't play doctors on TV, so this is just our suggestion.
Yeah.
So
So
even
do
as
your research.
yes, do your research. So even as an EMT, when I was with a patient, it wasn't where they had to take them to the hospital. They would go, well, do I need to go to the hospital? I said, I can only suggest to you that if you're not feeling well, you need to go to the hospital. I said, but that decision is up to you. So like they had like just body aches or whatever, because it was like some people just call for anything. So like, I'm not a doctor. I'm just here because you called. My suggestion, if they hurt their hand or whatever. So that was so funny because a lot of people, you have to say that sometimes because people go, well, so-and-so said I could take it. Like, oh, no, this is what we take. This is what works for us. I can tell you what I've had taken and works. The Marine works for me. I just got, I don't say lazy because I didn't feel like doing any capsules, but then my hands, I'll get back to my hands in just a moment. I do take a zinc. I take a B vitamin, and I take vitamin K and D combo because my D level is always low. Right there, it's low, or then when I take vitamin D, it brings it up. And I think because of the vitamin D issue has something to do with, I don't know, if the scoliosis or something or another. Who knows? I've always, as a kid, got outside and had enough sunlight, but my body just didn't absorb the vitamin D from the sun. So I don't know about that. So if you on my playlist, and you don't have to go through the playlist, but you can scoot over to where it's a little search thing. It might be under Alpha Gal, and it could be hands. I'll have to search it up, and I'll put it in a community tab so you can just go straight to that video. But it would get worse and then it'd clear up because we would have, like I said, we had rice, and then we had chicken one the next night, and then something else the next night. And then we finally decided to take pork out, and we wouldn't have pork anymore. And so 2000, so this is 2001, 2002, right before the pandemic hit, my hands would, it would get blisters. Then they would, I don't want to say pop, but it get all crusty, and then my hands would split. So right here where all the creases are and all your fingers right here, my hands were swelling up with those blisters, and underneath my fingernails, and I had my hands wrapped up in ace bandages to keep it like this because I was really concerned my fingers were going to fall off. So here I'm homeschooling Anastasia, trying to do things, still we made easy meals so I could just heat it back up. And I'm like, and you talking about crying. I think I cried every day, and I'm just like, Lord, what is going on? Please, I'm looking for an answer. Couldn't, I have searched every single thing. My son and daughter-in-law thought it was psoriasis. I say, this is not psoriasis. My doctor said eczema. I said, this is not eczema. I said, there ain't no way. I've seen psoriasis because we had a friend growing up that had it. Anastasia has eczema because of her dairy allergy. And I was like, this is something else. So then we thought it was a nickel allergy from your canned food that you buy in the store because it has nickel in the can. It wasn't that because I had to eliminate everything. And in the kitchen one day we had hamburgers, and the next day I was fixing a roast. And it's like, I was like, if I came up on Shadow and just tapped him on the shoulder and it's like, hey, that's your issue. I went, Lord, is that the problem? And it's like, he was just tapping me on my shoulder and said, look, there's your problem right there. He goes, you can't have that no more. And I was like, okay, so I let everybody have that. And then I did a Daniel fast. And I'm telling you, every time I went to go tell everybody for a year, almost a year, about what the Lord did and what I did to eat and everything, it's like, he just shut my mouth. I was like, I want to tell that. He goes, it ain't the time to tell it yet. Hey, Joe, how you doing? And there's Stace. So I'm like, okay, so you'll let me know when it's time to tell it. So now I'm telling it. I was just like, he tapped me on my shoulder and like, there's your issue. So I did a Daniel fast for 30 days. My hands cleared up and they healed. And I was like, I'm very much in my faith. And then I watched Joseph Prince, and this, his thing was right time, right place. And I am telling you, that is the right time and right place because I had carpal tunnel release on both hands this year. And if I had gone to the doctor to have that done when my hands were as bad as they were, they wouldn't have been able to do it because my hands wouldn't have peeled up. So I was like, it took a year, about a year and a half, for my hands to completely heal and get all the connective tissues back to where it was supposed to be so I could have the carpal tunnel release. So I was like, when you ever get sad or anything, just as the God says, remember what I've done for you in the past. He's still will do for you now. Hey, Ron, how you doing? I know, that's so exciting. He just hit 1,000K too. Oh my goodness. If y'all think keto is weird, he has this pizza that he did with the almond flour. That looks so good. So I got almond flour. Yesterday, I was like, I gotta try this out. I wanted cornbread so bad. I was like, I want some cornbread. So I was like, but I also had some almond flour that was still in the fridge. It's like, stop using regular flour. I'm gonna use this almond flour. I was like, oh, it turned out so good. I said, oh, that's stuff for a video. And it's like, amen and hallelujah, stay safe, because I was like, I said, the right hand was done February 2nd. And then like 6 weeks later, my left hand was done. And I have a picture. I was like, if my hands were the way they were, they would not have touched my hands whatsoever. Let's see. Do I still have it saved here? I thought I did. So when everybody asks, why do you laugh? That's why, because, I've cried so much about my hands and hurting and everything. And I was like, that's not the way to live. Just laugh and keep on going. I had that sucker right here. What did I do with it?
Laughing makes you live longer.
Yes, it does. A merry heart is a good medicine. It heals the bones. Da-da-dee. Da-da-dee. Then I'll start humming a tune and I'll catch myself. So, whoops. I don't need to, like, they need to get over that part with music stuff. That's my thing.
Around to it. Good
Nice.
day. Geez, time is flying. From morning to lunchtime.
Exactly.
Oh,
And what a day today was where I live. A little bit of chaos on the roads. We had a super load come through town, and the trailer had a remote steering system thing. Oh my goodness gracious. You're going live at this moment. And my normal live time is 11:30 to like 12:30. Making steak in the air fryer and Italian meatballs. That sounds good. Oh my goodness, Joe. Well, thank you so much, Joe. Well, I know I didn't delete that picture because I was like, I gotta have it right there in case something happens. Oh my goodness. See if I can find it this other way. Yeah, it was like, when the doctors don't know what's going on, they make their best guess. But it's like you need that. I'm just blessed that I have doctors that listen now. Because I mean, and when you're hurting, they just like try to make you tell you it's in your head. I was like, when you're hurting, you're hurting. It's not in your head. But that's sometimes the answer for everything. I told, so I'm gonna twist your arm and tell that, say, I'm gonna tell you that it's in your head. My doctor looked at me so funny. Oh, I'm serious. I say, y'all all say it's in your head. I say, all right, well, let me twist your arm and you tell me if that pain is all in your head. But technically it is because your brain is telling you something's hurting. Ah, dishwasher is finally finished. And then I'm singing in my head. Like I said, I'll be sitting there doing a video or we're doing something and all of a sudden I just start humming the tune and I'm thinking of. And like, I gotta stop. All right, here we go. So let me see if I can get this to show up.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, that's from the alpha gal. And that's just, that was swelling. It had, because the hands were swelling, those little blisters. I say blisters. It's think of it like a 3rd-degree sunburn. You know, it blisters up and everything, and it pops and it oozes, and it. I know it sounds gross.
Yeah.
And then it would just, and that's what it would do, and that was like a year like that, and I'm just like, so here, people, we go, like, that was a couple of years. That was May a couple of years ago. We go to the store to go out, and you got your mask on. So now I only have the mask on. I got my hands all wrapped up and pushing the cart with my arms. He would just look at me funny, and I'm just like, they go, "Oh, we're so sorry. Did you burn your hands?" Like, yes. I didn't say anything else. So it's like, but then, like I said, it's been like a year. Been a year now. And I was like, thank you, Lord, because, my hands would go numb. Just picking up the phone and holding it like this before the carpal tunnel surgery, within seconds, my hands would go numb. And I sit there and be doing this and shaking, trying to crochet or type. I'm left-handed, so, holding my writing was like, forget it, because it looked like scratch instead. So it's like, the Lord sits there and he does things in his time. And I was like, they don't hurt, they don't go numb. I just still need to do some exercises because it's a little tight. But I was like, thank you, Lord, because I was like, I'm so thankful now I can do things with my hands. And so when Anastasia was born, she had my son, when he was born. I'm gonna start with her dad, who's my son. The muscle at the end of his esophagus to your end of your stomach, esophagus to your stomach didn't develop all the way. So they never did any surgery on him, but we didn't realize that he was also lactose intolerant, but he would eat and as baby come back up. So they figured out what was going on. So we did tablespoon of cereal to every ounce of milk. So he kept that down. At 4 months, he was mashed up table food. He was eating table food. I just mashed it up and he ate. But he always had issues growing up. And then when it was like 17, we was always thought it was like tomatoes or something that made him, because he would eat pizza and it would come up. And I'm like, all right, wait a minute, something's not right. So about 17, I was doing some research and it said, we're talking about lactose intolerance. So maybe it was the milk or something, or cheese or something. So they said for 3 days, like, don't eat regular milk and everything, switch to like almond milk or silk and everything. And if your body, it's like your body not getting sick, but your body can tell you and everything. And we did that, and he didn't. His stomach calmed down. But here's the ironic thing: after we did that, my son, he can eat the hottest stuff and everything. That don't bother him whatsoever. Hot sauce, you name it, jalapenos, you name it, habanero, go all the way up to the ghost pepper, because he can eat it and it does not bother him one bit at all. But he would eat, like if we were having regular pizza, and this was way back then, so like 10 years ago or so, eat pizza or something, he'd be sick. I was just like, okay, so something's going on. So that's how we figured out that he had lactose intolerance. So we started not having regular milk way back then, like 15 years ago. And then 12, 15 years ago. So when Anastasia was born, I told him, I said, if I'm not here when she's born, and they, because I had to do other things and take other people to work and stuff. So I said, and they come to you and they say that she's throwing up the formula, tell them to switch it to soy milk. And as soon as when I was able to get back up there, they said, Mom, you were right. They keep running in there and saying, your baby, she ain't keeping anything down. They go, switch it. And they switched her to soy. She was fine. So when Anastasia was 1, they had to wait till like she was like 1.5, and take her to the allergist, and they do that allergy test on the back and everything. So Anastasia's level is 11.3 on the scale, and they go, oh no regular dairy for her. She has a high dairy allergy. Her allergy it's calmed down a little bit, but still it's really, if we were in the grocery store, we had to wipe down the carts, because it's like somebody had a milk and it leaked and they didn't realize it. If she would touch that rail and then touch, her face or whatever, she would start going hives. And it's always around her mouth. She'd break out in hives. So we always had Benadryl on hand. And we had EpiPens. So that's why we started the channel, because I have friends like Stringfield Wish Farm and all that, and we were all talking about different foods. And they said, well, how do you eat spaghetti or like lasagna if you can't have, use like regular ricotta and everything? That's because the vegan type stuff is expensive. It was expensive back then. It's expensive now. I said, well, we figured out a way. They will do a video about it, how you make food that's dairy free. So that's how that started, the channel. And that's just been going. And then when I had the way I've got now, the way I eat, because I can't have, like, they fix roast. And I was like, sometimes I'm like, I hate y'all. I was like, I miss having roast, but it ain't worth it. And it's not worth to sit there and, have the Fusion mess, not my hands. So that's not worth it all. So Anastasia has the dairy allergy. All right, Joe, you have a good day. So even now, I said the last time we did it, she went back to the allergist to take the test. It was still up there. It was still 11.3. They say she might grow out of it, and she might not. She might have that for the rest of her life. So she's it's not as bad now as far as like if she touches milk residue or anything, she knows go wash her hands if they go out somewhere, because the general public, they like kind of like, most people are aware, some people aren't, but like kids aren't really aware unless they have an allergy. But she goes like, go to the toy aisle. How many people have picked up the toy, looked at it, set it back down? Hundreds, thousands of people. They've had a cheeseburger somewhere, or had milk, or like a cheeseburger, and most people, after they finish eating, they don't wash their hands. Then they go walking in the store and they pick up stuff and put it down. I'm not a germaphobe whatsoever. I don't believe it at all, because to me, that's how your body makes your builds up your immune system. But Anastasia, somebody picked up a toy and then put it back down, and she picks up that same toy and it has any kind of dairy allergy residue on it. It's going to flare her up. Oh my goodness. Shadow. Are you asking Shadow? Shadow, how would you mind sharing how you say your name? Is it Swede?
Yeah, most people have problems with pronouncing it because we have different letters in our alphabet. We have this circle with 2 dots, and A with 2 dots, and A with 1 dot. So it pronounced differently. My name, it's always interesting because I need to try to make things a little bit, try to make it simple, but so people understand. Well, my name is pronounced as I usually say it, Göran. That is my name.
Ooh.
And that's how you pronounce it.
Let's see, here's a funny thing. When I was the EMT, when I did volunteer, we had a lady, her name was Debbie, and she was from the UK. So she came over. She married her husband was American, so she has dual citizenship. So she came over, and by the end of the day, I'm talking British. And I go, Nancy, I can't help it. If I'm around somebody who has an accent, I automatically, by the end of the day, I'm talking with that accent. And we couldn't figure it out. Now we know why. My ancestry.
Yeah.
So I thought it was pretty cool. So yeah, so now Anastasia can, it says maybe process on machinery that process milk, peanuts, it has that label on there. Some stuff she can have, there's still a lot of stuff that she can't. Now me, on the other hand, if it says process on same equipment as milk or dairy or whatever, forget it. I cannot have it. And we couldn't figure out for a long time. Well, this is my morning cough because of my allergies. But I would have this cough and it would never go away. And I had asked my doctor, I said, what is the deal? I'm like, it's like this cough just doesn't go away. And he thought it was allergies because, we tested everything up here and everything because I have allergies. Like, all right. As soon as I stopped eating the red meat and everything else, that cough went away. It's like a cough in the morning to get all the lung stuff up that drained and everything, and I'm good for the day. I was like, thank you, Lord. And so we have to watch when they cook. They clean up and everything. I go behind and clean up. And we cook our meals, unless it's chicken or shrimp. But anything else, we'll cook separately. I let them cook first, then I go and clean up, and then I will cook my food. Because so they're cooking right here on the front burner, and I have a pan on the back, and the grease on the meat or whatever. You know how the grease just like goes everywhere. If it goes in my food, even that residue, it makes me have a flare. I don't know because my hands that's the first sign is my hands are itching. I'm like, oh goodness, we're not doing this again. Oh, sure, that's so cool. Charlotte's in Canada. My nephew and family learned to speak some Norwegian, and I understand a bit about the pronunciation with the dots above the vowels. That is so cool. I can speak a little. I know the small words of different languages, like Spanish, like hola and muy bien. French is oui oui and monsieur. And Anastasia was learning German last year, and I started from the little hellos and everything else. I remember growing up, and guten Nacht and guten Nacht.
Really?
As Wiedersehen and a whole bunch of other little ones. But I was like, some words, it's like, how did I know how to say that word growing up? And then now when you do your ancestry, it's pretty cool. It's like, oh, now I understand. I understand all that stuff. That's like pretty cool. Yeah. All right. So my dad's mom and dad, my dad's father's Hungarian. His mom is Czechoslovakian, which is now Slovak, because Czechoslovakia broke up in half and they're Czech and Slovak. So his dad was 100% Hungarian, his mom 100% Slovak. So he would have 50% of both in him. So he was actually my dad. I would have had Hungarian and Slovak in me. Now, on Ancestry, my 23andMe has said a possibility of Poland. I'm like, a possibility that nice. They see you later. I was like, so there's a Dutch possibility. Of having any of that part of European in me. So I'm like, so they either lied about where his dad and mom are really from, or like I said, I'm adopted. So I'll take the second part. I'm adopted. Let's see if I got any water left in here. Maybe a little bit. There we go. So yeah, that's all I learned about that. And then I did connect to somebody over in England. And he wanted to know if I had any information because I said, I don't have any information. That's what I'm trying to figure out myself. I said, I hope that's not a scratch on my glasses. It's not. Now I got finger smudge. I don't think that's a scratch. No. Now I got finger smudges. Oh, not
I have the
fair.
same problem. I have the same problem with my glasses.
All these glasses. Oh my goodness. I've never had glasses that taste that much so dirty as these things.
I'm surprised that the glasses get dirty that quick. I don't know how they can get dirty so quick. You clean them, and after when you check them next time, they're dirty again, and you didn't do anything special.
I know.
So,
I can stand when I'm cooking,
yeah,
I don't really, because I use olive oil, and of course that and everything. But I'm just like you said, you sit and clean them, and then like in 5 minutes later, you take them off. I was like, I just cleaned these suckers. What's going on? Because I have, my eyes are watering really a lot, and I'm just like, I'll take my glasses off and wipe my eyes, like I just all I did was just take you off and maybe it's still in the air. You never know. It could be the air.
yeah, exactly.
So seeds, I've got so many seeds. We were talking about seeds earlier. Yeah, Garden State Gardener. He has a channel, Joe, and he does the reel of seeds and he gives away seeds and everything. I've won seeds from him. I've won seeds from her name is April Sunrise Farm. She's on Instagram. And I didn't know she had put me in a drawing and everything. And because on Instagram I just share things and everything. I used to do Instagram a lot because it was easier for me at that time to keep up with the Instagram because I didn't have to really do anything with my hands. Then I was doing the channel, but I still did the channel too. And then she had put me in a drawing, and she sent me. It was a nice size box like this of seeds from her garden that she had saved and everything. And I'm just like, oh my goodness! I was like, and then a pair of garden gloves and the little tags that you write on there when you put in the ground what you're growing. So I was like that. I was so blessed with that. And then I've run seeds from other channels, Willoway Ranch. Let's see here. Creating Essence. She doesn't her channel anymore. Stringfield Ridge Farm, Living Miracle Homestead. So people have sent me seeds. I've won seeds and everything. I was like, all right, Lord, just keep them coming. Tim, I never get to visit your country in person, but I appreciate you sharing your language. Awesome, Shirley. Oh, I know. It's like I want to learn a language. As you get older, it's like you kick yourself in the butt. Why didn't I learn this language in high school and do this and everything? And it's like don't let anybody tell you you're ever too old to learn something. And then don't talk yourself out of learning something new either. Because I've done that. Oh, it's too late. You're too old. You can't learn how to do that. I was like, that's the wrong thing to say to yourself. And so, and I do have a notebook because I was going back through Spanish, my French, and I was going to try and learn Czech because I thought, that was my answer. That's what I thought. I was like, so it's like, no, but I did have the German. So it's like different words. And then our library has where you can learn a language for free. And they got like 70 different languages. So I was like, I need to get back to that because that's where I was going. And they teach a language as straight out a conversation and everything. And I'm like, oh, hold it. I gotta write this stuff down. So I can remember. I was like, where is this little cheat sheet so I can know? But now they have an app, so it's like, well, that's no fun. I want to talk to a person in their language, you know?
Yeah, I know you. I know what you mean. You learn more to speak to another person than through an app.
Exactly. And it's like, because I was telling Anastasia, I said, when we asked her what she wanted to do this year, she said she didn't want to do a language. I said, but in the long run, it will help you in the long run because there's people here that speak different languages too. So one thing I tasted that was just a taste of it. There are a lot more. Oh yeah. And then, and all right, so Sweden. So where you at is probably today, like so where you at? Are you like in the middle, up north, south, east, or west?
I live 550 kilometers north of Stockholm.
So do they take like so I want not like a different dialect, but kind of like a little bit different than where you are?
Yeah, I live in the northern parts of Sweden. They have different dialects and different accents. So
There you go. Yeah.
if somebody's and the dialects is different from village to village here. So if you live in one village and you have a village 20 Swedish miles from you, they speak a different dialect. So those two can have difficulties to understand each other.
Yeah, that's that's what I was thinking because there was like there's so many places that are like that around the world, because you can learn the general language of an area. So like the Spanish, you can learn Spanish, but then Mexico has a different completely dialect than Spain does, and it may be just a little bit similar. But even here in America, everybody's different. Northern New York and Massachusetts and all of them talk so different than people in Virginia, and then people in Florida talk so different than people in Virginia. And then, it's like every state has their own little way they talk.
Texas has their own. So
Yeah. So I'm from Virginia. So when I went to New York back in '99, and we went into not Toys R Us, KB Toys up there. We didn't get the chance to go to the biggest, largest toy store. And we were talking, and they go, "You're not from here." I'm like, "No." They go, "We can tell." It was so funny because they talk with that, and they have a heavy, thick accent up there. And they go, "Where are you from?" I said, "Virginia." They go, "Yeah, we can tell that Southern accent." And then when I moved to South Carolina for a few years, they swore up and down I was from New Jersey or something. I was like, "Nope, I'm from Virginia." They go, "You're a Yankee." I was like, "Virginia is not a Yankee state. Virginia is a Southern state." I said, "Y'all need to go learn your history." It was so funny. Because I've had people go, "Where are you from?" And I'm like, "Well, you live in Ohio." So I'm not really from Ohio. I'm from Virginia. And they go, "Oh, now we know where the Southern accent comes from," because sometimes it just comes out. I may not be able to travel the world, but I can meet people from around the world and learn their culture. That's right, Shirley. You're exactly right.
Yeah, the only countries I have been is Denmark and Norway.
Oh, that's so cool. I've never been outside the United States. I had a chance in 1987. We went to I went to a Christian school, and for our senior trip, we chose to go to Scroon Lake, New York, because we like the cold. Everybody loves the cold, skiing and everything. So we went there, and they had one of the days they had a trip to go to Ontario, I think it was, to go to Canada. I should have went because back then all you needed to show was your ID or driver's license or whatever to cross over the border and then come back. And I didn't go that day, but in a way it was a good thing because the bus broke down in Canada and it took them like 3 hours to get back. But I had such an opportunity. I missed. Wish I had, and then it's all right. I had fun while I was doing that time anyway. And then so well, I thought it was that close to Canada. I thought that was pretty cool. But we did go see where they did the Olympics there in New York and everything, and a couple of guys got to do the bobsledding. They said that was the best thing ever, doing that bobsled. Nowadays, I don't think they let people do it anymore, but that was fun. And I have a picture on my Facebook. It was our whole class, and someone took a picture for us of all of us together. But here is something funny. Oh my goodness, this is so funny. So the first morning we were there, that was the first morning we were there, because I went to Word of Life Bible College. They have a place up there, so that's where we were staying at. And one of the guys asked the people, somebody in the breakfast line, "Do they have any grits?" And they go, "What?" He goes, "Do y'all have any grits?" They go, "What's grits?" We all got laughing. They didn't know what grits were. It was like, Clay, the Yankees, they not gonna know. And I was like, don't take any offense because Northern people don't know what grits are. They probably do now, some people. But that was so funny. It was like, oh my goodness. So that's how, you know, that's a lot of difference between here and America too. Because there's some food up north that people don't eat down south or out west, and there's food out west that people don't eat, you know, in other states and everything. A lot of people think, there's barbecue everywhere. No, well, no, there is, but it used to be there wasn't. It was always in like the South, and then like Louisiana, New Orleans, they have their own way of cooking, and then you know the cold states like Minnesota and all them up here where it's cold, everybody has their way of cooking. So I just think that's cool that even in other countries, in different areas, it's so different. My husband imported full-blood Samoan cattle from Switzerland years ago, and I love seeing pictures of the countryside. Beautiful. Oh, yeah. Oh,
And
my goodness. It's so expensive.
that must be pretty expensive to import cattle from Switzerland to US. That will cost a lot of money.
She said years ago. Well, if it was like before the pandemic, it might not have been so bad. Now they want to use every excuse just like they did in the 70s. It was the gas crisis. They had to, raise prices. Or there was some shortage, so the prices had to go up. But I don't think it went up as bad as it did the last couple of years. So, yeah, always some excuse to raise prices. And I think maybe I say, they say it's Amish. I say Amish people. They might have something right going on. I can't live with that air conditioning, neither can my son. And my daughter-in-law has asthma, so she definitely can't live without air conditioning. She's in Calgary.
Okay.
Right back at this time.
Okay. My mistake. Canada.
Yeah, she's in.
I didn't pay attention enough. Okay, but it must be expensive enough to import cattle to Canada anyway.
Yeah, that's what it was. Calgary. That's where I was. They went for the because they had the Olympics in Calgary, and then we had the Olympics in
Yeah, I remember that Olympics in Calgary. I remember that.
Yep. And then in New York. Oh my goodness. Not screwing like, but it was right. I could look it up. I'll think about it in just a moment. I did ask because my son goes, Mom, you not remember things right. I'm like, yes, I am. So I had asked my doctor. His name was Chris. I said, all right, Chris, I'm forgetting things or my he goes, I said, they say I'm slurring my words. He goes, let me tell you. He goes, well, you're as much pain as you're in. He goes, you're going to forget things. He goes, it ain't nothing like dementia or Alzheimer's. He goes, I can tell you that. Hey, Peter, how you doing? So, he goes,
Hey,
when
Peter.
people are in pain, he goes, you're going to forget things. He goes, I can just only imagine how much pain you're in. He goes, and I still understand why you're laughing. I said, because the crying don't do any better. At all. Good day, mate. See, like I said, if I'm around somebody, they talk Australian, British, Irish, long enough for hanging around with sweet, I'll just start talking out with that accent. I can just pick it up. But we have it's called his channel name is Eccentric Nature. His name is Eric. He is an actor. He's actually a famous actor and everything. And when I started my channel, because I had found him through some of the other channels with herbs and everything. He does teas, and he does a lot of on stage acting now, and like I want to say plays, not Broadway, but plays and everything. But they're in England, and hey Randy, how you doing? So it was like so cool. I was like one of my first 100 subscribers as a real actor. I was like, that is so cool. I'm old. I barely remember some things. Charlie, I've had that problem since I was 17.
If she is old, I am ancient.
I'm 54.
I'm 52 and I'm ancient.
No. Hey, we made it half a century. So
Yeah, I hope I can stay alive, keep going for the next 3 millennia. I would be happy.
there you go. I know.
A positive attitude to life.
Exactly. There was something else my best friend and I were talking about how long we're gonna live. And she said like she was, well, as a kid when you're little and you're a kid, 50s and 60s was old and everything. So she picked a number. I said, that's way too young. She goes, what do you mean? I said, She goes, I said, I want to live as old as Abraham. And she just looked at me. She scratched her head. She goes, do you know how old he was when he died? I was like, yeah, in his hundreds. She goes, you want to live that long? I said, yes, I do. So I got stuff I want to do. Sign. So every time I lay down, I go to bed. Anastasia and I do devotions at nighttime and everything. And I lay down. I tell the Lord, like, hey, Lord, I said, I'm not ready to go yet. I know you still got things for me to do. I still got things I want to do. Good night, and I'll see you in the morning. So when I wake up at 3:30 in the morning, I'm like, thank you, Lord. I made it to this time in the morning. I go back to sleep. Because apparently, when they, like I said, when they did the heart monitor, they found out that my heart stops 3 to 4 seconds and then starts backs up in PVCs. So whether I'm awake or I'm asleep, my heart is doing some kind of weird little thing. So I was like, so every minute I wake up at that time, the Lord's just waking me up to say, hey, you still here? I was like, thank you. I've already died once. I don't want to die again. Not yet.
It's not your time yet.
Exactly. And now I do have a video about that. Things that should have, that happened to me that I shouldn't be here. Um, from car accidents. When I was 18, we would go to Nag's Head every year for a vacation when I was in my teens because my mom worked at a local grocery store and one of her customers had a timeshare in Nag's Head. And so they could go anytime they wanted to. And it's like, well, because she does such great work at the store, they go, you pick a time every year and we'll let you know if it's available or not. So we got to go in June like every year. So one year I just graduated high school. So this was June of 1987. And my brother was on a float and I was out there just riding the waves. You go out for a little bit and then you ride the waves in. It wasn't a big undertow, it wasn't harsh or anything. It was a nice, calm day and everything. So I'm out there and I come up and I'm facing the beach instead of facing the water. And my brother yells at me. He goes, Nancy, watch out. Because this wave came and it was a big one and it knocked me down. So I went to get back up and the next one came. And then I went to grab. And then by that time, the undertow did have me. And I grabbed the sand like you go grab something to hold on to. And my hands just go down like this. And I'm like, oh no, I'm in trouble. And I'm trying to yell for help, but that was the worst thing to do because the water's going down. And we had a firefighter friend tell us anytime you were in the water like that, just relax because it will wash you back up on shore. So something just says relax, and it did. It washed me right back up on shore. I got back up on the sand and everything. I got up, I'm coughing and hacking and everything. He's yelling at me, asking me if I'm all right. And I said, yes. And what irritated me the most, not 15 feet from me was a couple sitting there with their kids watching the whole thing. The guy never came up, pulled me out of the water, nothing. They just sit there and watched. Hey, Jerry, how you doing? And, oh, you getting ready to go to Mexico again. Hola. And I always look at them. I said, thanks a lot. I hope this never happens to y'all. And I was being sarcastic. I was like, come on, people. You see somebody in trouble in the water, go over there and help them out. So I told her, I said, y'all can have it. I'll get in the pool. I am never going back in the ocean again. So later on, my mom goes, where is your brother? I said, I don't know. He was on the float out there doing, something. He said he fell asleep. He woke up and he looked up. Everything was this small. That's how far out in the ocean he was. I said, you're crazy because that part of the ocean has sharks. So he's just slowly paddled himself back to shore. I was like, not me. Never again. It took me 12 years to get back. I went to, we used to go Buckrow Beach. And I took the kids one day. I was like, they go, come on, get water. I'm like, So it took me 12 years just to get my feet from the sand to the water. And even to this day, if I get in the pool and someone comes around my feet, I'm done. I'm like, I'm out. I don't like that feeling of drowning. I'm like, it ain't going to happen again. Buenos dias. So see, if I see it, I can, I say it. That's right. In my mind, always be young. Yeah, no, Shirley. I'm like, I'm 30 forever. Because I lost all my weight twice. But I was the best health I was, I'll say 30, about 20, yeah, about 30. I had lost all my weight. I was divorced. And I was the healthiest I was, I think, in the most of my life, even with all the other health problems going on at the same time. I didn't realize. I was like, I'll be 30 forever. Oh, there's some days. Oh, yeah, there's some days that's like my body's like, you're not as young as you think you are. Get with it. No, I'll go, oh, yes, I am. And they're going to do something. I'm like, oh, nope, you're not doing that today. Oh, my ears. But see, there's nothing to blow. But it's all, I'm like, okay, blow, ain't nothing there. I'll make some more coffee.
That sounds like a good idea to me. Well, coffee keeps you awake.
Coffee don't keep me awake. I just like the taste of it. Well, there's only one place of coffee that keeps me awake, and that's Sheets. I don't know what it is with that Sheets coffee. That was the only coffee that can keep me awake. Any other coffee?
Put you to sleep or what?
Yeah, I could drink a cup of coffee before I go to bed and still go to sleep. So I was like, Yeah, I just drink coffee now just because I like coffee. I like the flavor of it. My favorite is hazelnut coffee. But then I do add stuff sometimes. I put some cinnamon in my coffee. Sometimes I put pumpkin spice in it. Make my own pumpkin spice coffee.
You put cardamom in your coffee?
I have to use cardamom. I use that a lot. Cardamom is supposed to be good for your heart too. That's why I got it. So and then I've done nutmeg. I've just changed it up every once in a while with different things. Let's see. I was thinking because apple spice, you use cinnamon and nutmeg. What else? Cloves. And then I was in ginger. I haven't put ginger in my coffee, but I have made ginger tea. That's and ginger is good for your stomach.
Yeah, it is. It's good for your digestion.
Mm-hmm. And because I've had to ginger in the refrigerator, and you know I've seen people do it, and I tried it out. But ginger is kind of spicy. Have upset stomach, and take it, just slice a little thin piece of ginger. Make sure you take the peel off of it and just put it on your tongue. And I was like, let me try this one day. I was like, ooh, this thing is spicy.
Ginger has a good sting,
Yes, it
but
does.
it's not that bad.
Mm-mm. And then I have a lot of herb
Well,
books.
I have Carolina Reaper, so that is a little bit more bite.
Oh yeah. When we lived in Missouri, my daughter-in-law's father, which we found out through her DNA, which I'll explain in a minute, is not her father. I told her that. There was no way. But anyway, they took them down to Branson. We lived in Springfield, Missouri. So they went to Branson one day, and they were walk around these stores, and there was one store that had that about peppers and spices and everything else. And this is when ghost pepper had just came out. And so they dared my son to sit there to have a taste of it. And he goes, okay. So the guy, he puts gloves on, and they look, and he goes, this stuff is hot. It will burn your hands. So he takes a toothpick, dips it in the ghost pepper, hands it to my son, and they said he just takes it, licks off the toothpick, and he goes, tastes like ketchup. He goes on. Like, yep. He may have an ironclad stomach when it comes to spices and hot stuff like that, but when it comes to dairy products, forget it.
I hope you can sleep. Run into it.
And Anastasia,
I
she
hope
was,
you have a good night's sleep.
oh, yes.
Yeah, around to it. I'm going to bed and try to get some sleep. So,
All right, Shirley, we'll see you later.
see you later, alligator.
And a wild crocodile.
Exactly.
That's something else. You would think, things I had heard growing up, I didn't know people had said it in other countries too. That's so funny. Because it's like, how do you know that saying? We've been saying it all our lives. I'm like, well, I guess we want the first one to say it then. The Friday night was so funny. Anastasia comes down about 11:30. She goes, are you doing a live? I'm like, yeah. And we were doing something, and she started crying. She goes, you know, man, I said, I told you what we were doing this weekend, about Friday night and then set Friday morning and then Sunday morning. I said, don't cry because people are going to see you. She got upset because I didn't remind her or tell her. I was like, I told you this morning. You were the one sitting there upset because you had to do a math test and you were paying attention. So when I took it upstairs, she goes, "Well, bring it upstairs." I said, "All right." So I had charged the computer. So we went upstairs about 11:30. And she's excited because she really don't have any friends either. Our friends are everybody here on YouTube. And so she's sitting there, she's talking to Gary and Rebecca and everything, whoever's on panel and in the chat, and she's just going on and everything. She likes to tell her jokes and all. So about 2 o'clock in the morning, Saturday morning, 2 o'clock, she's laying in bed. She's laying there. She's like going to sleep. She goes, "Let me know what we're doing." I said, "Well, you can lay here." And she goes, "Nana, it's time to get off." I said, "No, it's not yet." And I said, "But you can lay there and go to sleep." I said, "It'll be all right. We know you're tired." About 2:30. After I told her that, she was gone. She was out. She was asleep. But I was like, about 2:30, when she went to sleep, I came back down. And then about 2:30, I was like, "Okay, I think I need to go to bed." I was like, "I can't do this." And I had not planned doing a straight 24-hour because I know I can't do that. There's no way. Because you always say, if I did a 24-hour, I'd be like this. You'll hear me snoring. So I was like, I don't know how they've done those 24 hours up straight. But maybe 20 years ago, but not now. That ain't happening.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
The longest I have been awake nonstop without sleeping, that is a week.
Oh my goodness.
Trust me, I never do that again. Me and my wife, we just did a test and see for how long we could stay awake. And for 1 week, no, never, ever again.
I don't blame you.
Jeez, I was tired. Oh, Lord.
You probably slept for 3 days.
Well, you learn something about yourself definitely when you stay awake for a week, nonstop, without sleeping.
Oh yeah. I think mine was the most was 3 days. I did that as a teenager.
Yeah.
And then it was, let's see, winter of 98, 99. It had to be, let's see, I left 97. I think it was Christmas of 98. Oh, because we were staying with my sister at the time, and I was doing security. And we had a bad ice storm, and so I was kind of stuck where I was at work because the people couldn't get there. So we did, I would say, like a 16-hour shift that day. Went home, tried to go to sleep, couldn't have you back that night, and I'm just like, yeah, I won't do that again because I fell asleep at the wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, that's not a good thing. I did it a couple times.
It's not
home.
recommended. Please,
No.
guys, don't try that at home.
Exactly.
Not advisable.
Because every time I did security work, they always put me on the night shift. And I was just like, so it was like a 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So I told my mom one day, I said, if I'm like a little bit late getting here, I said, that's because I had to take a nap in the car because I'm not falling asleep at the wheel anymore. I did that one time. It was at a stoplight. I sit there and the light was red. And I just put my elbow on the edge of the door and I put my head down like this. And then it was like the people honking at me. I was like, well. So I was like, no, it's time to get a different job.
Indeed.
So, and that was in '99. Well, I had my own apartment by then. I
Yeah.
saved up and had a place, and then decided I was like, it's time to do what I want to do. I just got through the divorce and everything. I was doing all the jobs. Everybody else had recommended me. My family go, why don't you go do this? And why don't you go do that? And didn't like none of it. So at a local mall, I got a job. It was a little Nook place that sold like the Beanie Babies and then the um all the Christmas stuff that I forgot the name of it. But the villages and everything. And then snow babies and all the little collectible things. So I got a job there. I worked Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday there. Then I worked Monday nights at KB Toys. Wednesday night, Tuesday night, and Saturday morning, I cleaned our church. And then I went to school, EMT, because it went through the rescue squad. It was free. So, and that was either Tuesday and Thursdays or Tuesdays and Thursdays. I went to class. And then on Thursdays, I volunteered at the rescue squad. So then, and then the summertime, I still was doing the same thing. And then on Saturdays after we cleaned the church and Sundays after church, I was a volunteered at the pool where we lived as a lifeguard. And they actually loved it because I was an EMT. I had passed everything and I was an EMT. And I'm like, oh, this is the best ever. So that summer I got my rent for half off. But it was so funny because this is 1999 and my rent back then was for a 2-bedroom apartment was only $485 a month. And I was like, for half off, that was great. And of course, the wage and everything.
Yeah.
It's still all equaled out, but not like it is now. I mean, like everybody has to work in order to make everything get paid.
Yeah.
All righty, Mr. Jerry. You have a good day. And Anastasia, she goes, Nana, we still doing the live tomorrow? I'm like, yes. She goes, at what time? I said, I'm starting at 4:30 in the morning. She goes, okay, like she's going to be up at 4:30 in the morning. I said, don't worry. When it's time, regular time for the live, I will come get you up. She does not want to mess. I mean, oh my goodness. I'm telling you, God forbid if I do stuff like in the show or something with her coming to say goodbye, because she will, oh my goodness, she won't talk to me the rest of the day. That was like last night on Discord. She's got ears like you wouldn't believe. Me saying, starting a video or starting a live or getting ready to say goodbye and everything. And she says, hears me saying, okay, we're going to tell everybody goodbye. She's beelines to over here to me. But last night, she was upstairs in her room with the door closed, watching a movie, and knew I was saying goodbye to Jean and Mona on Discord. She opens that door and beelines down the steps. She goes, wait, I want to say goodbye. I was like, okay, hold on, I can log back in. So I log back into Discord so she could tell them goodbye. I was like, how in the world did you know? So I said, you got ears like a hawk.
More like a wolf, but
Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's what she's going to be a princess werewolf for Halloween this year.
ah,
So they've already got her costume and everything. They're so cute. And then her mom's going to do face paint on her face. But I was just like, it is so funny. She was like, don't be upset. I'm like, upset about what? She goes, I think I don't know what I'm gonna be this year for Halloween. I'm like, okay. She goes, I'm gonna be a princess werewolf. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Last year you were a vampire princess.
Okay, vampire princess. Okay, that is something I can accept, but werewolf princess, I never heard of that before.
I know. So we have fake teeth that we got her last year that for some reason she couldn't wear it. It was hurting her gums some way or another. But she could put them in this year, and she's been going around the house with them on and everything and talking. Oh, like, oh my goodness, she's so funny. And then she'll sit there and she gets on her hands and knees and crawls around like she's sneaking around like a werewolf. And then she'll go, ah. So then I can hear her, and then she'll go, did I scare you? I'm like, no. And then she's smart because she acts like she's gone away. Then the next thing when she comes around, she gets me. I'm just like, okay, you're learning too much from your daddy. But that's a good thing because we're teaching her the self-defense, what to do, and that was one reason why for a year we haven't really been outside. I'm like, if I'm sitting down and something happens to her and I go to get up and my hip gives out and I can't get to her, I said, I will feel so bad. I'm like, I can protect her better if we're inside than if we're outside. Now, she can run and she can protect herself and everything, but that's not the point. Point is, I can't get up fast enough to get to her if something were to happen.
Exactly.
So here I've got multiple things that can keep us safe, and she has multiple hiding places that we've trained, and she knows if there's a certain word that's said, she knows what to do. So
For a kid in her age, it is better to try to hide and stay quiet. It's the best option.
mm-hmm. And she does.
Avoid confrontation as much as possible.
Exactly, because they play a game when her mom and dad gets home from work, and if they get off regular time, when they get off at regular time, they're home about 2:00 or so. But if we're down here, we can hear the car when he locks the door. The car beeps, and so she'll go hide. And she's picked a different spot every single time. And they go to the same spot. And I'm sitting here laughing. I know where she's at. And they go, have you seen her? I'm like, no, I don't know where she's at. So it's like, yeah, it's all right. But she's done good and everything. She knows where she wants to go, and she picks different places all the time. So I was like,
that is good. That is good.
yeah. And we have more than just one way to defend ourselves without getting too much. Well, anything in your house can be used as a self-defense.
Yeah.
Besides the pew pew, there's other things you can use.
Baseball bat.
Oh yeah, you can take a pen.
Yeah.
And someone's got coming in. You can have, if you've got long sleeves on, you can have that pen. And if when they come, trying to get away from somebody and take it out, hit them here, and just their throats. When I was in high school, at a local mall, there was a guy, they finally caught him, but he was going around attacking, waiting for people to walk out the door from work and everything. And the girls asked me, Nancy, what is one of the best ways to defend ourselves? Well, back then, when they had the mini can of hairspray that came out, they had the aerosol.
Yeah.
I said, keep one in your pocketbook. I said, that's better than mace or anything. I said, because hairspray is sticky.
Oh, yeah.
We sprayed it on our hair to keep our hairstyle the way we wanted it.
Well, it's sticky like sugar and water.
Mm-hmm.
I have a story about that. That was a guy. He didn't have any hairspray. So what he did was to mix sugar and water and put it in his hair. He could basically break his hair off.
Oh my goodness. Oh goodness.
It was so stiff. Oh man.
I believe it.
Yeah. And it's probably terrible to get rid of.
Oh yeah. I bet it is. So I told him, I said, keep a can of that in your pocketbook. I said, that way, you can have access to it. I said, because it's sticky and it's going, they're going to be doing this and covering their eyes, trying to get the stickiness out of their eyes, and you can get away. So the thing is, yeah, you fight, but do you try to get away? And then I told them the other thing is take your car keys, because, back then when they had key fobs, take your car key that you're going to use to unlock your door, put it between your fingers. That way you have it ready. But also, it's, you can use it as a self-defense. Exactly. As self-defense, if you need to, and if you poke them anywhere, that key is going to hurt.
Oh, yeah.
So they were like, how do you know these things? I'm like, because I practice. You got to think of how to, when you're by yourself, how you going to get away from different things and everything. So the other night, so Friday night, I was telling a story. That was Friday night. Anyway, when I was 16, my best friend and I were sitting in my room, and we were watching TV. So we had a small little black and white TV, and my parents' house was built in the 50s. So they back then they built the houses with a 3-foot crawl space so that you could get underneath there.
Yeah.
Back then you kind of did your own maintenance like people do now. If you needed to get down there, because we had a furnace and they was able to get underneath there and hit the reset button because we had an oil furnace. So we were sitting there, and so thank God we're sitting there watching TV. Well, there's a window behind me that be to the backyard, and a window on the side of the house. And so the yard was fenced in. So she goes, Nancy, I'm like, what? She goes, can the dog look in the window? I'm like, huh? She goes, look to the side. So there's these two eyes looking us in the window. I'm like, okay. I said, well, first of all, that's the side of the house and the fence is there. The dog would be in the backyard, but the dogs were in the den with my parents. And I'm like, okay. So you got 3 feet for that crawl space. Then you have the flooring in the house.
Yeah.
So the windows are 6 feet off the ground.
Yep.
But there's a great, like a vent right there where my window was. So the airflow underneath the house you could have airflow underneath the house. So he had to sit there and have his foot on that vent and take his hands and pull himself up on the window. So I told her, I said, you say you're going to the bathroom, or I go to the kitchen, vice versa. So we'd sitting there saying this. This guy didn't even hear it. So she says, well, we get up and go out and everything, and then we tell my dad there's somebody staring in the window. He goes, it can't be, the window's too high off the ground. I said, well, then you tell me how come there's two eyes staring at us in the window. So I had a baton. She had the baseball bat, and my dad had my grandfather's 22. And first he goes, I ain't gonna go get that. I said, all right, but there's somebody out there. So it happened to be when they built on, the den had the side door. So we didn't go out the front door, because the front door you could hear kind of. So we went out the side door, and there's the guy, he's running, and I'm chasing after him down the road barefooted. I take the baton and I swing that thing just like a police baton. I took that thing and swung it, and it knocked him in the back of his leg, and he fell down. So by the time I get to him, almost to him, grab the baton, he didn't grab my baton. I told him, I said, don't you come back. I said, you'll be sorry. I said, 'cause I'll beat the crap out of you. And I said, don't you ever come back again. So then I was 85, 86, and that's when Neighborhood Watch had just started and everything. So the next day, my best friend and I, we came up with a plan. So my house was here, and her house was 5 houses down. So it was a hill. It wasn't a big hill, but it was a nice hill right there. So we came up with a plan. So if he came back the next night, that idiot came back the next night. I'm just like, oh my goodness, you're so stupid. So sure enough, at the same time, he's sitting there. He's at the window. So I was like, so we knew what to say. We got up, went and told my dad, he's out there. So this time he went and got my grandfather's 22. And I'm like, I ain't waiting. They went out the side. I went out the back door to the backyard, and the dogs came out with me. This idiot jumps the fence to the backyard, and we had my sister's dog, which was a black lab. So the dog is chasing him. He jumps the fence to the neighbors. I'm like, okay, the dog is going to go after him. But his name was Trooper. I said, Trooper, stay. So he stayed.
Hey, Mary Bernie. Good to see you.
Hey, Mary, how you doing? So he's jumping the fences in the neighborhood and the neighbors' fences and everything. So I jumped our next door neighbor. And I took that baton and swung it again, and it hit him in the head. I told you not to come back, and I was going to beat the mess out of you. So when we had a Neighborhood Watch that following Tuesday, and when we gave a description and told the place that, the neighborhood guy, everything, and the time he was around and all, and what details we could, they called him 2 weeks later. And they said, how we know it was the same guy that was looking in your window, because he had bruises where you hit him with the baton. I was like, they go, how'd you know how to do that? I was like, wing, cheer, and everything. You know how to use those things. And they go, be careful. That could be considered a weapon. I'm like, now it's a tool that you have to use for cheering and stuff like that. You can't take that away from somebody.
Yeah.
Doing good, Mary. I figured I'd, get up early and, see who else was on, do some hours, have some good times, some good laughs. Maybe that's my second cup of coffee. I'm going to go fix something to eat here in a few minutes. I don't know what I'm going to fix.
That sounds like a good idea to me.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So, like I said, you can use anything in your house as a weapon to protect yourself.
Yeah.
You think outside the box.
Exactly.
So, my son does have a baseball bat in the car.
Well, that works.
Somebody have a baseball bat. Hey guys, because what I want to take, I can't leave in the car when I'm at work. That's why that makes sense. So, yeah, we have open carry here. We have the constitutional carry now, so you don't have to have a concealed weapons permit or anything else. But there are some places that people work at, they are not allowed to carry their weapons with them. I'm like, you're stupid. Because what if you have a disgruntled employee? He ain't gonna care about your little rules and regulations. They gonna come in and start doing stuff. And then you're gonna have
Yeah.
dead people instead of someone that has something that knows how to use it to protect all of y'all.
Hey, Woman Outdoors. Good to see you, ma'am.
Hey LB, how you doing? And Peter Dow, yep, keep the coffee coming. That's right.
I have 26-inch expander baton. That's for home defense.
Oh yeah. So that's why he told me he got the baseball bat, because he does. Just in case. I'm like, okay. And we have crazy drivers here that I know there's crazy drivers everywhere, but oh my goodness, they're talking about road people all the time. That's like, yeah. The last time I was was the other week. I went to the doctors. I'm like, people just, I mean, especially the tractor trailer people driving like, what in the world do y'all think? I don't know. There's some people just like, and then the thing I think the more of a pet peeve is when I was an EMT and people on their phones not paying attention to where they're going. So Peter goes, what time do you guys have over there? Here in Melbourne, Australia, it's 8:57 p.m. Sunday night. Oh my goodness. It's 6:57 here in the morning. Well, like 14 hours. About, 12 to, so 6 more hours. Yeah, 12 hours ahead of us. That is so cool. Now Jonesy, Jonesy, he's from Tasmania, Australia. That is so cool. I think this is awesome. Where we can all from different places come together and hang out and talk. And I'm gonna make some coffee, LB. This is my second cup. I was looking to see what's emails. Nothing exciting. And I'll keep it that way because then if I get so overloaded, I'm like, I get lost and I'm like, I just put it down. It's like I don't feel like dealing with all those emails. So I'm more like subscribed to like sewing stuff or herbs. When I worked at GNC, I did a lot of reading and studying about the different herbs, and vitamins, and what your body needs and everything. Do I do it all the time? No. I think I should. Peter, I don't bounce off the walls with the coffee. This is my normal self. I'm always laughing and giggling. Coffee doesn't keep me awake. Coffee does nothing for me whatsoever. It doesn't even make my heart beat fast. So, but yeah, I just drink coffee because I like coffee. And that's all. It was so funny because I would sit there on I have an older son that we don't talk about. But when him and his brother, they were little, we would be at Walmart and they could make me as mad as fire as everything and playing around and not listening to anything. And I go sit down and take my blood pressure. Nope, didn't go up. And then, the doctors, you don't have high blood pressure or anything else. Actually, my normal blood pressure is like 116 over like 65, 68 or something. They're like, oh, he's got great blood pressure and everything. So, with the blood pressure being fine and pulse and everything, they just never, anything was wrong with my heart. Everything always, blood work came back fine and everything else. I said, but there's something else going on. That's funny. I managed a vitamin shop here. Oh, that is so funny. I like the vitamin shop too. Now I worked at GNC for 2 years in the mall, and then I wanted to do security. I always had wanted to be a cop or a firefighter, and my mom would go, "That's not a girl's job. That's a man's job." It says, "No, it's not. A girl can do the same thing." So I want to say 10, because I was born in March, somewhere between 10 and 11 and everything. And one day we were at the grocery store. She shopped on Fridays after work, and we go up there. And the fire department, they come in and everything. And sure enough, here comes a female firefighter around the corner. And right in the middle of the store, in front of everybody, I go, "See, girls can be firefighters. There's one right there." So embarrassed. So it's like she could never tell me again girls couldn't be firefighters. Oh, so funny. But I did go out for back in 99. I took the test. I passed the physical, but something on the written part, I always froze up on one part or another. And I think it was the direction part. For some reason or another back then, north, south, east, and west, they always got me confused on one of those questions. I always miss it about 2 questions. Like, oh, well, that's not what the Lord had for me. So now would I want to be an EMT and firefighter? No way. Not now in times of especially security or anything. Because even back in 99, being a security officer, we had a friend that was a security officer. He got killed because he was trying to break up a fight at McDonald's, and they had drawn guns. And I guess he wrong place, wrong time, and stepped the wrong way, and he got shot and he died. So when I was doing security, the big long flashlights, my brother got me one. He goes, "Just knock him in the head with it." Like, okay. I've talked myself out of a lot of situations, because we had one place I did downtown Richmond was a high-rise apartment complex. And I was out in the parking lot, and it's like New Year's Eve from 1999 to 2000. And the guy was drunk. He was college kids and everything. They were drunk and everything. And I told him they had to, keep on going. And he was trying to get close. But I back up, and he goes, "Okay, officer," because that's how drunk he thought I was a police officer. And I finally said, "If you don't keep going, I'm gonna have to arrest you because you're drunk in public." And he gave him the spill about what the charge would be and everything else. And okay, go, let go. So it's like,
well, you could say, "Hey, I'm on my way home."
Exactly. So they left, and then we had because there were people who lived there all the time, and then there were some that they rented out to the college kids. So one of them, one day I was walking, one night I was doing my rounds, and right in front of me. It's like it landed right in front of me, and the guy has spit. And I just kind of just looked up. I said, "Is that meant for me?" And he goes, "Well," I said, "Well, if you say yes, I'm coming up and I'm going to have a nice talk with you." I said, "But I'm going to tell you right now, because how high you are." And he was like on the second floor, the first or second floor. I told him, I said, "By law," I said, "that's assault and battery." And I gave him the spell about what it was and everything. And it's actually true. If you're up high and you spit at somebody or spit down and it hit somebody, that can be considered assault and battery. I'm like, I don't know how that is. Because I said, one, it's gross. Two, you weren't looking. And three, I said, that's just all the way wrong to sit there and do to somebody. He goes, "Okay," because I won't do it no more. I'm quite sure he did. He just didn't do it when I was around. So, and then we had this other building that was in front of, so it was on this side, there's a street, and there was an old hotel that was on the other side that we had to do security for. And it was an abandoned building, and it had a lot of druggies, drug addicts that would go in there and break in and shoot up and everything. So one night I'm sitting there and there's somebody in the building with a flashlight. So I always was told, don't call the police if they're not going to go in there and look. Just, I would call my supervisor and they would all come and they go in there and search. So I had the keys to the building. So the one guy that worked with us, remember Walker, Texas Ranger show? Did you ever see that with Chuck Norris?
Yeah. I have watched that basically all the episodes.
The guy that was his partner.
Very good. TV show.
The black guy that was his partner, the guy that worked with us, he looked exactly like him. I mean, right down to he could be his twin. So we thought it was so funny. So we go in and they had guns. I was unarmed, or they were armed. And he goes, "Just stay behind me in case shooting starts or whatever." I said, "Believe me," I said, "I know how to duck in case anything goes wrong. I know what to do." So he said, "All right." So after everything was cleared and everything, now the person must have hid really well, or they were out of the building as we were sweeping it through. And after we were finished, the supervisor, he was yelling at him. I said, "Don't you yell at him." I said, "That was my decision." I said, "I'm still just as responsible for this building as y'all are, armed or unarmed." And he goes, "Well, you do have a point there." I said, "Exactly." So I said, "I know how to take care of myself." I said, "I've been in many situations, especially through my divorce. I know how to talk my way out of it and how to defend myself. Y'all don't understand that. And a lot of people don't." So I was like, he goes, "Okay." He goes, "Okay." He goes, "But just next time, just stay out here." I said, to him, I said, "All right, so say if I had, here's a scenario. Say I had stayed out here while y'all went in, and the person that was in there came outside and there was a confrontation. Y'all inside, and y'all ain't going to be able to get out there quick enough to help me, and something happens to me. I was safer being inside with y'all. Knowing one, y'all had guns or pews and could protect me in case something happened, rather be outside and be in a confrontation for whoever was inside the building and whatever they were doing. Now, I could have been stabbed or something else." He goes, "You got a good point about that." He goes, "I never thought about that." I said, "Exactly. Think before you speak." Because there could be all kinds of scenarios that could happen. And that night. So, yeah. But I enjoyed when I did security because, I got to go to different places and meet different people. I liked it when I did it was EMT for 8 years, but I've always done medical because my oldest sister, has cerebral palsy, and so she's epileptic. And we always had to know in case she had a seizure, we had to know how to take care of her before the rescue squad got there. The medical was always in my family. Something medical always going on. So the EMT thing, it was just like a no-brainer. And the first call we had when I was doing volunteer was a fire at a hotel. So we just did standby for the fire department because everybody had gotten out. And so that was a Thursday, because then I had somebody came and got me so I could go to my car, go get my kids, and go to class that night. So the second call the following week was a head-on collision. And I still to this day, I don't understand this. All right, this guy was driving. He broke up with we found out later that he had broken up with a girl and he wanted to kill himself. And he killed himself and somebody else, which was bad enough. You want to kill yourself, hurt somebody else. But he had an older car where all right, so here's your front windshield, and then your driver's side and passenger side windows, and the windows back here. But on the back windows, back then you had it rolled down, but you had that triangle window where you could just open that up instead. This guy hit with so much force. His shoes were still in the car, and he went through the back window that was down, because he didn't go through any windows. None of the windows were broken. So the back window had to be down. And he went through, and that window was about, 2 foot, maybe about 2 foot. How he went through that window and no other window, we still don't know, because the car didn't roll. As far as we know, the car did not roll. But he went through that window, and he was gone when we got there, because every bone in his body was broken. But it was just like, we still could not figure out how he was out of that car. No windows broken or anything except that back window being down. Because there was nobody there at the scene. The fire department hadn't even gotten there when we got there. So there was, the door wasn't open or anything on that car. He's laying there on the ground. I do take that back. Fire department was there, and they had already pronounced him gone, but we had to verify it just to make sure, because I don't think their paramedic wasn't with them. They had been their rescue part was, they had on another call, so it was just the fire engine until we got there with our paramedic, and we verified that he was gone and everything. But it was just like, and the girl that I was with on that day, her name was Lisa. Her and I both just looked at each other like, how in the world is he out of this car? No windows broken except for that back window was rolled down, and that was it. It's like, okay. So then we get back to the rescue squad building, and the guy goes, okay, it's debrief time. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, well, after a call like that, we need to debrief and make sure you're okay. And I was like, I'm okay. He goes, you're not upset or anything? I'm like, it was something happened. And I'm like, what do you want me to say? He goes, are you sure you're okay? I said, look, my grandfather had a stroke at 76 when I was 7 years old. My sister had cerebral palsy, had seizures. My mom's diabetic and stuff. And my dad, I just started listening stuff in the family about medical history and everything. He goes, oh, you're good. Let's go. He goes, you don't need no debriefing whatsoever. So then I was a handicap striper at the hospital for 2 years. volunteer. So I was like, I've seen everything at the hospital too. You name it, I've done seen it. We had a friend that was, he was 500 feet, maybe less than that from home. He worked at night. So it was our house, a fence, and the neighbor's house. So their house faced the main road. And he was coming home and fell asleep. Probably 500 feet or less from his house, fell asleep at the wheel. The car went off and hit a tree, slammed right into the tree head on, and he died. And I was like, we were the first ones on scene because we heard it. And so he goes, yeah. He goes, I think you've seen a lot in your lifetime. I was like, I have. I've seen a lot. Oh, let me get some water. It's time to pick up the close my eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a little trick I'm gonna tell y'all about. If you're in a dark spot and the best way to do this, if it goes dark outside or if you lose power, close your eyes, count to 10, and when you open your eyes are adjusted to everything. That's like this stupid light doesn't want to work half the time.
Okay.
So I was like, Anastasia, I tell her it's time to turn the light on. She goes, no, it's gonna be bright. I said, close your eyes, count to 10. Close your eyes, turn the light on, count to 10. When you open your eyes are adjusted to the light. She goes, how did you figure that out? I said, I was about your age. I had a teacher, 3rd, 4th grade, we were learning about Helen Keller. And she gave us a challenge to walk around your house with your eyes closed to find your way around. So I used to do that as a kid. My mom would go, what are you doing? I was like, well, this was the challenge from the teacher. So you take your living room where you're sitting, look at it, get a picture in your mind of what it looks like, close your eyes, and then walk around. And I'll tell you, it works because when the power goes out and it's pitch black in your house, you'll know exactly where everything's at. So it also works. So if you're, you turn the lights off and everything else, say there's a burglar, somebody breaks into your house. They're not going to know where everything is, but you'll know where everything is. And you can make your way around and do what you need to do to take care of the situation.
Good point.
So, and that's what I've been teaching her. I said, look at the room. When she comes down, she goes, I got my eyes closed. And I'm like, I said, exactly. When you come down, I said, look at the living room, get a picture in your mind of where everything is at, close your eyes and walk. So she's getting more to it. She used to be scared of the dark and everything, but not as much anymore because we've had the power go out. So I emailed you that night. They told me that on a Sunday. So Sunday night or Monday night. No, excuse me, I take it back. It was a Tuesday night. It was a Tuesday afternoon. They had told me about that, what I emailed you about.
Yeah.
Tuesday night we do DJ's Cartoon Universe. We do the cartoon review. 9:30 that Tuesday night, the power goes out. No warning, no nothing. It goes out for at least a minute. So I hear my son, he comes to the top of us, he goes, "Y'all okay?" I'm like, "We're okay." So he's sitting there, I hear him cleaning some weapons and everything. Cause it's like, all right. He goes, "I guess they're testing it out already." I said, "I guess they are."
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, because we waited for the sirens. No sirens went out. No rescue squad, no fire, no police, no nothing. Like, we got your deal. It's all right, it was, they did that once. They did it twice that week. It happened to be fortunate it was after Class Connect. And it was like 12:30. We were sitting here eating lunch, and it's like someone just switched and turned the power off. And Stasia looks at me, and I look at her like, "Oh, I guess we won't finish no computer work until it comes back on." It's like 30 seconds or so it comes back on. I was like, This is what I thought. I thought y'all playing around.
Yeah. I have a story that actually is a true story. It is basically that happens one of my wife's ancestors, and this was at the end of the 1800s, in the beginning of 1900. He was back home from the church, I think it was, and you know what? He was hit by a car and died. But the thing is, do you know how many cars it were in the county?
21.
3 cars in the whole county, and he was hit by one of them.
Oh my goodness.
What is, and that car went 30 kilometers per hour at that time. They didn't went that fast. Were not high-speed cars.
Exactly.
But what is the odds to get hit by a car when it's 3 in the whole county?
Yeah, that's definitely weird.
Those odds are astronomical high.
I know. Yeah, that's wow. Oh my goodness. That just like makes me think that was done on purpose. Yeah, oh I know. There are some roads that were the back roads, especially well, I don't know now they're all like built up and everything. But we had friends from church. This is years like when I was like Anastasia's age. Lived and we thought was back in the boonies back then, back in the country. And it was so dark and everything. I was like, this is creepy right here. But now they built up so much back there. And here's one story for you. So my oldest son had found a girl that he liked when they were in elementary school. So they said they wanted to get, date and everything else. So she lived in Missouri. So we went to we went to visit and everything else. And we kind of wanted to move out of Virginia anyway because of that's still bothering us and everything, and my family that I don't have nothing to do with. And so we went out there, we visited, and we liked it and everything. So we decided, we'll move out there. And I was working for Papa John's, and I could transfer from one store to another store. On the way, we had moved some stuff. So on the last move, because we had stuff in storage that we won't go take yet. On the last the final move back from Virginia to Missouri, a lot of stuff and everything. Car, a Chevy Impala, one of the newer ones. This was like a 2000. So that was in 2009. That car was like a 2003, 2004. So my oldest son was looking at the map, and I'm like, where in the world are you taking us through? He goes, I'm just following what the map says. I said, that's okay. I said, all right. So we're in Virginia, but we're at the part where Virginia and Tennessee come meet, and all that corner right there. So we're down this back road, and we're going through and everything. And I mean, it is pitch black. Well, out of the corner of my left eye, as I'm coming up the road, I see something standing on the side of the road. I'm like, okay, Lord. I say, whatever it is. I said, it wasn't a deer. I'm going to tell you it was not a deer. Because whatever it was you could see right the white part, but it had red eyes. And I'm like, okay, Lord, just let me get past. Please don't jump at me. Please don't jump at this car. Sure enough, whatever it was, it jumped at my car. It hit the the front wheel and the door. No, the front wheel and the fender. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. I ran over wherever it was. The front wheel and the back wheel. I'm like, oh my goodness. So I stopped, and they go, Mom, don't get out. I said, we've got to see what it is and see what I hit. So I had a Versa 380. So I got out of the car with the flashlight. Whatever it was gone. I'm like, okay. So we got back in, and it was like not even a quarter of a mile to the end of the road, and there was a gas station with a one street light lamp. And I parked underneath that we looked on that car. There was no trace of blood. There was no hair. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't like I've hit a deer before, so I know what that looks like. Nothing, not a dent in that car whatsoever. I'm like, okay.
That's weird.
Yep. I said, I don't know what that was. I said, but we're never coming through this way again. Like, that was red eyes, and I'm like, oh, please don't hit this. Please don't jump out in front of me. But it did, whatever it was. I ran over it, but not a scratch, not a dent, not hit, no blood, no nothing. Because my other oldest son, he could get underneath the car. He got underneath the car enough that he could see if there was anything there. He goes, Mom, I think there's nothing there. Another piece of clothing that was torn off or anything. So I was like, I said, okay. I said, this is what's creepiest place right here I've been. I was like, we're not coming this way again. Hi, visiting. How you doing? We're going to make some turkey bacon.
Red eyes doesn't sound normal.
No, red eyes are not normal. So I'm like,
Unless you're an albino, but But I don't think you hit an albino.
I don't think so either. So is that
I have hit a deer myself, and I know how that looks like. But no damages, nothing. It should be damages if you hit something. So we have two options, maybe. One, a vampire. Two, a werewolf with red eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it was something because I was like, I saw it. When I saw it, I'm like, I thought it was
Maybe three
please
options.
don't jump at me. Do what?
Maybe three options. A demon.
Because that's what I was thinking. It was like, I don't know what it was. I was like, but I know I hit it. I ran over the front tire and the back tire. And I thought for sure, oh my goodness, now I've got two flat tires. No flat tires, nothing. I was like, thank you, Lord, just get me out of these woods. So we were there for I said then I got slipped and fell on ice because we had that snowstorm, bad storm in 2009 that came across the whole country. And I was working the next day, I was like after Christmas, and I was working and they had cleared the sidewalk, but by the time I got nighttime again, everything had froze over and been going in and out. And it's just that one time my right foot went out from underneath me. And I'm like, oh no, not again. And I went right down. And I'm like, this is not good. So one of the girls was coming out behind me. She goes, Nancy, you all right? I said, no, I'm not. And I said I dropped the pizzas, and then I said I was right there at my car and had backed up, and I was like, I was right there at the car. If I had just able to get to my car, I would have been all right. So she goes, don't move. She goes, I'll be right there to help you up. So she had to stay on the sidewalk and pull me up. So I had to go back in, tell them what happened and everything. And the guy that was the assistant manager, he goes, you gonna write a report? I said, yeah, I'm gonna write a report. I slipped and fell on the ice. I'm hurting. So he goes, all right. So I went and I said, I think I'm all right. So I went out and I delivered the pizza, came back, and I was like, something's not right. I said, I'm hurting in places I ain't never hurt. So we filed workman's comp and everything. So while I was on not working and everything, and workman's comp, and then I filed for disability. The end of March, it was about my birthday. So let's go back to Virginia and get the rest of the stuff out of storage so we don't have to keep paying the storage there. And I had storage in Missouri. I was like, this is ridiculous. Let's go back and everything. So on the way, we stopped. Let's see. Was it West Virginia on the way? I'm trying to think. Kentucky. We stopped and spent the night. And then afterwards, on the way back, we stopped in West Virginia at like a carry-on hotel. It wasn't Motel 6. It was like in the one Best Restaurant, but it was one of the carry-on or something other. We were on the second floor. What was so funny was we had just finished watching the movie. Cusack was in it. He was about to have a movie. He was a writer or whatever, and he went to the hotel that was supposed to be haunted, and he was doing when I said it was room 1806 or something other like that. That's called. And we had just watched it before we left to go to Virginia. So we get in the hotel. It's like midnight, almost midnight, and everything. And we were sitting there, and we had the TV on, watched a little bit of TV, and went to bed. And as soon as I had we had the flip phones back then. Put the flip phone right down by the radio, and I'm telling you, as soon as that thing turned midnight, the song came on by Karen Carpenter, the Carpenters. The same song that was in that movie. Why do birds fall in love? That song, and I'm like, whatever you are, you got to leave and leave me alone, or left alone. And the radio stopped. Well, we got up the next morning, and my son that I live with, it was his phone. He flipped it up, and it had a scratch on it. He goes, "Mom, look at this." I'm like, "You are kidding me," because that phone was on when we went to bed. And we woke up, there was a scratch on it. And it was a deep scratch. Like someone just just was mad and scratched it like I was like, I am never going to do this thing again. So what did it say? So I'm like, I think I'm done with West Virginia. Y'all can keep it.
I understand.
So yeah, I have always had creepy things happen to me ever since I was a kid. And I'm like, that's one reason why I don't like Halloween. Because it just seems more on that day than any other day of the week, year. But yeah, when I was Anastasia's age, I was 9, and it's summer, about late spring, almost summer, and a heavy summer because we were out of school. So my brother, he used to like to play jokes, and he could crawl underneath the house, and you could get up to where the furnace was underneath, and you could talk through the furnace because it would echo up. Because my dad used to do that to tell us what we needed, to bring it to him underneath the house. So everybody was outside. My mom and dad would do the garden, and I come out of the bedroom because it's like the bedroom, the hallway, there's the living room. So the furnace vent is right there. And I heard something go, "Nancy," and it whispered my voice. And I'm like, I turn around and look, ain't nothing there. So I'm like, that's my brother playing a joke. So I went and looked, and he's in the far part of the backyard with a soccer ball. I'm like, okay. So I went to go leave again, and they called him, heard it again. I'm like, so I went to the back door, and I'm like, did y'all call me? And they're like, no, nobody called you. I'm like, okay. Because I was inside playing with I had Barbie dolls. I was in playing. So I went to go back to my room. I heard it the third time. I said, that was it. I went outside. I said, I am not going back in that house until everybody else goes back in. I was just like, oh. So I was like, I'll tell you stuff that is weird stuff always has happened and everything. And then, so that was like when I was 9. And then my mom drove a school bus. And she always told us that we couldn't play on the school bus, but we did anyway. So one day, my best friend and I, this was the summertime, so we were 12. We were on the school bus and, playing around. We never sat in the driver's seat or anything because do better because that was a stick shift.
Yeah.
So we were sitting in the other seats and everything, playing and hopping around and everything. And my dad comes out. And I was like, Doug, my dad's outside. Because he was leaving to go to get my mom from work. And the door on the bus, the hand on the bus opens the door and everything. Well, that thing squeaks. So once it's open or closing. It was open. When we came back up after he left, that door was closed. She looked at me and I looked at her. I said, how come we didn't hear that thing close? She goes, I don't know. Because if we close it from the outside, you have to close it and slam it.
Yeah.
So the inside thing would catch. We went out the emergency back door. So we're not opening that thing up. So we went out and we got out and everything. We were in the backyard. So when we saw them come around the corner, we kind of like, we'll wait a few minutes and everything. So we went to the side of the house and all, and my dad was going and she had gone in. My mom had gone in. My dad was outside. I was like, hey, Dad, did you close the door on the school bus? He goes, no, why? Why are you asking that? I said, well, we were outside and it was open, but then when you left to go to get Mom from work, it was closed. So we just wondering if you closed it. He goes, I ain't touched that thing. I just got in the car and left. We never played on the school bus again.
Yeah.
Hey, Rita.
Hey, Rita. Good to see you, ma'am.
I was like, I was like, okay. So like I have a video about stuff like that I did and different things have happened like that all my life. And I was just like, yeah, it can leave me alone and go mess with somebody else. Because I was on Land's Promised Land Ranch and they were talking about Kubla Chabla and creepy things like that. And I was like, well, I said, how about this for you? I got some stories for you. And she said that they said it's not. I said that thing is real. And so in 2006, 2007, a lot of people on it. I did bail bonds for a little bit. And I had a guy that he helped me out because he was Hispanic and he would translate for me and everything. So one day at their apartment complex, now he was joking around. He goes, watch this. And he yells out Kubla Chabla and everything. Everybody, because it was a Hispanic, everybody was mostly Hispanic. They shut their doors, turned the lights off and everything. Well, we saw this flashlight in the woods because there was woods there. And then all of a sudden we heard this noise and he just looked at me. He goes, Nancy? He goes, I was joking. He goes, but that's the exact sound of the Kubla Chabla. So we went out. I was armed at that time. We went outside and we were looking and you could hear the thing running. And then you heard the sound again. I was like, okay, let's just go back inside. I said, we know where it's at and what's going on. I had never heard anything like that in my life. He goes, but they said that is the sound of one. I said, well, either someone brought it up here this way or it made its way up here because it's hungry. So that's on that video.
Molly.
Hey, Molly. So, Monica, she goes, Nancy, she goes, you need to do a video and tell us all your stories.
Well, I have seen a lot of things through the years myself.
Oh, yeah.
I was afraid of darkness when I was a kid.
I've always liked the dark. I mean, we sit there and my sister, here's a funny story coming up. So they was like, my next oldest sister, she used to play tricks on me too. Because I was like, I would go to bed. I had them come turn the lights off. And because she used to tell me once the lights go off, alligators surrounded the bed so I could get out. That was only because they didn't want me to get up and come watch TV with them at nighttime. Because we only had 3 channels back then. This was in the 70s. And they wanted to watch their shows. So I was like, so one night, I was waiting for them to come to turn the light off, and they wouldn't turn it off. So I got up, turned the light off, jumped into bed real quick. And I was like, okay. I said, wait a minute here. Something's not right. So I had to get up and go to the bathroom. And I was like, I stepped down. I'm like, there ain't no alligators around my bed. I was like, oh my goodness. But my parents' house, the bathroom was a cold and kind of musty place and everything. Well, we kept telling our dad that slugs, water bugs and everything were in the bathroom at
Yep.
nighttime. We stepped on one. He goes, "Oh no, it's not." I said, "We need a nightlight or something or another." He wouldn't listen to us for anything until one night he got to go to the bathroom and he goes, "What the world is that?" He woke everybody up because he was so loud. I said, "We told you." So from then on, he left the bathroom light on and closed the door, left it up, just enough so everybody could see what was going on. I was like, "We told you, those things are gross when you step on them." So let's see. And then I was talking about Bigfoot and everything because you're talking about other things, what have I seen and everything. I said, Bigfoot is real. I said, I don't care what anybody else says. I've heard him before. So she goes, you got to make a video. So what happened was 18 church group had, we had to go to Roanoke or something or another for choir or something for church and everything. And so we went to the mountains, sightseeing, everything else. Well, we had stopped in one place to look over, look at the mountains and everything. And all of a sudden, how I know the sound, for some reason or another, it was on MacGyver. It showed MacGyver. They had this thing that he had to do in Virginia and everything. And then they made this Bigfoot sound. And I'm like, so we're sitting there and there's nobody else around us. It's just our, I guess it was youth pastor, and then it was just like 6 of us or so. It wasn't us. It wasn't many. It was like 5 or 6 of us, and there's nobody else around, no other car or anything else. And we're sitting there looking and talking. All of a sudden, we hear that sound, and it's like we just looked at each other, and I'm like, "That's Bigfoot." They go, "How do you know that?" I said, "Because that's the sound that they say they make, and I've heard that sound." We got back in that car, it was like a van, and we got going home. I think, I've heard that sound. I said, that thing is real. I said, I don't know where it lives or how many there are, but they stay away from us and we stay away from them.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea to do.
Yeah, because I was like, there was nobody else around to make that sound. There was nothing whatsoever. No other car. There wasn't a car going up the road, a car going down the road. It was just us. And I'm like, okie dokie. So yeah, that's some creepy stuff. And then that one I'm like, nope, I don't travel at nighttime anymore. Forget it.
I can find it relaxing to travel nighttime.
Oh yeah, I used to love to travel at night. I love to travel at nighttime because there's hardly anybody on the road. And then after you got
Exactly.
somebody jumps up your car in the middle of the night, I think, I don't know if I want to do this again. It's like, I don't go that way anymore. We haven't, and then we don't travel that much anyway because, now gas is expensive.
Yeah, it is really expensive.
But I'm like, mm-mm.
I had a car, but I had to sell it because I couldn't afford to have it anymore.
That's understandable. Here, you have to have a car, basically, unless you work somewhere that has on the bus line, but that's few and far between.
Yeah, US is a little bit different.
Yeah, and then it depends on the city you live in. So most things, well, there are some warehouses that are on the bus line, but it'll take you an hour or so to get there, longer than if you had a car.
Yeah, and that takes a lot more planning.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So, but they work now. It's only like 30 minutes away, so that's not too bad.
That's
And
okay.
excuse his mom
30
and dad.
minutes. Yeah, that's 30 minutes away is okay.
Oh yeah. Let's see. And then let's see what else I have in that video. But that Bigfoot, the car. I'll probably have a few more things I can't think of right now. But yeah, it should be called Scary Happenings. Is what it should be what it's called. So it's like, oh, I have another story. So in Virginia, it's called Hollywood Cemetery, and it has like it has different generals. I think it has Thomas Jefferson in it. I think and a couple of the people I know not Robert E. Lee. I think it's Thomas Jefferson's there. But they have this pyramid. If if you ever Google it, there's a pyramid there that has like I forgot how many, but it's like 30,000 or something like that Civil War soldiers that are buried there because they couldn't find their names.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Randy. So, my son I live with, him and I decided we were going to go look at it because, according to my mom and her ancestry, we have cousins that are buried underneath that pyramid. So we wanted to go look at it. And I was like, all right, so we're going to go look at it. And it was just him and I that day. And I'm taking pictures. I have a little digital camera. And I was taking pictures of different ways and everything. And I heard this sound behind me. And I turned to look because I didn't see they were doing construction. I didn't see it when we first came in. So I turned and looked, and then there's like a little mausoleum type thing building. I took a picture of that, turned back around, took another picture, and my son was coming out from around that pyramid. So I decided we would leave. I said, well, I looked at the camera, looked at the pictures, nothing unusual or anything at that time. So then as we were going through the cemetery, I took a couple more pictures and everything and get home. So then I later on I looked at this wasn't here before. Where the pyramid is, there was a tree, but it wasn't a tall tree, it was like a half tree. But this one stone, you could see it was I won't say a shadow, but there was a figure of a soldier leaning over at this gravestone, like he, paying respects or praying over it. I'm like, oh my goodness, what did I catch on this camera? So, and then the next picture I took, it was like facing down a hill, and there was these little figurines. They were dark, it looked like a little tiki type thing, but they were pitch black.
Yeah.
I'm like, It's like that wasn't even there. There was nothing in the tree hanging like that or anything. So I had those pictures developed, and I've lost those pictures. But I was just like, okay, I'm curious now because I want to see what gravestone this person was looking at. So all week long, my son goes, Mom, something's not right. I'm like, what's wrong? He goes, I can't sleep and something's bothering me. I'm like, okay. So I was working. So the next time so a week later, I was like, all right, we got to take you back to the grave site. So we went back over there because I wanted to go look. I said, you walk around that pyramid and you tell wherever it's had attached to you, it's got to go. It's got to stay back here. So while he's doing that, I went over to the grave and I took another picture to show that there's a tree there. It's like, it was a tree, but it was like a dead half tree. But the tree that was in the picture was a whole tree there. And so I was like, and the gravestone he was looking at, the last name was Young, Yong. I said, well, and you could tell, you could see the Civil War. You could see the whole outfit in the outlined, and it wasn't detailed. It was black and white, but you could see that the gun he had, and he was holding on to the gun, and he was just leaning over that gravestone. And I was like, something brought me out there for some reason or another. Maybe he wanted me to pay respects to it. I don't know. And I was like, okay. So then we went back the same way we went out, and we looked in that tree. And I was like, there's nothing hanging in this tree. I'm like, what in the world is in this picture? Like, so that was after I was doing PI work. I was like, well, the ghost hunting thing was such a big thing going on. So we had stories in Virginia of things being haunted. I was like, I just wanted to go see what I could capture.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I was capturing more stuff than I wanted to.
Well, Nancy, I think I need to bounce out of here.
Alrighty.
I need to get me some lunch.
I understand.
So I realized I'm hungry. And the time is flying, so I should eat something.
Exactly.
So
Well, thank you so much for coming up.
you're very welcome, and thanks for having me.
Oh, you're welcome.
So take care, Nancy. Stay safe. God bless.
That's right. Amen. All right. We'll see you next time, Shadow.
Will do.
I ain't making turkey bacon. I'm eating the raisin bread I made the other day. I'm hungry. So I was like, yeah, I need something to eat because I'm like, ooh. And it's not the coffee. It's 8 o'clock. So in a little bit, I'll go get Anastasia up. Oh yeah. Thank you, Shadow, for coming by. So when I got bacon going, I'll make some eggs here in a few minutes. Then I got to figure out what I want. I'll probably sit down and make that cornbread like I did yesterday. That was so good. I made it more like a savory cornbread because I put garlic powder and onion powder in it and everything, which made it really good. This time I'm making a sweet cornbread. Put some honey in it and do some other things. And yes, I'm cold because the AC's on. I think we're the only people who have the AC on when it's cold outside. That's because upstairs. I said because upstairs is hot. Oh, my phone alarm. Alrighty. It is 8:00. Alrighty. Let's see here. What's good in the email? Let's see. Joann's is having a sale. Michael's is having a sale. Missouri Star Quilt is having a sale. It's Stitch in Heaven, but they're expensive on that site. Yarn Inspirations have a $5 coupon. Sam's Club where discounts and everything. They can shop Sam's Club and make a list. And yeah, it's time to get pumpkins. So I wonder this year, I don't think they'll carve a pumpkin. They'll probably just paint it and everything. All right, so I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. I don't like stepping over that. Take it down. When I come out the other way, so I'm going to step over it. Then I feel like walking around. So we're making some breakfast. We got some turkey bacon going. I got some right here. There's some more in the pan. Then we'll make a couple of eggs. I know one thing, I'm going to sleep good tonight. I thought I was sleeping yesterday after being up late and everything, but no. I got up at 10:30 yesterday morning. And then sit there. I was going to take it. I took a nap about 2 o'clock or so. I figured I'd take a good nap. I always took an hour nap. So that wasn't enough. Then I went to bed about 10:30 last night, which is about normal time. And then got up and everything. So I had to charge this phone. I don't know how this thing goes out. Battery goes so fast because there ain't nothing running on it. So I don't know. But no, I'm gonna read a devotion. Hey, Joy and Donnie, how you doing? I'm up early this morning. Congrats again. Thank you so much. So this is my devotion I see this morning. This is through Joseph Prince. It says, the enemy is beneath your feet. The 70 returned with joy, saying, Lord, even the demons are subject to us in your name. And he said to them, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. Behold, I give you authority to trample on serpents and scorpions and all over the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you. Luke chapter 10, verse 17 through 19. In Luke 10, we see our Lord Jesus sending 70 disciples out against the kingdom of darkness as lambs among wolves. Look in today's scripture at the exchange between the 70 disciples and the Lord Jesus when they return. My friend, the power and authority of our Lord Jesus gave them to operate in this power, in it, them to operate in his power and authority we have as believers today. Romans 16:20 declares that the God of peace will crush Satan underneath our feet. He is a defeated foe. The Bible is very consistent and always puts the devil beneath your feet. Genesis 3:15 and Ephesians 1:22. You are not at the mercy of enemy's attacks. Don't put him on a pedestal as if he has power and dominion over you. Remind yourself that in Christ you are far above all principality and power and might and dominion. Ephesians 1:21. And every lion and serpent ye shall trample underfoot. We exercise our authority as believers when we go on the offense against the enemy today. How do we do that? We wield the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. Our authority, our strength, and our victory are found in His Word. Look at how the Bible describes the armor of God. Stand therefore, having girded your waist with truth, having put on the breastplate of righteousness, and having shod your feet with the preparation of the gospel of peace. Above all, taking the shield of faith, which will be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. Ephesians 6:14-17. Do you see that the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, is the only piece of armor that is offensive? That is why for every round of attack the devil launched at our Lord Jesus, he fought back with the sword of the Spirit. He used the written word of God. When we pray the power of protection in Psalm 91, we are praying according to the word of God and wielding the sword of the Spirit. So no matter what report is roaring at you, be it from doctors, bankers, or from the news media, take your place of authority and lay hold of scriptures for your situation. Fight back with the word of God. So this devotional is taken from the book of the Power of Protection Devotion Daily Script Strategies for Living Fearlessly in Dangerous Times. I have that book also, so I was like, but that is those little devotionals that just lift the spirit and give you, strength and everything. I'm getting there, Randy. Slowly but surely. So Donnie is still sleeping. Oh, yeah, Anastasia's still sleeping. She was asking me last night. She goes, are we still doing a live tomorrow? I'm like, yes, I told you what I was doing. She goes, what time you'll be up? I said, 4:30. I said, you won't be up at that time. But don't worry, I'll also get you up for a regular live. She goes, okay. So, yeah. So I decided, well, I'll do it, but early bird, do a late night owl and do an early bird, and we'll, see who's up and everything. Okay, not today. I'll probably do in school. So we'll have to figure out a time that's about co-streaming or something other. If you're on the road on a Sunday, because during the week school is just like it's a lot this year. And we're up at 7:00. Homeroom is at 8. And then we don't finish till like 4:00 in the afternoon. So it's like, oh my goodness. That's because of all the other little extra stuff. I see. All right. So some days we're finished earlier than that. And then she's joining clubs this year. So they're in the afternoons after school. So, and she got one that she'll be cooking this week. That's going to be so much fun. She got to where, she likes cooking and everything. And she takes, ice pops, Fizzy Pops. And she's been mixing different ones together to make a new drink. That's like, some of them are really sweet. Some of them are really good that she's done. So, yeah. So we're really proud of her. Okay, Randy. So I was telling you this is a morning cough, and usually by yesterday I was coughing all day long. I was like, oh no, I am not getting sick. No, 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 no. Not now, at least. So I think it's just the change in the weather. Sinuses are still draining, so it's like, well, we'll be good to go. Come on, I want a piece of bacon. And yes, I've said my prayer. We're going to pray. Dear Lord, thank you for the spirit and blessing to our bodies. We thank you for everybody's coming in the chat and those who will be coming later and they'll watch later. We thank you for keeping us safe throughout this day, and your blessings follow us everywhere we go. In Jesus' name, amen. Here we go. I'm hungry. I was going to try to hold off a little bit longer. Being up at 4:30 in the morning, I need something to eat. So, I'm going to try to talk on the mouth full. Let me see. All right, sure. Hey, Pepper, how you doing, Charlie and Brandy and Autumn? Yeah, I'm doing this now because if I don't do it now, I'll forget later on. All right. Here we go. Getting ready for church. That is awesome, Charlie. That is so fantastic. Well, we don't go to church on Sunday because, well, one day work on Sunday, and then used to be Sunday was the only day they had off. And then her mom, Anastasia's mom and dad, and they want to spend time with her, but I just can't sit in those pews anymore. I don't care how much cushion or whatever they have on them. No. But I do online church. Will be Joseph Prince, and he has his channel, the GRC, which is Grace Revolutionary Church, which is still him, and that's in Texas. And then New Creation Church, which is actually his church in Singapore. They do live also. And then Elevation Church, they're live. And then, let's see here. I know a lot of people don't like Joel Osteen, but he's live. I'm quite sure there's a whole bunch of others, but my main was Joyce Meyer and Joseph Prince and Elevation Church. But also like Dr. Charles Stanley. So I don't know who's doing his preaching at the church now that he passed away. Oh, that is fantastic. I'm glad she loves it. Now, station we play it called Listener Kids on YouTube, and they play all the children's church songs and everything. So our church goes live also. It's called Crosby Church. Oh, cool. I have to look that up. That's right. And Team Jesus Ministries, I watch them too. That's Mr. Donnie. Her and Donnie, that's awesome. I'm telling you. We used to sit there and think about that growing up in church, how, God says, go into the world and preach the gospel to everybody. And it's like, without the missionaries, how would all the world, even though there's still places now that doesn't have technology and everything, but it's like, now it's like all these things, how it's being used. We used the radio when TV came out. I remember our preacher used to say the Bluetooth is going to corrupt you and your kids. Stop watching the TV. But then you have preaching. It would have been preaching on the TV. People in like retirement homes and nursing homes and home sick and everything. How are they going to, get the word of, besides reading the Bible? So, and then social media came out. I'm quite sure some pastors said some things about that too, but now we have YouTube and the internet, and yes, it can be used for bad, but look all the good it can be used for too. Sharing God's word and the gospel. So, I was sitting there telling Shadow about stories, and which I actually have a video about all the crazy stuff, the scary stuff that happens, and that's why I don't like Halloween. I was like, nah, I'm good. All right, we'll see you later. Y'all have a great day in Sunday in church, Sunday school and church and children's church. Oh, goodness. All right. I think these other ones are done. Yeah. Y'all notice that I'm going to go take my finger to go pick it up. I'm like, nope, this thing is hot. Why are you picking up with your finger? That's not a smart idea. But there we go. All right. I'm going to put this bacon up. Use that for school. For breakfast one day in school. Whee. All right. Now we're going to make some eggs. You know what? Somebody was having French toast the other day. Oh, Frances was making French toast the other day on Rita's Live. That's what she was doing. And I was like, oh, that sounds so good. So you know what? That's something I haven't had in a while. I'm going to make some French toast. I'll just use 2 eggs this time. Alrighty. Look, easier cleanup because there's one egg. There's 2 eggs. All right. Get that going. It's not looking for the cup towel I had on the refrigerator. You know, I tried. They use one and I use one. Oh well. All right. So now we need some bread. Look at that minute. Oh well. Now, if there's anybody put anything in their eggs like cinnamon or you put on top of your French toast. We'll put a little bit of cinnamon here today. I thank God allows the internet to get the gospel out. Amen. Amen. You're exactly right. I have a story for y'all here in a few minutes. So let me get some bread. I think there we go. Oh yeah, you can use pumpkin spice, make pumpkin spice French toast. It is that time of year. There you go. Actually, almost time for another cup of coffee. I have been drinking water also, so I'm in good. And then Tyler Sweet and I were talking about cardamom. Cardamom is good for you also. So you can I'll use it in my coffee. That's really good. You can put in different desserts or sweets or stuff like that. I'm going to take some of this bread and sit that right in there. All right. So, and I have a devotional I want to come out with this cup. And all. So, a couple years ago, and believe it or not, sometimes I lose my cool. And my son and I are both the same way. We're stubborn and everything. And I've had to learn, let them, I say correct Anastasia, but when she's not listening, they need to do it their way and everything. And so we were outside and grilling, and he said something. Anyway, something happened, and we're both upset. That's all I can tell you, okay? And I had just gotten this cup, and I was upset and kind of lost my cool. Start putting the cup down. Hey, Don, how you doing? I threw the cup, but I threw it on the ground. I didn't think it was going to break, but I threw it on the ground, and the handle broke in 2 pieces. So there we go. All right. So here is my Bible lesson. After I was like, okay, after that happened and everything, I was like, all right, Lord really got hold of me. He goes, that was uncalled for. I said, yes, Father, that was uncalled for. I should not have done that. And it's been 2 years. I have tried to put this cup back together for 2 years. Every time I tried, it would not work. I said, all right, Lord, what lesson are you trying to teach me? I want to understand. He goes, if you ask for wisdom, he will give it to you. So he goes, it's not time yet. I'm like, okay. So I took it out of the cabinet and I washed it and everything, put it in the dishwasher, and this is in the last couple of weeks and everything. And I'm like, every time it's a reminder. I was like, all right, Lord, I know. It's a reminder. He goes, a reminder that you can change and that things change. He is not in your time, but in my time. He goes, and everything you've been through for the last 3-4 years, he goes, I'm working it out for you good. He goes, but change comes in my time, not your time. I'm like, yes, Dad. Like, yes, Father. Okay, all right, Lord. I said, I understand that now. He goes, and when it's time, he goes, I will mend the brokenness. So I said, all right. So the other day I watched this and I was like, okay, so it didn't come out all that well. And trying to use the scrubbing and everything. Well, I bought some like the Mr. Clean sponge that you can wipe the walls off and everything. They had them on Temu, so I bought some because they had like 10 of them for like a couple of bucks. So I'm like, well, I want to see how well this works and everything. So I took one and I cut a piece off and everything, and this has got some on it now because I didn't use this cup yet. But anyway, the stuff that was on the inside has come out. So it's been cleaned. So I was like, well, before then I cleaned it. I was like, let me see if I can finally fix this handle yet. So we had the clear Gorilla Glue and everything. So I glued this piece first. And it stayed this time. I was like, okay, Lord. I said, I see what you're saying. You mend broken pieces a little bit at a time. I understand. I said, all right. So then this piece right here have been fixed because it's broke. It's broke right here and it's broke right there. And this whole piece is broken off. So you got 1, 2, 3. And then a cup is 4. So this piece has been put together for a while. So I looked at it, I was like, okay, so you mend broken pieces. Some will take quicker. So this was done, like 2 years ago, this part was fixed. So, but this part and this part to the cup, it would never stay. So I was like, okay. So the other day, when I glued it, this part stayed. I was like, okay, so let me see about this part. So I put the glue on, put it here, and then I was holding it like this. You had to hold it for a few minutes, like a minute or so. And I was like, I let it go, it won't stay. I was like, okay, so how am I doing? All right. I said, all right, Lord, show me that you heal this brokenness or what's going on. So this part, this stayed. But this part was still kind of loose. So it's like, all right. So I took the glue and I just put that glue all over it and everything else. I left the cup like this up against something to see if it was going to stay. So it stayed. So I was like, okay, Lord. I said, I understand now. You want me to, hey, Stacy. I think, because I was going through a Bible lesson with the broken pieces and talk about, how we all have broken pieces, and in time, God heals us. So it's like, and it's never, I was like, every time I go do it, something else come up, or I forget, or something another. I was like, okay, Lord, so it's not time for that. I said, well, you'll show me when it's time to do this one. And when all this I've been looking at, and it's like, it keeps, when God tells you to do something, it's been staring at you in the face. He goes, it's time for you to do that lesson now. I say, okay, I'll make a video later. He was like, no, it's time for you to do that lesson now. I'm like, I'll do it on the live. He goes, no, it's time for you to do that lesson now. So I was like, he goes, it's time to do that lesson now. I'm like, yes, obey your Heavenly Father. And Abba God tells you, Abba Father tells you to do something, follow through with it. So here is, and I'm going to get some Bible verses. So, all right. So, let's see here. So, Psalms 34:18. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalms 147:3. He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. Isaiah 61:1. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and opening of the prison to those who are bound. James 5:13. Is anyone among you suffering? Let him pray. It says, Isaiah 41:10. Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will hold you with my righteous hand. Let's see here. And then Psalms 55:22. Cast your burden on the Lord, and he will sustain you. He will never permit the righteous to be moved. And then we, in the Psalms, how David talks about he heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. And I was just like, okay, so now it's time for this cup. Did I throw it in anger? Yes, I did. Because I was angry at my son because he had said something to Anastasia I did not think was appropriate, or it wasn't how he corrected her. I didn't raise girls, I raised boys. So I was like, to me, I didn't think it was appropriate, but to him it was. And so we had a conflict. And I was like, when my daughter-in-law bought the pen, I didn't think it was broke because it landed on the ground, but it broke. And I'm just like, right then and there, the Lord got hold of me. He goes, don't you lose your temper like that ever again. I said, yes, sir. I said, because that's not showing my family that I've changed. We know the fruit of the Spirit: love, joy, peace, long suffering, gentleness, meekness, and self-control. And so I was like, okay, so I guess I said, yes, Lord. I said, I understand what you're saying. So, and since then, when I feel like I am going to lose self-control, I either step back from the situation or I say, give me a minute, let me calm down. Because we still do. We still, we got feelings hurt, we get offended and anything. But is it what we really think it is? That's why I had this thing up here called up. And I found it. Where I found it. I posted it on Instagram. I don't know if y'all can see it. I'll take a picture and post it in the community tab. It says, before you speak, think. THINK. T, is it true? H, is it helpful? I, is it inspiring? N, is it necessary? And K, is it kind? James 1:19. Wherefore, my beloved brethren, let every man, that's all of us, men and women, boys and girls, young and old, be swift to hear, slow to speak, and slow to anger or wrath. So I have this up here for a reminder to myself about being slow to hear, because sometimes what we hear or what we think we hear is not what the person is saying, but we kind of have our own way of doing things. So that's when God says be slow to hear, because sometimes we hear things the wrong way. So this is a reminder that I need to stop and listen and hear what people say. And then with the broken pieces, God reminds us that no matter how much broken we think we are, He can fix us back to wholeness. He will restore what the devil, what the locust has stolen. There's another promise from God, because that was in Job. And even in Psalms, Psalms 51:12, ask God to restore the joy of His salvation to you. Restore to me the joy of your salvation, and uphold me with your spirit. Psalm 71:20-21 declares that though you have made me see troubles, many and bitter, you will restore my life again. From the depths of the earth you will. And then, here. Hosea 6:1. Come, let us return to the Lord. He has torn us to pieces, but He will heal us. He has injured us, but He will bind up our wounds. Now that was to the Israelites, but even as us today, He will heal our wounds. Isaiah 40:31. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. So I'm going to see here. In Deuteronomy 33-13. That's this Bible. Let me see here. So I want to say the verse I'm looking for. So it says Proverbs 6:30-31. But if he be found, he will restore sevenfold. He shall give all the substance of his house. In John 10:10, the thief comes to steal, kill, and destroy, but I have come that you may have life and have it more abundantly. And that's a promise from Jesus in the New Testament. So this is my reminder from God to me that He restores. He heals and heals and mends the brokenness, and He will restore to you back everything that you thought was lost, the years that you thought was wasted, the joy, the peace, things that you think are all beyond repair. God doesn't. In His time, not our time. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for God to do that, that's when we sit there and we dig deeper into the Word. We get to know Jesus more, not just reading the Bible. If you just take a verse a month and just learn what that verse is all about. And, do your own Bible study, or get a book, get a good book. Listen to some good preaching. Like we just sitting there talking about Joy and Donnie has King Jesus Ministries. He's there. And of course, I'll talk about Joyce Meyer and Joseph Prince. But find someone who talks about the Lord and that Jesus is the only way. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father but through me. So Jesus is our salvation. And salvation from going to hell and saves us from our sins, but salvation from day to day, because we change from glory to glory day by day. And once we learn that process, that's a day-to-day process, it kind of makes things a little easier. To me, it does. All right, see you later, Stacy. So that was our Bible lesson for today. So whatever you're going through, God will mend those broken pieces. Just give him time, because he's always working in the background. You just never know. He has those little windows, one of those little windows of opportunity. I tell you, he shows us every once in a while. He still does. Alrighty. So, that's what we learned today. God takes his time and he works on things. I was telling Shadow earlier. You see, hear me? I had the sinuses. No blow, there is nothing there to blow. So my nose is running, but ain't nothing running. Ain't nothing there to blow. All right. Oh, these look so good. There we go. We got some French toast going on. We got some turkey bacon. That way, when Anastasia gets up, her breakfast will be all ready. Oh, that smells good. I'll put that cardamom in there with that cinnamon. Oh my goodness. I'm using this bowl later. I'm gonna make that cornbread again. I got my water. And yes, I make another cup of coffee. Why not? So yesterday, y'all can see it. My son cooked a roast for them. I was like, I can't have it. But I'm good. I'm good. I don't need it. I washed dishes earlier this morning. So those are all done. And take me a couple pieces of bacon. And power sugar on that for Anastasia here in a little bit. I still can't find that cup towel. Oh, no wonder I can't find it. It's on my table. I was looking for this cup towel. They have it on the fridge door. Because the one that's on the stove, we have one right here on the stove. They use that so that they hamburger stuff and stuff that I can have. They can have that one. I'll have mine and everything. Hey, Skipper, how you doing? This is DJ. Good morning, Paula. And now I got bacon stuck in my tooth. That's all right. I know why that is. Yeah, here's something funny. Oh my goodness. We're talking about funny things. Okay. So I'm 54. So I would say at least 20, 24 years ago, since I was like in my 20s and 30s, I used to have dreams. I will tell you, this is weird. I used to have dreams about my teeth falling out. And I'm like, it was like it was because of not brushing or, well, I wasn't brushing or, so, sometimes you skip brushing your teeth and everything. You just don't feel like it, whatever. And I would have these dreams that my teeth were falling out. And I'm like, okay, Lord, what in the world is this dream about? I said, because my teeth are fine, nothing, No, I had these feelings since I was like 9, 10 years old because I went to the dental school for free and they had to do all those things so they could graduate. So I'm like, okay, so why in the world am I having these dreams? So I had this top wisdom tooth was pulled, and I told the dentist I want this all of them pulled, but he wouldn't do it. He goes, "You got enough room?" Like, no, because they pushed my teeth forward. He wouldn't believe me on that, but I'm like, oh, it's all right, whatever, dude. So I'm like, now I was 30, and I was eating one. I forgot what I was eating one night or whatever, and all right, so the wisdom tooth still here, so molar next to it, and I heard it crack with the filling that's still, it had a filling in it. Like, that's not good. So for the last 20 years, I just ate on my right side because I knew I couldn't do it on the left side. So a couple of years ago, and I know it's been 2 years. It was September of 2021. I was sitting in the wait, and I was like, with stuff getting stuck right here sometimes. So let me chew on this side just to see what would happen. See if it's okay now. Yeah. That tooth cracked, and I was eating, and it broke off. Okay, that's not good. So it didn't it just came right out of the gum, like a loose tooth does. So I was like, okay, this is the weirdest thing. All I think it was that stinking dream I used to have all the time that all my teeth are falling out. I was like, I brushed my teeth but maybe it was because about the alpha gall, because not having dairy or vitamin C or vitamin D, maybe that's the Lord saying you need to have certain things, and now it's all coming to understanding of maybe that's what that was about, to learn about different stuff that your body needs. Because your teeth is made from calcium and vitamin D and vitamin A and all kinds of other stuff. So maybe that was because I went through the change of life when I was 31. So, your body stops producing, the collagen and different stuff, and that's, I guess, why I'm grayer than I'm supposed to be. I don't know. So that's like, okay. So what happened was, I think the filling and that tooth, it was also the filling of the tooth that was in the tooth that, because, you go to chew and hear something crunch, and it's like, that's not the right thing. That's supposed to be doing that. And you eat a piece of bread. So it was the tooth and the filling that had come out, and I was like, the broken part of that tooth and the filling. So the filling was just basically holding the tooth in place. That's all that was, because it must have been broke for years, and I just never knew it. So, because the root of the tooth was white, but the top of the tooth was black where the filling was at. I'm like, this doesn't look right whatsoever. I'm like, what in the world? So what they do to my teeth when I was that age? So then I was like, the other night, so it was like half of it was still there. And like a few weeks ago or something, I was like, something stuck in my teeth. So y'all see me doing something with my teeth because it's still partially there and it's food gets stuck in it. But this was something I was like, this doesn't feel right. There was other part of the filling was coming out and I got stuck, and I was like, can I get these fillings off my teeth because they're just not doing the things they're supposed to be doing. It's like, I'll eventually get to the dentist. It doesn't hurt or anything. Like I said, when it broke, it's just like the tooth came out like you pull a tooth and the gum just healed up and there's nothing, it's like, because everybody said, oh, you need to go to the dentist because it's your teeth, the gum's going to get, I'm like, there's nothing wrong with the gum. And I feel it with my tongue, and I looked and searched, and it's still all good. I was like, oh, well, I guess until they fall out. I don't know. We shall see. That's over here on the table. Yeah, that front light doesn't work. We got to turn on to use it, and it blows a fuse. So we just use that backlight. So I use that light, and we use this light. That's the only two lights we use. Whoops. And this computer does funny things without it being hit. So that light's just like there. And I'm like, this is the third stove we have. I've told y'all that before. I'm not having them come in and change the stove again. We got the crock pot. All right, so now the air fryer broke the other day. We had a power surge or something or another. Let's see, today is Sunday. It was like Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday last week. And it's happened before. We lost power and come back. It came back on, but this time it must have blown a fuse in the air fryer. So my son went to use it, and that thing was not working. Oh my goodness. He was so upset. Well, they had a long, hard day at work, and that didn't go well. And then for that not to work, I was like, so we just let him do his thing. So he unplugged it. They tried reset button on it and everything else. Nothing. My daughter-in-law researched and said on that brand it's probably the fuse, but the fuse will cost $120 to fix, whereas the whole thing was only $70 when they bought it. So I like, no. Hey, Dad, how you doing? So they say, nope, we're not going to pay twice as much to fix it as it was the one that we bought it for. So I was like, okie dokie. So that's fine. I understand that. So But we got the crock pot. I've talked about the New Wave, and I've cooked in that. I've got my Ninja. Then we have the 2 electric skillets. And then I have the burner things that you plug in that you can cook on, because it has a big one and a small one. But like I said, I use the back ones. I will use my Ninja and the New Wave a lot because I don't feel like pulling stuff out of the oven most of the time. I have to do that. We'll do another live like that, one early morning live, so I can sit there and redo this cast iron skillet that I have. That's who knows what happened to it. And that'd be a good live to do to show you how to fix your cast iron skillet. Yeah, because I gotta learn how to do that. We, seasoned it and everything else and all, but I don't know. I think every so often you just need to redo it. So I'll have to do that. That'd be a good thing to do. Yeah. All right. So let me turn that off. Then we got, Anastasia French toast. I took some of the raisin bread and made French toast. The egg that's left over. So, and then, do I have any honey left? Here's a little bit of honey. Here lately, I've been using this a lot because I do not want to get sick. So, and another thing you can take a whole clove of garlic. All you gotta do is just squash it. You can use it. You can peel it. You don't have to peel it. But, just take the back of your knife, crush your garlic, put that in the a pint jar, mason pint jar, cover it all the way up to the top to like you have it where the grooves are, which would be your inch, and let that set. But then I always let I still have it all together, sitting and everything. And then after a week, once a week, take a spoonful of honey with that garlic in it. Oh my goodness. To me, that tastes good, but it helps fight colds and flus and sepsis. And I'll say it again, I'm not a doctor. I don't play a doctor on TV. That's just what I do. So that's, that's what I do. And to me, it tastes so good. All right, so let's see here. Now I used the cardamom, and it still has some cinnamon left in it. So there we go. We're gonna taste test this one. Oh, that's so good. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, that cardamom makes it taste so much better. And then the honey. Oh. There we go. That's a good breakfast right there. So I have to tell Miss Francis, thank you for the idea, because I hadn't had French toast in a while. I better not shake my head too much, because I slept long. I have C4, C5 herniate disc. 7, 8, and 9, or 8, 9, and 10 in the middle of my back, and now 3, 4, and 5. So, yeah, it just depends. And I apparently didn't sleep right last night because I was certainly moving my head. I can feel it in my neck. It was like Woo, that sounds like fun. On the merry-go-round today. So there we go. Yeah. So when I say, I also lean against the counter. The counter is just such a good friend because it helps hold you up. Especially when you have hip problems or back problems. But when you get dizzy, that's your real good friend. Because the last few days, that's the time the nerve is pinched a little bit more. Because the last few days, I've been able to lean over to pick something up, and it's like, okay, this is not good. Hey, Anastasia, can you come get this for me, please? Because we were looking for something over there by the TV, and my daughter-in-law was standing right there. I said, hold on, let me see if I can. And I went halfway down. She looked at me. She goes, are you okay? I'm like, I said, no. I said, I can't bend over that far. That's just way too much for me right now. So something up in here is pinched again. Well, it's already pinched, but they'll just say, oh, it's just an infringed pinched nerve. I'm like, well, gee, I know that. Can you fix it? Is what the question is. Because that's what you got for the doctor, right? Just want them to fix it. Sometimes they don't know how to fix it. Well, that's all right. My God is bigger than anything else, and he may be taking his time fixing my body, but he's working on it. That reminds me, the little songs that we sing that we play from Listener Kids. Anastasia, one of her favorites is My God. My God is so big, so strong, and so mighty. There's nothing my God cannot do. And so my God is so big, so strong, and so mighty. There's nothing my God cannot do. The mountains are his, the valleys are his, the rivers are his handiwork too. My God is so big, so strong, and so mighty. There's nothing my God cannot do. And I was, we were watching one of them, and it's like this. The guy was from the UK, and the song just really resonated with me. It's like I forgot the name of. I'll find the song in just a minute, but it was like when you do not know what to pray or what to do. What do? You sing unto the Lord. You just start singing and praising. So I was like, that is. So that's why I started doing the little kid song. Because I was like, sometimes we just need to go back to those little songs. And, let that fill you up. All right. I went to go look. It's like 60,000 pounds of ground beef recalled due to E. coli contamination. Now, that's just like the third recall about. Did y'all see the one about Spam? They recalled Spam. Come on. So Green Bay Dressed Beef LLC, also known as American Foods Group LLC, issued a recall for the 3 of its ground beef products because they contain E. coli. And of course, distributed in Georgia, Michigan, and Ohio. So I'm like, okay. So like the third or fourth one this week, they've done that. I was like, I had to shake my head. Let's see if I can find this song. Yeah, I might have to like go look for it because I don't see what I'm looking for. Let's see. That's a little kid's song. So I might have to go. Let me go this way. Let's see here. All right, I might find it here. Yeah, it's called. All right, here you go. It's Thank You, Jesus. Christians, Kids, Praise Song, Words and Actions. It was Hilltop City Life Christian Channel. So, and I thought that was just really cool that those, I'll get the lyrics in a minute. And that song, it talks about me don't know what else to do. Share the link. When you don't know what else to do, you sing unto the Lord. Well, I hope that was the right I said that put a link in. I hope it's the right link. Yeah, there it is. All right, so let's see here. If I can get the words to it. Let's see here. Well, that's going to be some searching to do. But I put the link in there. That's to that little song and everything. So it's like, sometimes God says, come to him as a little child. Well, he says that a lot. And that's what we need to do. Oh my goodness. I just can't believe that. Oh, yeah. See, the cardamom is that key ingredient in the fall flavors. Oh my goodness. Because, yeah, especially like if you have pumpkin spice. Hey, Carrie. If you like the pumpkin spice stuff from the coffee shops, and you can take, what is that? What else are they putting in there? That's what it is. It's cardamom. That's what's that secret ingredient that they try to sneak. It's a secret, ancient Chinese secret. Y'all remember that commercial? Hey, that'd be a good trivia thing for someone to do. Commercials. The old commercials, the stuff you remember when you go to the grocery store and you saw the product, or whether it be cereal, whenever, and all of a sudden you're just in there singing the jingle that goes along in the commercial. hot dogs, Oscar Mayer Wiener. Oh, I wish I was Oscar Mayer Wiener. So, and then I got, let's see, yes, I ain't ready for Christmas. I just got to set some things together and that'll be done. But all the other gifts are coming. So, and yes, I bought stuff from TNU for Christmas. So, and that was because I showed Anastasia. I said, no, they don't. I have a little bit of money, if that's what you want to call it. But that's what I call it. Because God supplies everything. So here, we've been doing Bible all morning this morning, just about. Yeah, for the most part, off and on. So, okay. So, Bible verse. God supplies all your needs according to his riches and glory. Okay? Philippians 4:19. And my God will supply all your needs according to his riches and glory. All right, so. And let's see if I can find the King James. All right, let me go back this way. All right. Because we always quote, let's see here. All right, so Philippians 4:19, but my God shall supply all your need according to his riches and glory by Christ Jesus. Now, verse 20, unto God and our Father be glory forever and ever. Amen. Say, but there's another part that's talking about another verse that talks about God supplies all your needs according to his riches and glory for those who are called according to his purpose. All right. Now, as a kid, I always thought that was only for missionaries and preachers because they're called according to be his purpose and everything. Now as I'm older, I understand we are all called to his purpose. If you are a child of God, we are called to his purpose. Now, what is his purpose? So everybody has an idea of what your purpose is. One of the main things of our purpose is to give thanks. 1 Thessalonians 5:16-18. Rejoice always, pray continually, give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you in Christ Jesus. So, back to Philippians 4:19. God will supply all your needs according to his riches and glory. That's for all his children. Backslidden, whatever. His purpose is for you to, now, don't get me wrong. There are things that, he has, I don't want to say certain levels, but when you draw closer to God, the more things happen in your favor. Yes, even for the backslidden Christian, God is working in their life to get them back to where they belong. That's his timing, not our timing. Okay? There's things that are going on and everything. And you'll see those little windows of opportunity too. Certain things they say or certain things they do. And it's like the Lord is showing you, hey, I'm working on them. I want you to take care of yourself. I want you to have your relationship with me. Me and God. Not me and them. me and God, get that taken care of while he's working on them and God and everything. And then he works between me and them. So, and I was like, okay. But as a kid growing up, that verse, I never felt like it was for me. I always felt like it was for, now, it may have been the way the preacher taught it or everything, but it was always my understanding that it was for the missionaries, it was for preachers or teachers and everything. But I was like, I've learned over the years, especially in the last 10 years, God's riches are for all his children. And according to his riches and glory. So he owns everything. So his riches and glory are Ephesians 3:20-21. Immeasurably more than all we can ask or imagine. So God said, ask big. And you know what? I ask big because I want big things. I want to see God work. I still want to see God work in the land of the living. You know? Matthew 6:9-13. When we talk about the Lord's Prayer, we ask, as it is in heaven, be on earth as it is in heaven. Well, you're asking heaven to come down. Heaven didn't come down. Jesus came down, and Jesus came for us to be saved. And so we have a life. He took our burdens and gave us his riches, gave us his righteousness. He took all our sicknesses and disease and probably on the cross so that we can have what's in heaven. So when you sit there, think of what as it is on earth as it is in heaven. Oh my goodness, what a world it would change if everybody would just like, all right, Lord, bring heaven back down to us. Maybe not as like the rapture, but those promises, all his riches belong to us. And yes, and he will work it through. Hey, Rebecca, how you doing? You know, and what the world think of riches is different what we think of. Because riches to me, yeah, it could be money. That's another subject. But what about friends? Look at this is riches right here. Us talking together, us communicating together, us, sharing our love with each other and uplifting and supporting each other, sharing the gospel, sharing what Jesus has done for us. And, even as broken as we can be, he heals and restores. So, that's part of many riches. And then, I can talk about being restored. When we moved out of the other place to move here, we had our stuff for 30 years that had to be thrown away because of somebody's jealousy and decided that they wanted to ruin the rest of our stuff. So, you're talking about my son and daughter-in-law, they had to throw their wedding clothes out and all their stuff, and it was really hard, and some things that we had to throw away because I've had it for so long and everything. And then the Lord just had to remind me, he goes, it's just stuff. He goes, you will still have the memories and everything and the sentimental value. He goes, I understand. Hey, Allie Cat, how you doing? He goes, I understand you have attachment to that. He goes, but those are things. I want your attachment to be to me. And he goes, when you learn the process, it's okay to let go. And like Job, he lost all that stuff. And I was like, no, we still have things. He goes, let it go. I will give you back twice as much and restore 7 times what you've lost. He goes, and it's going to be okay. So, and it was like different cookware and everything else. And so it's like, okay. So when we moved in here, we kind of had nothing. We had my table. We didn't have any furniture. We had the beds. We had beds and everything. And you would think, if you look at stuff I would show now, the books I have and everything, all my books I've lost and everything over the years. And it's like, I said, thank you, Lord. I said, I'm going to walk in faith that you will restore everything that we've lost, whether it be greater in quantity or quality or both. And he has, oh my goodness, over the years. My books, my Christian books, and my Christian. Hey, Joyce, how you doing? He's restored back to me. I've had more than some of them. I have double because I want to give some away in a giveaway, and then others, less like the Ninja Foodie, because we had the New Wave broke. The one New Wave we had, it broke down. So, through the years, it was Christmas or birthday gifts and everything that we got all the appliances, and then the other New Wave that broke, and they kept wanting, we wanted another one, and it wasn't in the stores anymore. So, the warehouse that they work at, they if they have stuff that's it's not broken, but it doesn't sell anymore, or they've got too much of it, they have an auction at work and they can bid on different things. Well, my daughter-in-law wanted another New Wave, so they bid on it and they got it. So it's like, it was exciting to see that, how the Lord just restored, he goes, when you learn to let it go, yes, you'll still have those memories. It was stuff that was supposed to be, you've had for years and everything. He goes, but I can give you back so much better if you just let it go and just, don't look back. So I was like, yeah, God does do that. And you just got to keep going. It's hard. I know it's hard. It is hard in the beginning because you start that hurt and everything. And it's like, but when day by day is that daily process, he teaches us, and you need to learn on him and breathe. It's just okay to breathe. It's okay to take your time and everything. I know in the Old Testament, they would mourn for 30 days, and then it was time to get up and go. We kind of we hang on a little bit longer. And there's times that you have to grieve a little bit longer than other people. Everybody grieves at different times, and you pick yourself up and you keep on going. So yeah, I was like, when God restores, it's so much better and so much more. And it's like, wow, because I could look back at the pictures when we first start doing the channel, and I look now and I was like, we look like it looks empty because all this, the cameras looked empty. Now it looks like we got more, but yeah, we do have more. That's the blessing of the Lord. Because that's the third coffee pot. So the mixer right there, when we moved in, we didn't have that. Within a year or two, we were able to get that. Bread machine I did have, and I still have it. It's just that it needs a new insert, and I just don't like buying one right now. Oh, this cough. Now, with buying the coffee pot is the Ninja blender. So that's the blender, and it has the two mixers for when you make shakes and milkshakes and smoothies. And then it has the dough attachment to it, and the blender, like a blender and a dough attachment. So it's just all about getting it out and using it, because for years I couldn't. I couldn't because of my hands. And now you got used to have to do things a different way. And it's like, now you have all these nice, cool little tools. I get to use them again. Amen, Joyce. Amen. He does. God is so good. And we know we get, you come across somebody who goes, hey, you see, God is so good. You're alive. You're breathing. We get to see the sunshine and the moon sunrise and the sunset and the moonrise and the stars. That's how good our God is. And I thought Anastasia likes that little song. My God is so big, so strong, and so mighty. There's nothing my God cannot do. So she will play that one. She'll play that one first to go to sleep. And then she'll sit there and the other one is I'm in the Lord's army. She goes, Nana, I don't know what it is. I can fall asleep to that one, no problem. But when I play the one that starts with Jesus loves me, she goes, I lay there and I'm singing a song before I go to sleep. That's okay. I buy a backup coffee pot. Mr. Coffee might not last a year. I know what you mean. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Well, let's see. The one that's behind me, this one right there, we've had that one for a year. Because the other one we had a couple of years. But the sensor on it or whatever for it to keep warm for so long, whatever, it burned out. And then it was not filtering right, even though I had cleaned it, descale it and all that stuff. And it was just time. Yeah, it's time because I don't make things I used to. I used to buy stuff that lasts for years and years and years. Then I guess they got smart and said they make more money. I remember one time the Mr. Coffee Pot came out with the under-counter coffee pot back in the 70s. Oh my goodness, my mom had that was that one thing that we had to have. And I was like, I always thought it was cool though, because that was a new thing. It was under the counter and it had the timer on it, and you could put the water in and set the timer and everything, and it would start in the morning and all that. That was so cool. Well, I remember my aunt and my dad's sister, she had one like that, but then she also she liked her percolator coffee. And I remember so I'm 54, so 10 for 50, so we got 50 and 40, I'd say about 45 years ago. So, but I remember going down there. So from the time I was like, well, since I was born, I remember they always had that percolator. They used that percolator, and that was some good coffee. Drinking that percolated coffee. And then they had the gas stove and everything. So you lit the match to light the burner. You turn the burner, light the match, and light the burner. They had these matches. They were that long. And the top of the match was really thick. And I remember my Uncle Bill, he asked my dad one day, he said his name, he goes, "Did he taught her how to do this?" He goes, "No, I ain't teach her nothing." So he brought the kids on, and he goes, "Come here." He took that match, had it in his finger, took his thumb, and lit that match with his thumb. So he taught us all how to do it. But they don't make matches like that either. We have a bin store here in Alabama, so the coffee makers are only 25 cents to that. Oh, man, that is so cool. I'm hungry. So, yeah, I remember those. Oh, man, that was like yesterday. That was some good days. I've been wanting to get a percolator coffee pot for years. Just because you can use that over camp stove. You can use it on the grill, and you can, those little burner things that you can use. But not we were just talking about the other day. The little chafe burners things that they use in restaurants, like to keep the food warm and everything. We had that. That does still work to heat up food, like canned food and everything. It won't boil water, but it keeps your water hot enough that if you have instant coffee, at least you can have some warm coffee. But then we also have this other little burner thing that actually will cook food and everything in case the power goes out. So, and we've had those for years, because back this 2023 and 2020, it's so funny because they're like, it doesn't snow here. As I go back and look at my videos, I can prove to you it snows here in Ohio. It may not be as much snow as we want sometimes, but it does snow here, because we had that polar vortex come through. A couple of years in a row, we've had that polar vortex come down, and that got like 7 degrees outside and -5, -7 outside and everything. Thank the Lord we didn't lose power, but you just never know with the weather. So I'd rather be prepared for the weather than not prepared, nothing at all. And I think we're having a cold one this year. And my grandmother always had that right. Hey, Grandma, hey, Sandra, I had that video I made. I was so busy yesterday. So I just got to go edit and put all the nice, cute, little fun things in the video and upload it. Because I was telling people, I said, I got a video I need to upload. And I got a video I need to upload. Every time I went to go work on the video, the phone would ring. I would get text messages. Someone goes to Discord. This person's live. Can you come do this? It's like, I'm like, that's okay. It's okay. It's all good, because that's what I've been, when you ask the Lord for something, you watching, He'll give it to you in a way you're not thinking of it. He'll give it to you. So, okay, hold on. Oh man, that's dizziness. It's for the birds. And not because I'm eating, it's because of the pinched nerve. So, I may be getting sick. I am not getting sick. Yeah, say what you want to say. I am not getting sick. So, Oklahoma Granny Sandra Madrano had a giveaway the other week, a couple of weeks. She had a giveaway. So, Mr. Burt Window and his friends were in there, and they won. He won the grand prize. So he emailed me. He said him and his friends got together and told Miss Sandra, he goes, give it to our treasure home instead, because they live in the Philippines. So I was like, oh, that was so sweet and thankful. I was so surprised, because I saw her live giveaway, and I went to go in there, and it's something that I'm like, y'all don't understand how busy I get now. So I was like, okay. So I missed out her live. I could not believe it. So I try to catch everybody. Some days I do, some days I don't. So this is what was sent to me. Let me show you. So we have a nice mouse pad for the computer. I love this. This is one of my favorites. A new water bottle. I have already been using this. I washed it out and started using it. I was like, oh, because I like how the top is. It's real simple. Open and close. Open and close. So I was like, I got that. And then we got silicone cupcake holders. So I was like, oh, yes. And the color of the rainbow. I was like, that's God's promise that he never flood the earth. That's what he gave to Noah. So I got the purple ones out because I'm going to use these to make candles. Anastasia, can you, as much stuff as we got in this that cabinet right there for baking and down there below for cookies and everything. She said, can I have those? I'm like, yes. So a lot of things they're talking about when God restores more in quantity and quality, and a lot of times both, believe me, he does. More in quantity and quality. So those are molds to make. And we've gotten them over the years. Not at one time, it's been over the years. Let me grab some. Ooh. We're doing some good stuff. So that's what I've got. And also, I have a shirt coming. Oh, that's going to be so cool. All right. So we have owls. Now, these are for our candy molds. We don't use to get my candles or anything. And then we got pumpkins. And we bought these because they make the mini peanut butter chocolate cup. So then we have these to make moon shapes and those, because they got this one to make the chocolate bombs things that you for hot chocolate. They've made those and everything. Oh, that was so much fun. So then we have these, and we got these because we make our own chocolate. You buy the chocolate chips, and then you hey farm life, and melt the chocolate to make our own stuff. So we got all right. Some of these are two, and I have videos on some things. Sometimes it's time to redo some things, but this is like Legos. Then we have unicorns. We've done that too. And I'll say the one I had in my hand. Then we have dinosaurs and cookie cutters. Let's see here. This is a gingerbread man. No, Polly, don't you fall. We have we got another gingerbread type person. One running, one sitting still. Some of these, I don't know what they are. Anyway, there's this one. Oh, that's like a speech bubble. Anastasia probably can tell you what that is. I guess I'm holding it right. I guess it could be they too. So, and then, let's see here. These are fun. These are the cupcake ones. And then we have the different types of crosses. So, because we're dairy free and we have to use vegan chocolate chips, the dairy free chocolate chips and everything, and we were wanting the chocolate bars because at the time, Hershey's and Reese's and all, they didn't come out with dairy free chocolate bars or anything. So we had the mold to make our own chocolate bars. But in the last couple of months, Hershey's come out with dairy-free chocolate bars. Reese's have come out with their version of dairy-free peanut butter cups and everything. And I was like, yes, they're listening. But you still love using these molds. And then, like I said, we got more stuff down at the bottom. We have a like a mini crock pot little thing that I would use to melt the chocolate in. And well, that one is good. Just take out and put if you get a little mini one, fill it up with water, put some cloves in it and some nutmeg, slice some oranges and squeeze the juice a little bit. And all that make your house smell so good. I'm not gonna put that. I'm not putting that back in there. So yeah, we've done a lot. It's like, oh yeah, now we can do this for Halloween. I don't like Halloween, I don't. That's my hang up, not nobody else's. I have my reasons, but like Anastasia goes, Nana, Halloween is not worshiping the devil. It's about getting candy. I said, okay, that's what you. I'm not going to try to argue with her. You'll learn as you get older. That's I'm still eating breakfast. Oh, must be time to go get her up. So at lunchtime at 11 o'clock, I'm going to be making some cornbread. But it's not going to be like the regular cornbread I've done in the New Wave. I'm going to do it in the skillet. Because I tried it last night because I wanted to see if it was going to work. So I made it with almond flour instead of regular flour. And I did half of what the recipe called for, half and half. And I'm like, oh, it turned out so good. And so last night I made like a savory. I used like garlic powder and onion powder. And, and today I will make it a sweet kind of cornbread instead. That was like, oh my goodness. Now I know something else I can use almond flour for. My finger broke. My finger broke. I'm sitting there doing something. I was like, this don't feel right. It was time for them to be trimmed anyway. So I'll fix that while I'm sitting here. Fix this too. Yep. Because are we still doing our live? Yes, we're still doing our live. You just gotta. I'm gonna let you sleep. Because 7:30 comes early in the morning on school mornings. Oh my goodness. Well, when my mom drove a school bus. So I was 13, but she drove a school bus for years. And I remember getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Go take a shower to get ready for school. You're on the bus by 6:30. So she could go pick up all the kids. We went to a private Christian school. So and they always gave her the longest run. I don't understand. But anyway, so I guess because she'd be the only one that was willing to do it. So pick up all the kids on the school bus, get to school by 8. We got to school by 8:15, 8:20, something like that. The school started at 8:30 in the morning. We got out at 2:45. So, yeah. I was like, it's been a long time since I've been up at 4:30. Last time I was up at 4:30 was when I worked for on the rescue squad as a paid EMT. I worked at 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. shift. So I had to be up at 4:30. Yeah, I like that's for the birds. So that's, yeah, it's been a while since I've been on. So I wake up every morning at 8:30 to go to the bathroom. So it's like, but I go back to sleep too. Sometimes most time I can go back to sleep. There are some mornings that I just lay there and I toss and turn and toss and turn. I figured, there's people I don't get to see that maybe they're up earlier and some people who are up later and everything. So let's just change this up a little bit. Hey, David Corey, how you doing? Thank you so much. We're having a nice good old chat, everything. I know the link is pinned at the top. It should be. I wasn't on what the last time. That was a few months ago. Oh yeah, it's still pinned at the top. So, but like I said, we had Colby in here, and then we had Shadow Sweet Scout was in here. Oh, thank you so much. It's taken me 5 years, but that's okay. All in good time. All in time. Of course, a couple of years it was a little bit slow going because other things going on, health issues and everything. But yeah, finally 1K, like woohoo! We're gonna have a celebration. Now next month, I might do another celebration for 5 years being on YouTube. You never know what we'll be doing. Now not October, that'd be November. Yeah, November would be 5 years. Anastasia and I have been doing videos, have had the channel. Now, as far as when I made the Gmail and everything to watch YouTube videos, that was in 2011. I said, let's see here. It's funny when I see my. That's so funny. 2012. So 2012. See, May 2012. I gotta think. Anastasia was born in 2013. I was still in Missouri. Yeah, I was in Missouri. That was right before, I was like a month and a half or so, right before I met my daughter-in-law. That because we met her in July of 2012. So I had made that to look at videos for, I don't want to say prepping. It was probably, I don't want to say herbs. Oh, it was herbs. I forgot what I was watching. I'm trying. Because I know around that time, that's when that tornado came through Joplin and gone through Oklahoma, and it came through Joplin. It was coming towards Springfield, and Springfield being on a plateau, it hit the mountain and curved and went towards Arkansas. So I'm like, maybe it was probably about, as far as prepping, but just survival stuff, I think. So that's when I had to start looking at it. So we didn't do any videos or anything until November of 2018. 5 years. So I'm like, that's fun to see how. And then I feel like go back. And the mom gave me this suggestion, and I'm gonna do it too. Let's see here. Let me go to a playlist because let's see here. This has 4 years. That's 4 years. That's 4 years. I know we've been doing it longer than 4 years. Yeah, because we moved in here October 2018, and that's when I started. So let's see here. So I don't know why this says 4 years. Probably because November hasn't come around yet. So let me go back to the other one. Let's see if I have a little one. All right. So the bread machine I'm talking about is the bread machine and that one. And it just needs a new insert. It's a Hamilton Beach. It's a good bread machine. I miss using it, but I'm just like, that's all right. And all right, so when it first started, it was called Ash's Treasure for Anastasia's initials. And then a couple years after that, I changed it to maybe a year after that, I changed it to Our Treasure Home because I wanted to talk more about different things besides just the dairy-free stuff. So I know she's in one of these first videos. So that's how the names came about. And I know that one trailer's, I say Ash's Treasure. So we need to really do a different video. All right. So here's some of the chocolates that we've made with our molds and everything. Oh, wait a minute. Is she there? Oh, come on. Any other time it has. There's a beautiful face. That was great back then. I was hitting my gray because I didn't like. Trying to hide my gray. This is a. All right. So there she is. I'll get you another picture. Her one. It's like, so I want to show y'all the difference. So let's see here. Where is she? She is so little. It's like, of course she's little. She was little. He was like, oh my goodness. See, I know I had one that she was standing beside me. I just have to find it. Well, like, just unbelievable how, how tall she is now. And that's that, I mean, just being older, but how tall she is. Her daddy's like almost 6'4", so and she's still just as funny. Alrighty. Yes, we used to use Follow Your Life cheese, but now we use Via Life because over the years they don't have Follow Your Heart that much in the stores anymore. Ah, here we go. Yeah, y'all can see how she was like not so tall and she was so little. She couldn't reach things. And she was such a big. She still is a big helper, and I'm like, oh my goodness, she gone from here up to here. That's short of it. Hey, Jamie's Country Kitchen. Thank you so much. So I was like, oh, I know, it's so exciting. That I was like, finally, I got 1,000. Now working on the other part, and I get dizzy. I'm telling y'all about the dizziness. In case y'all think I fall down or something or another, it's not this time because of my heart. It's because the nerve in my neck is pinched. So every time I do something, it's like, whoo, and everything. I am doing good. I am tired, but that was fun. Friday night, I did Friday night from 10 to midnight, and then midnight to 2:30. We had so much fun in the nighttime one. It was me, Gary, and Rebecca. He is so funny. About Loop 29, he has that, and about Loop 29 can cook, about Loop 29 critters, and he has YouTube Police. And then I was letting him talk. I like hearing his stories. Gary is so funny. And Rebecca, she was sitting there crocheting and everything. And she goes, do you know what I'm crocheting? I was like, a hat. She goes, no, she's at a dishcloth. She goes, for your live giveaway. So it's like, awesome. So Rebecca, I can talk to you later because I have to go back and remember who sit there and won the dishcloth. Because I was putting it in my phone, emailing it to myself. So I was like, wait a minute, I'm missing one, so we'll have to go back and look. But yeah, that is, oh my goodness. It was so funny because a couple of weeks ago, it was like it dropped 40, dropped 70, and then it came back up. But I'm like, what is going on? So I'm like, wait a minute. Stop and think. I've been doing this for 5 years. I said, you told me last year at this time. And it was summertime. It was just a couple months ago. That many people watched us for that long. So, 70 hours. I was like, oh, that's so cool. Oh, it's raining there. Oh, my goodness. Y'all be careful in that hurricane. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. I've been through hurricanes. So back in 2003, we had Isabel come through Virginia, and that went on. And then I think it was Isabel, or what the name is, and then Gaston came through. It ended up being downgraded to a tropical storm. But it stalled. It stalled. I was like, this thing's not moving. So I called the rescue squad. And I said, do y'all need anybody to come in? Oh, no, we're good. It's not ain't doing anything. They say it's moving out. I'm like, listen, I'm out in this mess already because I was working for a florist company delivering flowers out in the storm. And I'm like, I'm out in this mess. I see what's happening. I see things flooding that y'all don't see. It's going to get bad. And it's going to get bad quick. Do y'all need me to come in? Because this is like 4:30. I said, I can call my company, I don't care, and tell them that they've called all emergency personnel in, volunteer and otherwise. And she goes, oh, no, it's okay. So as I'm going across the James River, I look, I'm like, this is not good. I called my sister at work and I told her, look, if y'all want to make it back across the river, the ones who do, I say, if y'all don't believe you ain't going to make it, we're going to have to find another way home because Poway Parkway is going to get flooded. I said, within the next hour, it will be you can't, non-transportational wise, you ain't going to be able to cross it, period. They're going to have to close it down. Because where they built it was also a swamp area. So swamps are already water, mostly. So, it's like, oh yeah. So we're sitting there and I'm like, so I just got the last delivery and the lady goes, why are they making y'all do this? I was like, I have no idea. They think it's just raining. She goes, this ain't rain. I said, I know, I see what's going on and I see the flooding. So this is going to get bad fast. So about, I'm going to say about 5:30, 6 o'clock, I think I finally finished and everything. So I started headed back across town. So those who live in Virginia, if you know what I'm talking about. So Mechanicsville Turnpike. If you live in Virginia, you know what I'm talking about. So I was going back across and you couldn't, Poway Parkway was closed completely. The water was on the road, on the highway. So I was making my way through downtown and got to where I was like, okay, I know the back road is good enough so I can get back. So it had only taken me like 30 minutes, took me 2 hours to get back to the shop. Well, Mechanicsville Turnpike. And it goes smooth, and then it goes down in a dip, and it comes back up. Okay, so I'll tell you where I worked. I worked at Strangest Florist. So, normal, rain, it would maybe be like it would be enough that you could go through it and not have any issues or anything. So I get to it, and I saw traffic backed up. I'm like, what the world is going on? I said, why is that tractor trailer in the middle of the road? Stop. And it dawned on me, he's not in the middle of the road. He's in water. Because where he was at is where that hill, because they were directing traffic into the shopping center to go up and go around. I'm like, oh my gosh. So y'all know, if Randy's down here on a tractor trailer, how high it is from the ground to the bed of the truck. Well, the water was not only from the ground to the bed of the truck, it was halfway up the bed of the truck. Halfway up that trailer. That's how much water that was. That was right there. So I was like, oh my gosh. So I was like, that is just unbelievable. Not thinking that it's in the parking lot. So as I go, and they have us, all the way up to the stores. That water was so deep. It was in the parking lot almost all the way up to the store. I'm like, that's like 100 feet of water at least. I said, this isn't good. I'm like, I know. And then by that time, she calls me back. She goes, Nancy, can you make it to the rescue squad? I said, no, I was stuck downtown. I can't move anywhere. Then I told her, I said, it's not happening. You know, I'm not, I'm trying that quick. I'll get back to work so I can get my van so I can get to my parents' house and go home. So I get back. I'm the last one back, me and another guy. And they offered to put us up in a motel or hotel. I said, no, you're crazy. I told you this 4 hours ago that you needed to call us back home because this is getting bad. I said, as a medical professional, you should have sat there and heeded my warning instead of listening to the stinking radio and the news people because they weren't out there in it. I am. So I said, that's all right. I'll make my way back home. So I was like, I knew different routes were closed already because they were talking about on the radio what's closed and everything. So I called my dad. I said, all right, Laburnum Avenue. Which way? Because it was black. It's like the power was going out everywhere and everything. And it's like, and it's black with the rain. It's dark and you couldn't really see because it was still raining. And I'm like, okay, Nancy thing. I said, I'm on Laburnum Avenue and I've got to go this way. So I was like, okay. So I'm going, and I know certain ways was, blocked because of the water in the road and everything. And my dad goes, without being with you, he goes, I said, that's all right. I'll figure out a way. So what I did was I took Laburnum Parkway back to Powhite, and Powhite down to where Regency Square is at. I forgot the name of the road. That way, and then you had that big bridge to go across, and underneath that bridge is Huguenot Road. And I was like, those houses, I know those people were freaking out because I was like, it's going across the bridge. Like, Nancy, don't look over. And I wanted to look. And I was like, oh, I have a fear of water as it is because I almost drowned in Nag's Head in 1987. I was like, don't look over there. As I'm going across, as I just keep focused and go. So, because I was the only bridge high enough, because all the other bridges were closed. They were all underwater. There was no other way. That was the only bridge I knew of that I could cross over. So I was like, all right. So I got over, and so when you got on Chippenham Parkway, Chippenham Parkway, you hit it and it goes down underneath, and they have, that's where you go on the Powhite Parkway and all that interchange right there, and it's called Turner Road. So I was like, it's like, oh, I don't know. I said, I know it. I just know it. I said, I'm gonna get to a certain place, and then I can't. And I'm gonna have to turn around and find a different way. So, I'm going through all the different ways to get to my parents' house, and every which way I knew of, like, no, this way goes this way, and this goes this way, it's going to be flooded. I know it is. So just keep straight. We'll figure it out. So when I got to Chippenham, and Chippenham Hospital is right there, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, the hospital. What, because that's all swamp right there. So I was like, okay. And it was, oh my goodness, I have never seen Richmond, Virginia, and that area gets so flooded. And we've been through floods. 1973, we had a flood. And I'll never forget that because we had a Gran Torino station wagon. And my family thought it was such a fun idea to go down Huguenot Road and look at the water and all the flooding. And the water is in the road. And I'm like, I am freaking out in the car. It's going to wash us away. It's going to wash us away. Get on the other side of it. I was scared as a kid about going through water like that. And so, 73, that was the major thing. But we've seen it flood many different times. Never like this. Never. I've seen the James River flood. And I was like, but this was massive. I mean, every creek, every river, every pond, you name it, the ditches, there was nowhere else for the water to go but up. So, and give me some chapstick. Anyway, so I get there, and it's like, okay, so you can't, so you could go down around and come up and go back on the parkway, but you couldn't. So I got up off the, up on Turner Road. I was like, oh my gosh. You can't usually do a U-turn in the middle of the road, but there ain't nobody there, and the cops are busy doing something else. I did a U-turn right there in the middle of the road. I'm like, oh my word. And as I want to cross, I'm just looking, I'm like, and there were cars stuck underneath the bridge. I'm like, people, what are you thinking? They say, don't drive through water. And when they say don't drive through water, don't drive through the water. Yeah, I'll learn that lesson in just a minute. You'll find out how it happened. So I'm still busy making a hat. Oh, sweet. So I went by the hospital. That was pretty cool. All right. So go down the side road and come up, and there's a tree over the main road. I'm just like, oh my goodness. I was like, all right. So I turned one way to go, because they have redid the roads and everything, to go back around to like a road this way, back to the main road, the most turnpike. And there was a tree on that one. I'm like, oh my goodness. I was like, all right, please let the ditches by McDonald's be too full that I can't get through. So, so I go back the other way, and sure enough, I'm like, because right there's a McDonald's and there was a Kmart, and the road dipped down just enough. But that area, we always knew it flooded. Right there in front of Kmart. It never failed. So I'm like, all right, Lord, just give me some wisdom on this time, how to get around this right here. So I had to go up, come, because right there at McDonald's, those big ditches, forget it. You couldn't get through them. Come back around, and I'm like, if I get in trouble, I get in trouble. But I drove on the opposite side of the road. But I also had my rescue squad plate on the bottom of my plate, because we had your regular car plate, and then you could put what rescue squad you were with and everything. So as I was coming through, he goes, you with the rescue squad? I said, yes, I'm an EMT, told him which one and everything. He saw it, and he goes, go on. He goes, we need all the help we can get. I said, that's what I'm trying to do, get my kids, get home, and get to the squad. He goes, good. He goes, we're in dire need. I said, I know we are. I said, I've never seen this. He goes, none of us have. So I get to my parents, and they wanted me to stay. The smart thing would have stayed and spent the night. But I was stubborn, because I need to get home so I can have my clothes tomorrow to go to the rescue squad to help out, because everybody was there. I had all the help they needed. So Slim Twiggy and Jimmy Spencer. So I know the one of the roads like to my parents' house, Richmond and everything, all that is so we're all on hills and different things. So it's a big hill that go up and come back down. That always flies when it rains, especially when it rains really hard. So said, no, I go home. So I got my kids, we got in the van. And I was like, and I rode down that way because I wanted to see how far up the water was in the first place. So from where the bottom of the road is, where the dip is, to where that water was, it was like 100 feet. I'm like, this is crazy. So we had what's called Falling Creek and Swift Creek, and they're one of the two big creeks that run through. When it gets filled up, it runs down to the James River and dumps into the James River. Well, I know we knew Swift Creek was flooded. So Fallen Creek runs over or under Hall Street Road. So, like, so we got through the neighborhood, and that the creek right there that's behind those houses. I mean, the water was up half the houses. I'm like, oh my goodness, I know those people are freaking out. So, because it always, when it floods like that, it's always almost to their house. But this time it was worse. So I was like, oh, okay. So hopefully this part of the road is not covered yet. So we're able to cross that bridge. So we're going on and everything. And I was like, where Fun Creek is, up at the top of the hill, there's a sheets. I was like, oh gosh. I said, what? I said, I guess we should have stayed. And I said, we can always turn around and go back. I said, but then we couldn't. I mean, all the side roads I could think of, or I knew where the creeks were and everything else. I was like, there's no way you can go down this road. We can't go down that road. We can't go this back way. We can't go this way. I'm like, so we get there and we're going on the right, going that way. On that other side, the police have it blocked. And I'm thinking to myself, if you have it blocked on that side, why don't you have it blocked on this side? And they were letting the cars go through. I was like, oh my gosh. So I stopped my van. I backed up a little bit. Hey, KY Pepper. Gary, how you doing? So I'm like, I know better not to go through this water. I said, but it's not as bad as I think it is. Oh, it was bad. I was like, I'll never, ever, ever again, ever go through water. Forget it, because it's not worth it. It really isn't. So we go, and the car in front of me almost tries to stop. When I laid on a horn, I'm like, don't, and I'm yelling at the window, don't stop, keep going. Because once you stop in the middle of that water, that's it, you're done. Your car will not go. So I was fortunate to have a van, because the water was halfway up my car, because it was almost covering the car in front of me. But as we had made a trail with the cars, that water was spreading out. But I was just like, please don't stop. Just keep going. Just go. And you can, feel that it's like, oh, no, it's trying to go, but, it's not a good thing. I got on the other side. I told my sons, that's it. Never, ever again. I don't care if I have a 4 lift up high truck, whatever. I said, never again when I go through water like that. I said, it's not worth taking a chance at all. And see, I already should have known that. I should have known that lesson, because that happened to my sister when she was 16 in that same spot on Hall Street Road. Oh, well, about the same spot, but a different spot. It goes down and it floods. It was a flash flood, and she was driving the station wagon. Yeah, and she got stuck. And she didn't want to. She was just going, and the water just came. She was 16 years old, and I'll never forget that. And the rescue squad had to come, and she was standing on top of the car, and they had to come in and get her. But I was just like, I should have known. And even as an EMT, I should have known not to drive through that water. But I was determined to get home. So we got out of that and got home, and I was so thankful that my van did not get waterlogged and wouldn't start, but it did. So the next day I went to the rescue squad to help out, and the damage and what we saw is it was unbelievable. On Jefferson Davis Highway, there's a bridge, and there was a brick bridge that was built back in the 1700s when they came, a lot of them came over from England and everything, because, hey, Cajun Reed, how you doing? Thank you so much. Exactly, KY Pepper, 12 inches. Well, left your car and move it. I've seen it happen. I know better. So, we were going around and that bridge, that brick bridge, had been there for at least, I said, I was 400 years at least. They said 500 years. And that was Falling Creek. Yeah, that was part of Falling Creek. And y'all can go, it was in the news. It took half that bridge out. And I was like, yeah, it was something historical that is gone. So, and there were, then a couple of days later, me and one of the guys, one of the drivers, marked up a unit on a Thursday to sit there, and because he wanted to show me what happened. He goes, Nancy, he goes, you wouldn't believe what the water rescues we had to do. I said, I believe it. He goes, it was bad. I was like, I was in it. I was driving in it. And I say, I did stuff. I know through that water I shouldn't have done. I said, but I said, I know it was bad. I said, we had never seen anything like it. He goes, Falling Creek rose so high because there was called Falling Creek Apartments. That they had apartments. There's the creek, and then the apartments in the creeks right there, because it never was like that. I mean, it was, but not really bad because the creeks are like 70 feet deep. So for the water to be 70 feet at the bank, and then it's high enough that it's at the second floor of an apartment building, it's bad. They had to take the ladder of the hook and ladder and stretch it out to the apartment building to rescue those people in the 3 different buildings, to get them out to rescue them from the water and everything. And they said when they got the last person out and they started to bring the ladder back in, that building collapsed and everything that was all washed away. I was like, oh my goodness. And I was like, his name was Charles. I was like, what in the world? Because Nancy, he goes, we were in the mobile home parks that got, the water was just like, he goes, John was walking, and this guy's 6 feet tall, and the water was up to his chest. I said, yeah, you could have had that. I said, I'm not walking in water like that. No way. Jose. I was like, And then another part of the creek was you go down a side road, and up on a hill is an apartment complex. So here you go, it's 70 feet, at least 70, 80 feet deep creek. When the water gets to the road, at least that's maybe, we say 100 feet, but when it gets up a hill to an apartment complex, that's, he goes, park on the road. You couldn't park we all parked in the apartment complex and then they had to get water rescue because there was a girl's car in the water, and they had her, but she wouldn't get out of the car. She kept saying, I gotta save my car. And they go, you can't save your car, save yourself. And she would not get out of that car. And he goes, that was the hardest thing for those firefighters, just to let her go. And and that creek runs right down to the James River. So, nobody knows. And when the water receded, that car was nowhere to be found. So, it's like, there was some things that were, I think, things from people's houses and all that were found in the creek. And then another part of the creek was one of our other drivers. They lived on the Richmond side of it, and him and his neighbor heard this noise, and they couldn't figure out what it was, and they went out, and it was the bridge had collapsed because of the water. So here's like I said, because he was telling us, because we went and saw him too. He goes, Nancy, he goes, there's at least 80 feet down deep because I walked it and measured it. He goes, for the water to be up to my house, he goes, that's massive. And he said him and his friend went out there because by this time it's pitch black. There's no lights. The power is out, and nobody was there. No cops were able to come right there to direct traffic a different way. So him and his friend, he was a driver and emergency management and everything, and his next door neighbor did something similar or something. So they were outside with flashlights, to let people know you can't cross this bridge and everything. And here comes the fire department, coming because they're going to a call, and that's the normal way is to go that way. And they're flashing them down and everything. And the captain gets out of the truck and they look and they go, "Oh my gosh." He goes, "If y'all had not been out here," he goes, "we all be dead." He goes, "We had no way to know that the bridge was out and the water was this high." And so it's like, all right. So he's, "All right, Joy, we'll see you later." So he goes, they saved those firefighters' lives. I was just like, oh my gosh. I was like, it was just unbelievable what that could do. And I was like, I've seen water like that a few other times, with creeks being high and everything. And all. I was like, And let's go right. Not going through no water like that. If the road is like you can't see the road when you look down through the water, forget it. You please just turn around because it's not worth it. And I was like, they say that turn around, don't drown. It's true. You turn around, go the opposite. If somebody sees you driving the opposite way and it's raining and storming and everything else, those people should take heed. Like, if that car is going the other way, something's wrong and we need to turn around too. I tell you. All right. It's time for me to go get Anastasia up. So, what I'm going to do, y'all see this nice little Halloween pumpkins. There you go. Let me be ready to wait that. Let me go get her up. I'm not doing it now. Honey, I'm up 4:30 this morning. Ma'am, when does that need a beauty? If you want to come say hello, you can be getting up. Okay. They're on the potty. Yeah, I'm finished. All right. Don't cry, my head. Oh, I need to take some measure. Oh my gosh. Oh. Alrighty. She is up. She's getting herself ready. She's a little bit upset because I didn't get her up at 4:30. But that's all right. I told her princesses need her sleep. October 7th. What is October 7th? October 7th is next Saturday. Yeah, can you believe? Yeah, not this. Yeah, not this Saturday. That's September 30th. I believe next Sunday is October 1st. How come August, September, October, November, December go fast? I just did my. Yeah, those months go by fast. Why? These are the fun months. You know? Yes, I do like the other holidays, but these are the holidays I love the most. So why they go so fast? And yes, I've been playing Christmas music. Because I like Christmas music. And there we go. Yeah, I like Christmas music. So, yesterday, I looked on, we've got the DVDs upstairs, but I looked on YouTube because I wanted to watch The Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown. That's The Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown. The people who don't put that stuff on YouTube, they done messed it all up. Some dude had some kind of, but he did put, the disclaimer that he had done add some music or whatever to it. I'm like, oh, no. That's all right. I'll just get the DVD that's upstairs and I'll bring it down and we'll watch The Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown, Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving, and Charlie Brown Christmas. On the DVDs, they have where they interview Charles Schultz. Hey, Dad, how you doing? And when they interviewed him, he said it was CBS at the time, I think. They needed something fell through for the Christmas program, and they needed something fast, so they had asked him. So his people, got it all together and everything, and they put in the part with Linus talking, quoting Luke, the story of Jesus, the shepherds in the field abiding sheep. And behold, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were so afraid. The angel of the Lord said, Fear not, for behold, I bring to you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And we have memorized that for a play growing up. But I still, when I get started, it comes to me. He said, at first, CBS said no. And he told him, he goes, it's either my way or no way. You won't have nothing. He goes, that afternoon, CBS called him back and said, okay, let's go with it. They never thought that it would be as big as a hit as it was. And when they ran the show, they said that was the number one show, Christmas show that was seen that year. And CBS went with it every single year since. I don't know who shows it now, but they said every year that was the number one show that people watched, was the Charlie Brown Christmas show. So you see the Lord works in mysterious ways. But I love it. It's so fun because it's like, so many lessons from that. The only thing that burns me up is when someone preaches sit there talk about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And it was like talking about being bullied. I'm like, that's a kid's show that had nothing to do about being bullied or anything else. Leave it alone. That was, if you want to take a spin on that, it's talking about accepting people for the differences that they are. We'll take that spin and twist it on that. There we go. Because that preacher, that made me so mad. I was like, that had nothing to do with anything. But if you want to take it and you want to learn a lesson from it, accept people for who they are. That's the lesson that you learn. So I didn't even email that preacher. I just don't watch him no more. I'm not going to tell you who it was either. So, but I put ideas like that in people's heads, and that's not even the thought that we had when we were growing up at all. It was a good show. Leave it alone and don't say nothing else. Leave those little kid shows, the old shows, they were good, Leave them alone. If there was a message in it, and if someone got the message, and they got the message. Hey, Kelly, how you doing? Oh, yeah, I did Friday night and the Saturday morning. I'm doing the Sunday morning thing. And then, hey, Carrie. So then, Anastasia kind of upset me because I didn't get up at 4:30. But I told her, I said, well, do it again. We didn't communicate very well about what time to get you up. You just asked, what time was I starting to live? I said 4:30, and you said okay, and went upstairs. I said, I'll get you up at regular time, and you said okay, and went upstairs. She'll be all right. I think I hear somebody coming around the corner. Oh, there's a beautiful girl in the morning. Look and see, there's Des and Kayla Pepper and Jimmy Spencer and Kelly and Carrie. There's so many people in here.
Hi.
So good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Rise and shine. Good morning. Good morning to you. Your surprise is over there on the table.
French toast?
French toast. If you want powdered sugar, you have to get it. She saw her French toast. So we made French toast for breakfast. What's the matter? That thing heavy?
Hard to push.
I know it is.
But I can do it one foot.
Hey, somebody said something to you.
Hi, Dad.
So here in a little bit, I'm gonna do cornbread. I'm doing it with a different thing. I'm gonna cook it in the pan instead. What you looking for? You want a spoon? All right. Now I'm showing people pictures of you when we first start doing videos. Because I know it doesn't say like 4.5 years, or it doesn't go like that. And it says 4 years, 3 years, 1 month. It doesn't have months and years. Nothing. No, I'm talking about YouTube.
Not in this country.
And doesn't. So let's see here. This one. All right. So here's one of her. Let's see here. There was another one that have you standing right beside me. Not that one. You know, you go back and you look at old pictures, it's like, oh my gosh. You know,
Grandma, I want you to ask me what was my biggest bad hair day.
what was your biggest bad hair day?
So, I've always wanted bangs. I've always wanted bangs. And we saw failure videos where people would go up to the mirror with some scissors, pull some of their hair over like this, and then
Did you do that? Have you done it recently?
Oh, it was like 2 years ago. 7. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
And just like everybody on this is, I regret it.
So, when I was talking about how tall she was when we first started, or she was to me, there you go. It's like, she was so little. I was like, I hope she was little because she was little back then. And then, let's see. Here we go. There's another. That's at the end of the video. But how tall she was. And now, look at how tall she is.
Look, if I'm up here to you, if I'm 10 or 11, I'm up there to you, I'm probably going to be taller than my mom.
Yeah, you still at the same spot.
Yeah, but when I'm 10, I'm probably going to make my mom cry because I'm going to be taller than her.
Well, you're getting there. Her mom is only 5'1".
4'11".
She's not 5 feet. She might as well say 5 feet.
But
I was like,
I want to say 4'11".
4'11". Okay, you're 4'11".
Bacon too.
Is that right?
Sorry about the little bit of powdered sugar on your desk.
I'm sorry, we won't clean it up. But I was like, yeah. Mama said she was now taller and still adorable. Yes, indeed. I agree with you, Des.
Hey, Grandma.
Yes.
What are you going to do with these molds?
I don't know what I'm going to do with those molds just yet.
Can I take a guess?
You going to take a guess? All right, you take a guess. Because I think the chocolate chips got used up. Well, if you're not right there where we can see them, then they got. Remember, I thought they used them in the Rice Krispies.
I'm going to take you all of them.
All right, we'll have to find out. That's not enough to make molds.
We may not be able to make chocolate, but how about pumpkin-shaped marshmallows? Melt down the marshmallows, put them in the molds.
Hey, that's a good idea. Something we can try.
I like experimenting, cooking,
I know.
baking.
She does. Like she joined Kids in the Kitchen this year, and their first one is this coming Thursday. So it's going to be exciting to see what they do and everything. So, and then she has a science one, a book club, another reading one,
Wait, science. I think
and yoga. She wants to do some stretches and everything.
I signed up for.
Robotics.
I signed up for cooking, reading. Signed up for cooking, reading, yoga, and robotics.
Yeah, robotics. That's what her dad went to school for. So, yeah. So, it's good to look back, and I was like, oh, yeah, I want to see. I got more gray than I had when I started. But it's like, I went back and looked. I was like, well, I guess it's still the same amount. But I colored my hair because I said, I don't feel like I was old and look old. Like, And her mom goes, why are you doing this? I said, because I don't want to look old. She goes, you should embrace your gray. I said, well, you can embrace your gray or silver or whatever, but I don't want to do mine. No. So,
Our mom's class. Mom's ultra hair dyeing class. Comes down in a few weeks.
is that right?
Yep, the hair dye comes down in a few weeks. But
The hair dye comes out in a few weeks.
yeah, but it's fun.
So,
I'll help you through it.
you help me through it? Okay. What color should I dye my hair?
Do you want that?
Okay, we got blue, green, pink, purple.
We have blue.
Oh, we had blue.
We used all of it.
Oh, okay.
My hair is getting long.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they used a whole jar of glue on my hair.
Oh, wow. So we have purple, pink. So this I can show. This was in December of 1997. I had gone through my divorce. I had lost 97. This was later than 97. I'll have a 97 there. So this had to be, I want to say 90, maybe 99. I said 97 on here. Actually, it is December of 97 because my ex is November 1st of 97. So this is December 1997. And I had lost some weight, but that was my natural color hair. So this is me and her dad sitting on Santa's lap. And that's my natural color hair was like a chestnut brown, dark color. It was getting dark. So
I think I know where to put the Christmas tree.
you do?
Uh-huh.
And Santa still hasn't bought me my present yet. So that's okay. Huh? Hey, Maritza. Huh?
I haven't even written my Christmas list yet. Be patient.
I know. I'm just talking about Santa. After all those years, he still hasn't bought me my Christmas present.
You want to know where we can put the Christmas tree?
Where are we going to put the Christmas tree?
Halloween.
Baby girl, just show me right now, and then I can see it up close later. Yeah, right. I don't think so. I think you left your Pringles down here last night. Oh, no, you don't need two of them. Where?
Shoes off. Shoes. Here.
Well, that's right.
Hang on. Shoes stand. Put shoes stand.
I don't think there'll be room enough for the door to open up with the tree back behind it. Yeah, that tree is like 7 feet tall and like this right around. Y'all seen the tree? So,
Oh, I want you all to show a Animal Crossing bear. To show an Animal Crossing character. Villager.
you want to go get, you going to show that? I want you to eat something a little bit.
I am eating.
You are eating? Okie dokie.
No, I need you to search her up real quick.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
So.
I'm trying to find.
They're in shorts.
I know I'm in shorts. Oh, and here's a clue. If you like on your videos and everything, and you click, and you made a short from that video, then you go back to that video and you click, do not remix. YouTube is gonna make it think that somebody took your video and did a short, and they're gonna take that short down. Ask me how I know, because I decided, I was like, not to, start, do some ones that not to let people remix, because I found out that anybody could remix your videos. And then they emailed me, your short was taken down because blah, 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 blah on my site. How do you get in touch with you people, YouTube? I've tried every which way to sit there and contact you to tell you that was me who took a short on my own video that you took down. So I'm shake my head like, oh my goodness gracious. Like, really, people? That's Santa. Because the tree we have up last year is a new tree that we got. So I guess I have to go back to that one. Because those were the ones I did. I don't think it don't have the tree in it. No. So let's see here. Roses coming to town. All right.
Are you searching up?
I'm going to show them that tree that she's talking about. And that tree is,
Among you.
yeah, it's wider around the base.
Grandma.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please search up that villager so they can see?
Okay.
So, I'm going to tell you how to do it. Search up Animal Crossing New Horizons.
Okay.
Search up Animal Crossing New Horizons.
Okay.
Villager Stitches. No.
Space.
No. Villager Stitches.
Mm-hmm.
No, not Stitches Rare, just Stitches.
That one?
Isn't she cute?
Yeah, she's adorable.
That one kind of scared my dad.
And that's what she want me to show y'all in her Animal Crossing game.
I don't have her on my island, but I helped her with the vacation home. Yeah. Yeah, Mom wanted Dad to search up Stitches, so he did. And she was like, oh my goodness.
Oh, Dad, that's awesome. Okay,
And then
go ahead.
I said, walked in, he showed us, and I recognized her because I built a vacation home for her.
You did?
Uh-huh.
That's awesome. Oh, yeah, I used YouCut for video editing as an app free app that you can use on your phone. I finally figured how to add and put two videos together. I am not computer literate whatsoever anymore. I might have been just a little bit back in the 1990s or whatever, but now forget it. It's supposed to make things easier, but it is not easier. So I was like, that's why sometimes some of the pictures or anything at the front of the video instead of being at the back of the video, because I try when I add it, it adds it wherever it adds it. That's that. I'm leaving it just like it is. I am not going to try to change it because it might mess something up. Then I was like, did I call someone? Did I ask? So I just leave it. Leave it. Like, I ain't fixing anything. It's like the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So if it works, that's it works. What you doing? You eating your breakfast? You chewing bacon? Yeah, turkey bacon. That's all right. I mean,
Real bacon.
yeah, that's not real bacon, but it's bacon. I mean, it's something. It tastes like bacon. To me, it's bacon.
I tried it once and liked it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got this new thing for the sink.
Does it make things easier or harder?
Mm-hmm.
Does it make things easier or harder?
You have a one way, you can have like a spray or just a stream. That makes it easier.
For them.
For them. For them. I'm gonna tell you, it's easy for me. If it can go in the dishwasher, it goes in the dishwasher. And if it can't, it can't. But that's the way I see it. Because, yeah, the easier the better. I took some Motrin because I was hurting. And I better take something today. Yesterday, that was funny. I was sitting there, and Mona and I were on Discord, and I told her, I said, man, I'm like hurting today. She goes, because you stayed up late? I said, I don't know. I said, it could be. And this is like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, evening. I'm like, man, I'm like hurting. And I'm like, well done, Nancy. You didn't take any Motrin today. So I was like, well, whoops. Like, so I just took some now because I was like, I guess I should have took some this morning at 4:30, but I didn't. Oh well. And then when people who live with pain. Oh, Jamie, that is so cool. I won your playlist. And that's my offer to you. You don't have to ask. Oh, I know. I know about the watch hours. I won your playlist. I got you back, girl. So, I was like, yeah, take the Motrin. Maybe that'll help with this, with the dizziness. I ain't gonna help with the dizziness because it's the nerve that's pinched in the neck. Because I've been waking up with in the morning with a crick in my neck right here. But I've been using that Blue Emu stuff. Oh my goodness, that helps so much better than Icy Hot or anything else. Oh my goodness, yeah. My hands are stiff because of arthritis. Now, Austin loves to visit so many people. He can just go away. But especially in this stuff. But I was like, yeah. So the doctor went to ask me, he goes, what are you taking? I said, Motrin, ibuprofen. And yes.
I want to say something real quick.
All right.
So Mom has this app on her phone. It's called Temu, and she can buy a lot of things from it, including this load contraption. Why isn't it working? Oh, it works. Including this load contraption, which they got for things. They got for things. Yeah, so they bought a lot of things off of Temu. One of the things they brought me off of Temu, which I thought was cool, is this. It's a journal, not a spell book. It has a little ribbon bookmark, and it has a dragon on it. It has a dragon eye on the back. It's nice, and it's 3D too. It's 3D. You can actually touch it. There's a little 3D castle right here. Fake lock on the front, fake lock on the back. Normal pages. And special pages. So there are two kinds of pages. There are normal white pages and special brown light pages.
Mm-hmm.
This is a journal, not a spell book. They got it off of Temu for me, and I liked it. Thank you all, and good night.
Good night. You think good morning.
Thank you all, and good night.
All right. So as far as, let me say oldies. I'm hungry. Oh yeah. Yeah. About 5 hours ago, about 8:30 or so, I was like, I think it's about time I start fixing something to eat because I was like, that could be one of the issues, not having something to eat yet. That can make you dizzy too, not eating. So, and it was a comedian, I think, or something. At the end of the show, said good morning, good evening, good evening, and good night, or something like that. But that was fun. Because Friday night, Gary was talking about Carol Burnett, and when she did her ear and everything, he goes, "Does anybody know?" And Rebecca goes, "No, I don't." I go, "Ooh, I do." Carol Burnett said in an interview, and this is how I heard it, that the reason why she tugged on her ear at the end of the show was to let her kids know the show was over and she would be on the way home. We need to be in the bed. So that's how she tugged on her ear. I thought that was pretty cool. That would be a little bit too hot. I don't like burning my lips and my tongue. It's not a good thing. So, yeah, so I'll be making the cornbread here with the almond flour here in just a few minutes. And then she's got her food she's eating. I'm still eating my breakfast. So we made French toast because Frances was on Rita's left and bacon. Yesterday morning she was making French toast. So I looked up and saw the bread. I was like, oh, French toast sounds so good. So with my eggs, I added I put cinnamon in it for hers, and then after I fixed hers and I had some eggs left over, I added some cardamom to mine. So the secret, oh, that was the penal. Cardamom. That secret, that extra flavor that you can't figure out that they put in your pumpkin spice lattes and all the other good pumpkin spice fall flavors and everything else. There you go.
Hey, Grandma, you want to know something?
Yes, ma'am.
So, we went out on a daddy-daughter day. And we went to the Lego store to see my buddy. And we got 2 Disney villain Legos, King John and Cruella.
You did.
Maybe we got another Disney one, but that's all I remember right now.
Eat this today.
That's all I remember right now.
That's all you remember right now?
And my Lego buddy told us to be aware because Cruella had a beige, and I think it was red or beige coat, little paper coat, and Prince John had a white and spotted one. And in the movie 101 Dalmatians, Cruella de Vil hunts for a Dalmatian skin coat, and he told us to be aware because some people would take off King John's coat, put it on Cruella, and say that she got the coat.
Okay. I never knew that.
And Dad said this. And I found my humor with evil.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I have to go back and look at it or watch it or something. That says it was a message for her grandmom, I thought. I don't know who she's talking about. I don't know if she's talking about what you were talking about or something else.
Yeah, but while we were at the Lego store, we got a Prince John Lego that has a black and white spotted coat. And we got a Cruella that had either a beige or a red coat. And he said that some people would take off Cruella's coat, and put Prince John's coat on Cruella and say that she got the coat.
Oh, okay. We're talking. That's talking about Carol Burnett. Yeah, I now understand what you said, but pulling on the ear. So you know how things change over the years. But do a Google search and let me know. You got peppers still to freeze still? Oh man. Yeah, I say this. Next year I am planning on doing a container garden because starting, I want to say probably starting December, probably I'll start saving money up to because I've got 2 big planters that somebody sent me. I mean, they're like this big around and 3 feet tall. That takes like 2 or 3 bags of mulch. That's because when the mulch gets wet, it just compacts. The actress had the idea from a dance troupe where the performers would tug their ears to say hello to their children. She decided to use the gesture to signal to her grandmother. Oh, okay. Even after she passed away, Burnett explained, I always meant hi, Nana. Oh, okay. There you go. See, I saw her in an interview that she sit there and tug her ear to tell her kids good night or something or other like that. So like I said, things change over the years. But I think that's still so cool. And everything. And then they have her shows on YouTube. And I think that's Carol Burnett. Because I'm subscribed to it. because I was like looking for old shows, you know, to see. You know, because some of those shows are on TV now. They're great. Hence, that's why I keep watching my full series seasons of Emergency on DVD.
Ever since I found one, I asked my mom and dad to buy me some more. Because I thought these were cool books. I only had the third one of this kind, but after I read it, I liked it and I wanted more. Please show them what it is.
Hey, hold on. I'm trying to put something in the chat.
Okay.
And this is what I'm talking about. That is the official Carol Burnett. The Carol Burnett official show officially. That's all. That's what they have on YouTube. It's so funny. She likes Amelia Bedelia books.
That's Amelia Bedelia
And Friends. This is Amelia Bedelia and Friends. This is just Amelia Bedelia.
They have different titles. Like this is called Arise and Shine. What's that one called?
This one's Unleashed.
And we both share. Yeah. And this one is Scared.
Silly. So, I'm just glad that she enjoys reading so much now and everything. So, that math test that they have to do, I will repeat myself 100 times. So, her mom looked up at the test scores where she was on fall at or whatever, and what reading grade she's at. She's on a 6th grade reading level at 4th grade. So that's my girl. My favorite skits of the show with the dentist and the elephant and one Carol getting revenge. I know. I told my doctor. His name was Chris. I said, Chris, you know the Carol Burnett show? He goes, yeah. I said, do you remember when Tim Conway does the old man with the cane? And he's walking with the cane. He does the cane. He just shuffles his feet like this and shuffles like that. He goes, I said, that's how I'm walking. He got to laugh and he goes, oh my gosh, Nancy. He goes, you made my day. I think that's true. I haven't short about that. I said, this is how I walk by the time the nighttime comes around. Yep, shuffles. And I was like, well, some days are better than others. This leg, my right leg,
I have more books I want to introduce you to.
Okay, hold on.
Harry, these are getting heavy. Harry, these are getting heavy.
Right leg, you see. I don't know if y'all can actually see the left leg. It's like stuck. It doesn't go, and it goes up that far, and then it's like after that it just hurts, and it's like somebody tries to push on it. You get so it's like a step, drag, step, drag. It's like that chiropractor. I just wanted to not chemical on the side of the head. Same group, but the one that does the hip says, "Oh, you don't need a hip replacement, but not anytime soon." I said, "Now is why I can't walk. Not anytime, not in the future."
I
You
have
fall down the stairs. I know.
I have some unicorn books too. I got
All right, this is her unicorn. One of them, Unicorn versus Goblins.
Mm-hmm.
Another Phoebe and her unicorn adventure. Then we have Unicorn and Mini Cat. So, oh my goodness. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go move your plate. No, you know what? Even better. Bring me my cord. Bring the cord on the floor. Before before the battery goes dead. Let go of the cord. I just happened to look. I said, I knew I told myself to be looking and keep an eye on it. And I just happened to look down. And I was like, very low. I was like, oh no. I said, that would not been good. This is Phoebe and her unicorn in Unicorn Theater. Theater. A theater, my dear.
Last one.
Theater, my dear Watson. Theater. Unicorn famous.
Different kind of theater.
No, it's not. The theater that you go watch a play on is what Sherlock Holmes is talking about.
She went to drama camp.
Right. And that type of theater is when they walk on stage in front of people and
They did
produce
a
play.
musical.
A musical or a play.
A musical.
Then you also have a movie theater that you go watch movies on the screen. So there are two types of theaters, my dear. Theaters. Unicorn famous. I thought we already showed this one.
No, we didn't.
Oh, okay. Oh, hey, Rose, how you doing? What you looking for? They're in the dishwasher. Oh, sorry, they're in the dishwasher clean.
Not all of them.
Not all of them. Okay. I ran the dishwasher at 4:30 this morning. I don't think I'm loading it right now. All right. This bacon doesn't want to cut. I'm just going to set this over here. All right. So here's our pumpkin molds. We'll be making something with this. And with the owls, everything. So we stop that right there. I'm turning that back on. So yes, cardamom is that nice little spice that they put in the stuff that you don't realize it's there, but you're like, hey, there's something extra. So, and that's what I did. Well, when y'all go back and watch when I made breakfast, I made my French toast, I had added cardamom and the cinnamon together in the extra. But I was like, and then with the honey, oh my goodness, that tastes so good. It's like, yes, that definitely works. And cardamom is it's good for your heart too. That's what I found out. I'm not a doctor. I don't play a doctor on TV. That's what works for me. Yeah. So it's like my son asked me, he goes, talking about my hip. He goes, well, you mean? I said, well, yeah, I can move it up to a certain point, and I definitely can move my knee, back and forth because my knee is not what's frozen up. As my hip. That's like, to try to get over for the tub. It's funny. So I got one of those suction handle things that it helps. You can hold on to help get in and out of the bathroom tub when I take a shower. So I'm like, yeah, that doctor don't know what he was talking about. But again and again, when I was talking to this cardiologist, she specializes in other things of cardiology. She goes, yeah, ain't nobody going to do any kind of surgery on you until we fix what's going on with your heart. So finally somebody listening, and we're trying to work on getting stuff done. Right, I need to go get some almond flour. All right. Here's the almond flour. I'm gonna want to do it in that pan. No, I'll do it in that pan. That'll be fine. Last time I did it in the small cast iron one, but my middle size cast iron that needs to be like redone. I have something in Anastasia I can do at 4:30 in the morning on a live. Well, you know, not all right. So since we're doing this, I have to look and see how many hours afterwards I have left on StreamYard. Hey, Bud Files. Hi, Terry. So next Sunday, and I'll post in the community tab. I'm quite sure next Sunday I will not be doing the live. The reason why is because, well, StreamYard, I could do it through YouTube. The last time I did it through YouTube, we didn't have any sound, anything. So I was like, oh my goodness. So, I'm trying to see. Who all is in here? Hi, Samantha. How you doing? So, yeah. So next Sunday, well, probably most likely won't be doing a live. We have inspection coming up next month. So next Sunday is getting everything, but everything is ready. But you know what I mean. Just the little things here and there, vacuum, dust, all the ducky fun stuff. Just, because I don't want to hear it from them. If you have things in a cabinet, it won't look so bad. Put things in tape so we don't see what you got. Why should I have things in tape so you don't see what I've got? What's the deeper meaning there? Hint, hint. And so, yeah, that kind of sounds like,
Encanto.
hmm?
Encanto.
I know, I ain't gonna say Encanto because that's not Encanto. Well, if I say what I'm gonna say, I might get dinged for it. So let's just say okay, yeah, let's say that. I can say that so people understand the meaning. World War II. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I felt like. When she sat there and said, hide my stuff. So I'm like, why do I have to hide my stuff? So I think there's a deeper meaning there. But that's okay. I hid my stuff. So that's thing. Like I said, just little things here and there, and just the vacuum and all that good jazz. So, but yeah, I don't know if I could look now on StreamYard and see. I'll just look later on StreamYard and see everything. So, alrighty. Here if I'm at. All right. So, number 1 through 15 and keep it in your head.
I picked it.
You got it? Okay. All right, everybody. I'm going to do a giveaway. Pick a number 1 through 15.
I didn't
And
really,
start.
I don't think I told you what.
No, don't lean on this chair. It's already broke. I don't want it to break with me sitting in it.
I didn't tell you the number. I don't know
Now, come here. You don't walk away. You can't go away. You got to look and see if they got your number.
No.
Not yet? Okay, dokie. Guess until we get the number. Jamie, keep on going. What about that number?
No.
No.
Not 5. You get many guesses into. No, but you're
Very close.
No, it's not 11.
Keep on going.
Not 4. Not 3. Not 9. Not 7. Not 6. Not 14. But you're very close. Not 2. 13.
There you go. All right, Jamie. All right. So
15.
what we gave away this time was a sample pack.
No. What we're giving away is pencil. It's sharpened.
Oh goodness. All right. Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry if everyone's confused, but I like giving people pencils.
You like giving people's pencils. So pencils. It's a sampler pack from Devil Dogs Keeper, Jamie. So email devildogskeeper@gmail.com and tell her you want a sampler pack. So it's stickers and keychains and I think a magnet. She told me what it was. Hold on. It's okay.
Speaking of magnets, do you know what's on the fridge?
No, we don't know what's on the fridge. You want to tell me what's on the fridge?
It's right behind you.
Okay. It comes with 4 keychains, 8 magnets, and 25 stickers. So Jamie's Country Kitchen.
Speaking of magnets, what's on the fridge?
What's on the fridge?
Yesterday.
Ooh, she's got a cool thing that's on the fridge. You must be on a delay. Oh my goodness, Kelly. Do you want to show people what you did yesterday?
If I can get off the fridge.
Oh.
So Mom and I got magnetic canvases. And this magnetic canvas had, and I painted, and I have paint pens, so I made a sunset. One of my favorite things, a sunset.
So, y'all just never know what kind of surprises I might have up my sleeve today.
Or my sleeve.
Or your sleeve.
Unfortunately, I don't have surprises up my sleeves. I don't have sleeves.
What do you have? Huh?
Sure.
Oh, it's over there. Alrighty. Oh my goodness. This thing. Oh, this air fryer is heavy. They have to take it out. I don't blame when you probably pick up anything else heavy. Just get it out of the kitchen. Okay. So the recipe, and I will post the recipe in the community tab. That works better for me. It calls for a cup of yellow cornmeal, a cup of all-purpose flour, 1/4 of a cup of sugar, 4 teaspoons of baking powder, which I forgot the other day, a half a teaspoon of salt, a cup of milk, and 1 large egg, and 1/4 a cup of cooking oil. So I did like half the recipe. All this stuff. There we go. So I did half the recipe. I'm going to do the full recipe today. So we get 1 cup of cornmeal. And it calls for a cup. I'm going to use a cup of almond flour. All right. Then we need a 1/4 cup of sugar. Let's see here. I'm going to use a 1/4 cup of stevia. Instead, and there's 4 teaspoons of baking powder. Yeah, baking powder. Oh, it's in the closet. Right here anyway, get the spoon. Anybody want some salmon? That canned salmon they got me, I don't like that. Yeah. On that day I did that video with the canned salmon. Took one for the team and ate that sucker. I almost spit it out. I was like, oh, this is not good.
You almost at the bathroom.
So 4 teaspoons. And 4
Almost had to go to the
teaspoons.
bathroom.
Is that right?
But there's some came out the other end.
Here's a teaspoon. So 1, 2, and now I don't level off. I should. 3, 4.
You almost had to go to the bathroom. But the
No.
very something may have coming out the other end.
No, I just almost spit it out. The canned salmon I'm used to is the pink, the red or pink canned salmon, and it looks like tuna fish. This actually looks like salmon. I was like, oh no! When I opened it up, I was like, mm-mm. So 1/2 teaspoon of salt. I just put like a pinch of salt in there, and then we need a cup of milk and 1 egg. So I get me the unsweetened because the vanilla is too sweet and the sweet, sometimes some things call for unsweetened. So we got a cup of milk, 1 egg, and 1/4 cup of cooking oil. I'll get the 1 egg out. Put that there. Don't blow off the counter. And here's a quick tip. Put a paper towel down, crack your egg, and voila. I still gotta wash my hands. But at least the counter's clean still. All right. We got that done, and I just need a 1/4 cup of oil. Hi, Avita. And Avita, I think that's how you say it. The fourth a cup of oil. And kind of just eyeball it. Because a half of a half cup is a fourth of a cup. Did that explain that? Half of a half a cup is a fourth of a cup. It's a fourth of a cup plus a fourth of a cup makes a half a cup. So just half of this. All right. I'll just put all that away a little bit. So we're going to mix this up. And see, now this is where you can add, like you want to make it like it's sweet, add honey or and cinnamon or pumpkin pie spice. So let's see here. Just got that over there. So when y'all see me go up, I'm actually just using my right side. Oh, I think we need to put some of this. Yeah, there's not much left there. I need some more. So I'm going to save that right there. So we're going to make some pumpkin pie flavoring cornbread. So we're going to see how this works. I'm going to show you. Oops, what I'm doing. I'm just going to cook it on the stove today. Now, I don't know if this pan will work as well as the cast iron. If it doesn't, I can just change pans or skillets. Just even that out. There we go. Let me turn that up just a tad bit. And there we go. We're going to see how that works. There we go. Oh, this is on the, alrighty. All right. So, and I think this is all recipes that I got that from. But I'll put a link and everything where I got it. And also, I was like, I have it written down. I didn't feel like going to find the book for it. You are welcome, Jamie. I was just like, so I had the recipe written down. I just didn't feel like going looking for the book, or I know where the book is. I just didn't feel like go get the book. Because when the thing cornmeal, when you get it, it has the recipe on there. But I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna find me an easier one. But I wanted to try this with that almond flour. Because I have it, and like I need to use it up. So let's see how well it's going to work. So, and this week I got me stuff on that side of the counter over that way. I'm pointing because I'm bringing the microwave back up, and because they got to use the microwave for kids in the kitchen or club Thursday. So I figured, yeah, easy is good. That's why I try to put easy meals when I make meals and everything. Because some days it's just like I don't feel like spending an hour cooking anything. If I can cook it between now and lunchtime, have my dinner done, all I gotta do is reheat it, I'm good to go. That's what I want to do. All righty. Well, we have her mommy had a package delivered. So let's go see what it is. You making your food? You can't be full. You haven't had anything.
I don't want to eat anything right now.
Oh, come on. Oh, no. All right. You ready?
Ready? I win.
You just scoot it that way. All righty. Ready? 2, 3. Is it up there? Come on.
I see an airplane. I didn't see it.
You heard it but didn't see it. Yeah, it was up there. That wasn't as low as the other one the other day. On the one last night, I was sitting on the computer talking. And I know probably looked at me. I think Mona was a little bit so funny, but last night, anyway, one night, last night and the night before, sit there and I'm like, this plane was a commercial airline plane. I knew what that was. It was so low. I'm just like, y'all are never that low over here. Because airport's on the other side. And I've seen these planes outside. I've been outside long enough to see planes coming and going and everything, how low they're supposed to be. This one was way too low. That's not good. It's a package from Temu her mom ordered. They've been doing resin. And you want to bring me those bears from off the table?
What?
The little bears are on my table. Do you see them?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh my goodness, this chair.
You can show them, but you're not for sale. What?
We've talked about that. They are for show because those are yours, but we're showing what your mommy can do so she can sell the
So,
there's a couple more over there. Okay.
How'd you find all these?
Because I went looking for them. That's how I found all these. Oh, yes. We had a hummingbird feeder, but always the ants got to it. I don't know.
Catbirds eat ants?
Huh?
Can hummingbirds eat ants?
I have no idea. But I don't know. We just took it down and threw it away. So these are the little bears. This is pink. And I will take a picture and post it in the, my community tab. And then you have green, and it's like a clear. So that's clear. This one has glitter or the sparkly effect in it. And then you have this one, and it has, so I'm going to show you the front because it looks like it's dark because the effect of it on the back is dark. So you can see, yeah. So that looks the way it does. So I will post those in the community tab. And she makes necklaces. It could be earrings out of these. Baby girl, you need to do a better job of cleaning. Have to go and eat your French toast. You know. No. Is that your answer for everything? No. Mostly everything. Mostly everything. Oh, this thing. Why is it always fun to stay there? It'd be difficult. I want it to be difficult. It can be difficult. So tiny and cute. I know. And I think they got clear ones and solid ones. Then you have the ones with the sparkles or glitter in it. Then the shimmery ones, and it depends on the effect that you want. So we'll look at all that information, and yeah, I'll post that in the community tab. Also, I posted in there, and next week, it's a Zoom meeting for Mona Did What, my channel, Sewing Sensations with Shady Susan, and Dee's Crafting channel. We have Zoom for all our subscribers and members. I don't have membership. They did. And it's just a get together and sew or chat, have a cup of coffee, just hanging out in Zoom, and you don't have to really watch what you got to, you keep it decent, but on YouTube, you have to watch certain things you say. And Zoom is not being recorded or anything. So, and Mona is showing us how to sew a bag next week. Well, not this Saturday. So the first Saturday of October, which is October 7th, Mona will show us how to sew a bag. So that will be a Zoom. So you can email me, Mona, or Susan, and let us know if you want to hang out with us, and Mona will send you the link. And then October 14th, we're having an online craft show sale. Yes, stuff you can buy. I posted, it's going to be fun. A lot of people, we're doing stuff online now, so, gifts that hard the person to buy for or shop for. You just never know what you might find. So I have all kinds of goodies and everything. So you just have to come by and see what we have. And that's one thing I've been busy doing is making stuff for the craft show. And so that's why, some people who've seen me once in a while here and there and everything else. It's funny, she changed the Regina show, but she put the AI Regina show now. And I was in her chat. She goes, "Where you been?" That's like, I've been busy. Hey, Annie, how you doing? All right, thank you. Hey, Gary. So Regina was saying, "Where you been? I missed you." I said, "I've just been busy." Then I took a break, and then she was showing me, and she goes, "If you're a subscriber to her, or she subscribed to you, she shouts out your channel, what time day you go live and everything." Ooh, I'm in stereo. Well, I definitely can't sing that song. No, I'll be copyrighted. I can sing the most wonderful time of the year. Yes, it's Christmas. It's almost Christmas. So, she goes, and I told her about the craft show. She goes, "Keep reminding me." She goes, "I'll let people know." So she's really sweet also. And then it's like, I made in the community tab, you have to scroll down, but for a whole week, I put down from Sunday through Saturday, who's live that day. I didn't go put their exact times, but put the links to the channel so y'all can go look and see if you like their channel or something you were interested in. And have you on too much time right now? One live month. Oh, sweet. So yeah, that adds up. The last number ends up to about like 200 hours. Jamie and I figured it out. So it's like, oh, so you lose that chain of thought, Gary. That's easy to do. Yeah, I started coughing yesterday. I was like, I am not sick. I am not going to be sick. I am not sick. But yeah, I'm still coughing. So, yeah, that's why I started taking I'm taking my vitamins and zinc. I got a B vitamin I take, and then I have a vitamin K and D vitamin, because vitamin K2 plus D helps your body absorb your D vitamins. So, I know. So we got 2 channels, CNC Farm and Jamie's Country Kitchen. Yeah, we can do theirs too. So, you know how you say things without saying things because you don't want to get in trouble for saying something. Yeah, can you say something and have the meaning? Can you say something without saying something so people understand what you're saying? That was going around a couple of years ago, and that was on YouTube. That was so funny. And I was like, saying something without saying it so people understand what you're saying. I know Bland's Poets Ranch, they did it. That was hilarious. It was so funny. So, and then we're talking about shorts. I'm going to tell you one thing. I go back to my original shorts. So this would be about 4 years ago. YouTubers started that. And that's how a lot of people were getting hours and stuff and everything. Way before, who got figured out what was going on. So that's all right. Most wonderful time of the year. I do have a video about me singing Christmas songs. And then let's see here. I know, 168 hours in a week. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can only do so much. I know. It's all right. All in due time. Hi, Maritza. How you doing? And then, let's see here. This Christmas song I was singing. Yeah, I was in the choir in, so where is my mouse? Where did that sucker go to? Hold on, Gary. Get over here and make sure. And add. There we go.
What's up, Nancy?
Hey, Gary.
Man, I hopped up. Of course, I've been asleep, and then I woke up, and it takes me a while to wake up. I'm sitting here drinking my coffee, and Tammy's talking.
Well, you want me right now? That's scary.
Hey, Anastasia.
Hi, Gary.
I'm Batman.
Last night I wrote down that loop 29 is Batman.
Hey, excellent. Yeah, you can even tell it's on a picture on my icon. That loop 29 is Batman.
Yeah.
And, they're 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is 168 hours. So 200, yeah, Des and I talked fairly late. Always good to visit with Des. Des, good people. Nan is good people. Nancy. We had fun last night.
Oh yeah.
And we sit there after the live stream, and we just watched a movie. That was kind of fun, and then talked a little bit about YouTube, and some ways to. I guess a lot of it was the same stuff I covered. I tend to go through and ramble. I tend to go through and cover the same stuff over and over. I guess thinking that if I say it a different way, it'll have more of an impact or be more understandable. Because that's just. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt what you were saying. Nancy, you got your show. You're doing all. You've been live for a long time on here. By the way, you've got 978 videos on your 978 videos on your playlist, on your master playlist. Maybe next time I'll pick a different playlist to play. I'm just thinking out loud. No, I'm just playing.
You're fine, Gary.
I don't even know how long I've been playing this, but it's not the first time I've run through it, and although it may be the last time I run all the way through it, because that takes more than a week to go through, but I'm running. We're going to get you there. How are you hours wise?
All right, let's see here. Because usually upstate's about Monday or Tuesday.
Well, I know, but just wondering what it's currently running.
2,291.
Well, then I'll probably be running again at some point. We need to get more people running it, though. We need to get. I mean, if you think about it, if you get 4 people running it, that's like 96 hours a day.
Exactly.
So it's but 2,200. That's still a little ways off. And oh, there you are. Nikki's around playing with around my chair or something, and so it's kind of, And I just so you know, I really just woke up, so
I understand, Gary.
So I'm probably going to be. Hey, Mark, Corner Clubhouse.
Hey, Mark.
Janice Burfer. That's an unusual last name, Burfer. I don't know if I've ever heard that.
Hey, Janice. Yeah, I'm the same way, Gary. I wake up. It takes me like an hour before I'm like can get up and moving and doing things I need to do.
Yeah. And,
it don't matter how much coffee I drink, it's still the same way. So it's like coffee it doesn't do anything for me. It just
I think yesterday though, I think I woke up too early or I stayed up too late the night before or something. I don't know. I stayed up a little late last night. Although it wasn't really much later than I normally do. Hey Jamie, good to see you. By the way, when Devil Dog wakes up, tell her, tell him Tammy, really loves that channel icon thing. I really need to get. Although I can't imagine Tammy ever, done any live streaming. I was thinking about getting that thing and down and loading it to the StreamYard or something. So that if she wanted to, but I'm just thinking off the cuff. The fact is, Tammy don't like being in front of. Of course, if she, if I put it on StreamYard, maybe she'd come up there just to have that thing on the thing. I don't know. I'm rambling again.
You're
Sorry.
fine. You keep on rambling because,
Well, I am with you. Who all have you had up on panel? Or
Shadow Swede, Shadow Scout Swede, and you.
oh, cool. Well, there ought to be some more people come up. You know, that reminds me while I'm at it. Please, if you are out there in the thing right now, go ahead and share out this post or this live stream, and
Turn on your stupid phone, Gary.
oh, hey, Devil Dog. I was on the other.
I said he could bring his own
I tried to call you. It went straight to voicemail.
Yeah, my phone didn't get.
Yeah,
I just
never
woke
mind.
up.
Never mind. I don't want to talk to you no more.
Fine. I'm cutting it on now.
Nope, too late. That
I
was your
just
call.
woke up.
That was your. I don't care. That was your call for today.
Fine. Hey, Peter.
Hi, Nancy. Hi, Peter. Hey, Des.
Hey, Rochelle.
I don't know Rochelle.
Hey, Rochelle.
I don't know you.
Hi, Rochelle.
It's good to meet you. And Nancy, I got a question.
Yes.
How long? I just wondered how long you've been YouTubing.
5 years this November.
Okay.
Gary, how long you
Yeah.
been YouTubing?
I've had a YouTube channel for since
He just can't
2008.
answer a question. He has to go into an explanation. No, did I say that out loud?
3 years.
Hi,
Hey, Anastasia, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
Cool.
Yeah. I've been YouTubing 3 years.
Well, that's nice, Gary.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh wow. Let me see something.
You've been on this live for 7 hours and 30 minutes? Dang.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yes, you can have some.
Oh, that's my name.
Rochelle.
Rochelle wants to know how long do you plan on being on, Nancy?
Till about 1 o'clock when DJ comes
Oh,
on.
I'm out of here. I'm bye.
It's 12 o'clock.
No, I said
Oh,
I'll
it's
be
12
on
o'clock
at 1.
our time. Okay.
No, when she ends it.
I got you. I was
ending
like,
at 1
Texas
p.m.
started noon. I'm out of here.
No, she stopped with the DJ live.
Well, I will not be at DJ's.
DJ is anime day anyway.
Yeah, well, DJ knows I won't be there because I'm West Texans.
They come back.
Well, Rachel has 43
Why are you saying Rachel? I don't see R-A. I don't see R-A-E or R-A-Y.
It depends on how you're
It's
Uh,
Rochelle. It's Rochelle
Rochelle.
the way it's Rochelle the way it's spelt, Gary. Rochelle, how do you say your name? One for Rochelle, 2 for Rachel.
hey, I'm a redneck. So
I say
Hey.
Wait, it can't be okay. Correct the way that Des says it, Rochelle, not Rachel.
Rochelle.
There.
Okay, fine.
There
Come on
you
up.
go. There you go.
Rachel, come on up. Rochelle, come on up.
Why do
Hey.
you want to scare the woman for, Gary?
Well, I ain't trying to scare her. In fact, I just subscribed to her with 5 channels. She got 43 subscribers now and 21 videos.
There you go.
With 3 LS?
L's.
Oh, with 3 L's.
3
Oh
L's.
wow, that's cool.
I noticed that.
I didn't notice that. I just overlooked it. Well, I'm not awake yet, so.
Well, Devil Dog's old. His eyesight's pretty poor. So he don't. Well, I will admit that Devil Dog pays a whole lot more attention to details than I do typically. You know, he could probably. I will admit, he talks a lot like he talks. He got to think like a woman. You know, in some ways, he's sitting there talking about seafoam green and all these. You know,
your wife's the one that told me seafoam green, and I looked
I
it up.
know. I understand, but what I'm saying is,
Your
you know,
wife's the one that brought it up, not me.
okay.
I didn't say what kind of blue or green you like.
Well,
Why are you arguing on Nancy's channel, Gary?
I ain't
Jamie,
trying.
Jamie wants to know.
Hey, Jamie. Jamie's
Hey,
gonna
I
do
got
that.
glasses. I got bifocals. I still take my glasses off and go like this.
No, I can't do bifocals.
I got my bifocals on. See,
Nope.
you can't see the line.
No, why don't you put them in a glass of water?
I did that yesterday.
I know that, Gary. He was out to dinner eating with Tammy at a Chinese restaurant and put his glasses in a glass of water to clean them.
Well, it's better.
Yeah. Well, they were dirty.
You know?
That's so funny because that's what Shadow and I were talking about this morning. How we can clean our glasses and then 5 minutes later they're dirty.
Well, if
Yeah.
you're at a restaurant, you put them in your glass of ice water.
Yeah,
Ain't that
apparently.
right, Gary?
That's right. It worked.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, it didn't work. To be fair, it made them worse. But I blame that on the paper towels or the napkins that they had there, because you know I think maybe those were made them worse.
You need glass wipes like me, Gary.
Yeah, I probably do.
You can get them at Walmart or on Amazon.
Hey, it's ironic you would say that because just yesterday, you know, we went to Walmart
And you
and
should have got you some glass wipes.
well, Tammy picked them up, asked me if I wanted them. I told her no.
Glass wipes?
Well, it was some kind of a cloth you clean your glasses with.
No, these come in little packages.
Well, that's probably a better idea. I don't know, maybe.
You can keep some in your shirt pocket, Gary.
Well, I keep my Bluetooth in my shirt pocket.
Yeah, you can keep some glass wipes too. They're little tiny small packages, Gary. You can put a couple of them in there.
That reminds me, you seen them little round things that Rebecca has that you know is like little cloths. Peter has trouble reading with his bifocal. Hey, why? The point of having bifocals is so that you can look down and read.
Yeah, that's what they told me. You'll get used to it. No, well,
Gary's not an optometrist. He just plays one on YouTube.
But I did stay in a Holiday Inn Express last night. So no, I mean I use mine to read. I use mine the way you know they intended. You know, I look down and I read. It's a lot clearer. Then I look up and I see other stuff up there. You know, see my hair needs smoothing a little bit.
all right.
What time did you wake up this morning, Devil Dog?
7 something.
Was that intentional?
No.
Okay. Are you going over to Bobby's today to help, with
No,
that?
I called him and he got frustrated, said nothing was working and he wasted too much lumber, so he was giving up on it.
Well, too much lumber.
Yeah.
Did he already have the lumber, or did he have
He
to go
went
get
and bought it. Make a desk.
it? So he has the lumber.
No, we're
Yeah,
not
but
doing
he
that.
said the cuts
So,
wasn't coming out right.
Talking to right at this point in time to figure out what you're trying to
Nothing
tell
was coming out right, so he gave up on it.
Hmm. Sorry to hear that.
me. Baby girl, I don't know.
Tracy, come here. Come here. Don't look at
Go
me
lay
like
down
I'm
and show
crazy.
me.
Hey, Nancy,
Yes.
did you cook today?
Yes, I'm making cornbread.
Cornbread?
Yes. I was. No, don't take a pic. Take a picture.
Do you ever make Mexican cornbread?
Oh, that sounds good right about now, Gary.
It does. Trouble is, I can't have it,
Yeah, neither can I.
Either.
but I love
right.
Mexican cornbread.
So here is. Let me show you now. Storyteller Donnie, he paints, and that is what he does. It's Tuesday nights that he paints that. So Joy and Donnie have graciously offered to do a painting for a giveaway. Whoever wins that tells them what style he wants to paint. So when I hit start, there you go. Pick a number 1 through 20.
What's she giving away? You want sticker pen?
What are you giving away?
It's a painting.
A painting. Do I got to type in chat? Because I can't type in chat.
1 through 18. You can tell me a number.
1 through 18.
I mean,
Hold
1
on.
through 20.
1
1
through
through
20.
20 on that. Yes.
1 through 20. Give me 6. Jamie, type in a 6 for me in chat.
Stop.
29.
So,
That ain't 1 through 20. I'm glad you couldn't count. Wait, what do you mean stop? I didn't get it.
Somebody got it. When she says stop,
somebody already
that's
got it.
Oh, okay.
It was 29, wasn't it?
No. It was 18.
It was what?
18.
18.
Jamie's Country Living.
James Country Living.
She
And
won
she
the
is 2 for 2.
to Nancy's giveaway.
Who won it?
Jamie's Country Living.
She won both of them?
Mm-hmm.
She won both of them.
Yeah, I just got the email.
Oh, that's so cool. So
we did it on full of y'all stickers and we did a sample pack.
let's see here.
Okay. How many? Wait.
It's over. Somebody won.
Oh. No, I understand that.
All right. There is.
Huh?
What are you looking for?
Oh, I'm not looking for nothing. I'm just.
Oh.
I just put Storyteller Donnie's link in the chat. Jamie, just go over there, tell them what style painting you would like. And he'll, he can do it on a live with you or something. I know he's doing a bunch of things right now, so I can give him a little bit of time. But that's he watched, and this is so cool. All he did was watch Bob Ross and followed what Bob Ross was teaching to paint, and that's how he paints.
A painting, Jamie. Jamie's Country Living. A painting from Donnie's. Donnie's what?
That link that Nancy just put on.
Storyteller Donnie.
She has to go there and tell him what kind of painting.
Yeah. You have to go to Storyteller Donnie's channel and tell him that you won Nancy's giveaway and what kind of painting you want. What time do you wake up, Anastasia?
Well, I usually wake up at like
What, you woke up at 7 this morning?
no
What time do you wake up this morning?
10.
10? Dang.
Late like me.
Did you eat breakfast?
Yeah, I eat
What'd you eat for breakfast?
bacon.
I want bacon.
I do too.
I can't have bacon. Turkey bacon.
Yeah.
We had turkey bacon.
Go
I
give me
can
some
have
turkey
bacon.
bacon. You need to go.
And what
for-
else?
Oh, they don't have turkey bacon.
Oh no.
She had turkey bacon.
I just had turkey bacon. I had turkey
I
bacon.
can't read.
Sorry.
And French toast. So she didn't eat the French toast.
Just put them out.
So now the cornbread I made. I used,
Camera's on.
yeah, she may have a marshmallow.
Nancy will be back.
Alrighty.
Wait, how many marshmallows?
No, don't
How
end
many
it.
marshmallows? I made it with a cup of yellow cornmeal, a cup of all-purpose flour, but I used almond flour. Instead, I used a fourth a cup of stevia, 4 teaspoons of baking powder, a half a teaspoon of salt, a cup of milk, and I used almond milk, 1 large egg, and a fourth a cup of cooking oil, which was olive oil. And I am just cooking it here. And come on. Oh, yeah, in the skillet. So this is what it looks like right now. Because, yeah, I didn't feel like taking anything out of the oven today. And since the roast that my son cooked is still in the crock pot, like, I'm not lifting anything heavy.
Barry's here. Storm's radios and cat.
Hey, Daddy, how you doing? So,
You fix your cornbread on the stovetop?
sometimes I do. Sometimes it's in the oven. Sometimes I use my Ninja, and other times I use the new way. So I just cook it all kinds of ways.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
I decided to do it that way today because it was just easier. But then I put pumpkin pie spice in it to make it have a fall flavor.
Hey, if y'all would, if you hadn't done so already, please share out Nancy's live stream. I think that helps with the algorithm and what have you. And we are trying to get Nancy more hours.
Hey Candace, how you doing? Hey Terry.
Hey Terry.
That ended. So yeah, it smells good. But I'm telling people, the secret ingredient in some of the pumpkin flavor stuff that you get from coffee shops and everything is cardamom.
Hey, the best number, Terry, it's going to be 29. That's okay. I think it was 10. Yep, you want it. Hello.
So here is Anastasia's other part of her breakfast that she hasn't ate yet. Is the French toast.
Don't throw it away.
I'm not going to throw it away. So, but I know if she found out that I had turkey bacon left over, she would eat that.
Thank you for doing that, for sharing that out, Jamie.
Yeah.
Did you put butter on there?
No, that was powdered sugar.
Oh,
Syrup. Well, champagne syrup, but that's powdered sugar. She uses syrup. I've been using honey here lately. Because all of a sudden I don't cough and it's like I am not.
Oh, just be quiet. Come here. I'll pet you. He just won't love the attention.
Oh yeah, it's all puppy dogs loving.
Nikki's
that?
barking at something out there. I can hear.
Not the marshmallow.
Have another marshmallow.
You have another marshmallow.
You eat that one.
It's right there, so I'll eat it. She's so stubborn.
She is stubborn.
She's full rotten.
Well, she is spoiled rotten. You know, her fruit.
That's Gary's fault.
It ain't all me. It ain't all me. Hey, her feet never touched the ground the first 2 weeks she was here. And the fact is, I wasn't the only one at home. So, hey, Rebecca.
Hey,
Hey,
Rebecca.
Rebecca, if you would share this out on your community tab. You know, we're trying to help. We're trying to help Nancy with her watch hours. So the more people come in here, you know, the more watch hours she gonna get, and it triggers the algorithm too. I think. I think that's a good thing. Anyhow, so I hear her barking. I don't know why that always kind of puts a knot in my stomach to hear her out there barking. She's so sweet most of the time, but yet she's sitting there while she's outside, and it's like she's a completely different dog. She won't even bark to go outside. She'll sit there at the door sometimes. But usually, yeah. I assume Devil Dog went to go with Jamie to get. She went to go get like a monster or something.
Yeah.
And so you go until about 1 o'clock, is that right?
I'll say about 1. I might go a little bit later.
Oh, okay. I'm just kind of chilling at the moment.
There you go. You take your time.
Thank you for sharing her out, Barry. It is appreciated. I don't normally focus on that. I certainly have never focused on that on my channels. But that then again on my channels, I don't. It's not like I care whether or not I get a bunch of more people in the live stream. Or, I mean, I do care. That would be a misnomer. It may even be considered a misleading thing because everybody likes to see, you know, people come into their live streams. You know,
Oh, yeah.
it releases endorphins, makes you feel good. That's one of the reasons why cell phones are so popular. You know, people put a post and wait for people to, you know, to like it or that type of thing. And I'm currently watching your video of my hands, vitamins, nutrition.
Oh yeah, my hands. Yeah. I talked about that. That's the alpha-gal. When that stupid thing will not stay up.
That was from 2 years ago.
And it has the handle on it. Oh yeah. Yeah. What happened?
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just saying, I think that was right before I met you. A little bit before I met you. I think. Because, you know, it seems like I got monetized August of 2019. So, and that wasn't very long after I met Devil Dog, although I don't recall, you know, thank you, Rebecca. Rebecca put you on her community tab. Thank you very much. And Rochelle is charging her headset. She don't want to cause feedback. Good deal. But we need to focus on getting you some watch hours. So we need to get people to play your playlist. You know, I got an idea for you.
All right.
And I'm just gonna, hey, 1 through 20. Yep, always 29. There we go. Yes, be glad to. Hang on 1 second. Janice Urfer has 141 subscribers and not a single video. You know, you probably get more subscribers if you had some videos. I'm just thinking. Oh, I was going to say an idea. You should go through and make a playlist and title them. And I'm just thinking out loud. Yeah, I dropped the link, Janice. Which I am Belt Loop 29 and I am YouTube Place. Maybe it's confusing. Let me go through and put Belt Loop 29. At some point I'll get around to saying my idea. I swear I will.
It's all right, Gary. You keep talking.
Well, I think that typically a lot of people like to subscribe to folks that, I do agree. Some folks like to be following people. Yeah, I get that. And it's also a question of how many people, see your name and get knowing you, and as a supporter, certainly people get waited for a new pepper to ripen. Oh, cool. What kind of pepper, Terry? Terry. It was hot, but listening just tried to fire out of my mouth. Oh, wow. I am curious about that now. Oh, my idea. Oh, she ain't up here, so ain't no sense in telling me.
I was putting something down. You keep talking.
Okay, I'm thinking that in addition to your master playlist, label a playlist a 1 hour playlist, a 2 hour playlist, and maybe like a 5 hour playlist or something, so that maybe, because a 200 hour playlist is a pretty good bite. And granted, it would, that does help if somebody will play 200 hours, but I think that it may be hard for some people to commit to a 200 hour playlist. Just thinking.
The best one to play is the live playlist.
Do I know?
The best one to play is the live playlist.
Okay. How
That's
many hours?
about 100 hours right there.
Well, next time maybe I'll play your live playlist, but I'm gonna have to wait 45 days after these.
Right.
Let's see. I'm still curious, Terry. What kind of pepper was it? A new pepper. Hey, peppers are a thing of interest here.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay, Jamie. You don't have to have that many hours, but I would suggest a master playlist, and I would suggest maybe, well, let me go look at that. Hang on. 413 videos. I am subscribed to you. And let's see. It looks like you're getting pretty good views on you're getting more than I get on a lot of mine. Well, she does. I mean, 121, 60, 127, 102, 128, 79, 118. I'm lucky if I get 30 or 40 on my regular videos.
Well, I try to
Ooh, a
use
new
hashtag stuff. Also, that they say that hashtag to
Yeah, I don't do much optimization of my search engine optimization. By the way, that turkey or that chicken, that rooster that you got, that looks a lot like Tweety.
Oh, it does.
It does. It's the tail and the head looks very similar. The body is a little greener, I think. I think Tweety was more like the neck on but with 400 videos, let me go check out your playlist. 1,001 subscribers. Play all. She does have a play all, and it was updated 5 days ago, but it only has 316 videos, even though she's missing about 100 videos, I think.
Oh.
And she does some live streams. Did one just 5 days ago. Chill and chat.
All
Pop
right.
up Jeff live. Hey, babe. What, babe? Oh, I don't know. I'm just visiting with Nancy. You wanna wave?
Let's see, which one?
It's this camera right here.
That one?
Yes.
Hey.
What is hi, watch hours 4 days ago. Congratulations, Barry. Yes, shorts do count if they go through a playlist or a what you're doing now. Focus on enjoy how many hours or viewers. I'm still on the fence about creating content. Oh, I understand. Hey, for me, it's just really about fun, even though I do have, yes, shorts do count for watch hours. The only time, well, yes and no. If they come to your channel or if they watch it for, if they watch it for, from like going to your page and watching it or finding it through a playlist or something like that, it will count. If they find it through the shorts menu, it will not count. So, but if you think about it, 86 shorts. Okay, well, you could add those to them. Do you know Jamie? I'm just curious. Do you know the easy way to add those to your list? You can even have just a shorts playlist. That should increase your view count because if you put that on the playlist, if somebody's wanting to increase their views rather than their hours for whatever reason, then you could go through and make a list of nothing but shorts. I'm curious how you added them to them though. 1,000 watch hours 4 days ago. That's really good, Barry. I've actually paid attention and tried to focus on getting watch hours. So I do some stupid things on mine. I had a 9-hour. I've got a 9-hour premiere. It was all about a candle melt. The name of it was First Attempted Smell-O-Vision. I thought it was funny, but it was just folks, play it, on there to help with watch hours, which is funny because I'm not even going to monetize. Let me drop a link for how to, and I don't, hang on. Let's see. I don't remember. I think it's under Belt Loop 29. How to easily create a master playlist. Okay. It's a short little video, 3 minutes and 41 seconds. And I'll drop it so that if anybody wants to know how to create one really easily, how to easily create how to create Create a master playlist easily. I think that's the right one. I think I copied it. It should work. Let me try it. Yeah, it works. The easy way. That is the easiest way I know to create a master playlist. A lot of people have to go through, good morning, what have you been up to? I'm making comments on your videos as we speak. But that will show you how to, if you hadn't created a master playlist, that's the easiest way to do it. And it is possible to go through. YouTube, get back to work, clean the room out. Hey, thank you for coming in. Be blessed and much love from my Kentucky home in the woods. Thank you, Barry. I appreciate it, brother. Appreciate you coming in. Pimiente Espilleta. Looks like a jalapeno. I have to wait until it's red. Only one on the plant. Okay. Well, peppers you can actually eat before that. Otis wants out again. Otis, what is it with you? And I need to put a doggy door or something in. I am curious where you. I've got quite a few different types of peppers. No, Nick, you're not going out again. You just have. Come on, keep going. Go.
Just straighten up a little bit. Is that if I have to
Welcome back, Amy.
Oh my God.
I'm curious where you got the seeds for
Can you
that.
come help me for a moment?
Do I know?
Asking Anastasia to come help me because something fell. I can't pick it up.
Oh, okay.
It's not that I can't.
Is she stronger than you, Nancy?
Oh yes, definitely. It's just that I can't bend over. If I bend over to my left, it locks up and I'm stuck in that position until it decides to release. So my hip is completely, I was showing people earlier. So
Okay.
my right hip, my right leg, I can move everything. My left leg, that's not, you know, you can see. My left leg, that's about as far as I can go and about as far as I can go without it hurting.
Sup, I bring it every day.
So
Good to see.
it's like walking like Tim Conway on that when he was doing the old man walker, a little shuffle here and there.
Yeah, I remember Tim Conway. He started with Don Knotts on the Apple Dumpling Gang.
Yes, I love those movies.
I do too. It reminds me of my childhood. That and Tom Sawyer and those were, those were good times.
Yes, it was. The thing's falling apart, but that's okay. That's what cornbread's supposed to do.
Des, why don't you come on up on the panel?
So here is my cornbread.
Oh, nice. Bigify yourself. There ain't nobody wanting to see my face anyhow.
Okay, hold on. I was trying to find the mouse where my mouse went to. I don't think I bought it over here.
Well, you had the mouse earlier, I think.
I thought here it is on the table.
If I do no camera. Well, I don't think that matters. You may have to show the camera to Nancy so she'll know it's you, but then again, I think we all know it's you. She said she'll come up, just no camera.
Okay, that's fine. I don't mind.
All right, let's see that cornbread
So 3,
again.
2,
Well,
1.
before it was,
There we go.
there we go. That looks nice.
So this is with the almond flour. So it's a little more flair. But I say cornbread is supposed to be that way anyway. And then here's my bacon. I still have. We're going to do a taste test. I want to just put some honey on it.
Well, I tell you what, that looks good. Hey,
So-
it's dead up.
Not yet.
Okay.
This is
Although that's a whole lot more carbohydrates than I could have.
that's half for, well, not even half for now, but you know, they've got that ready to start eating tonight. So I figure I'll fix me my dinner and lunch at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good.
All right. I'm on finishing up Christmas presents part 3.
All right. That is, so I can have that all week long.
Terry Faria says, did Nancy leave? No. My
No.
screen's showing just Des is in the basement.
Hold on, Des. It takes a second for it to, you know, clear and do the things it needs to do.
Good morning.
This is good, man.
Morning, Des.
Yeah, I didn't want to do camera 1. I look like hello, and 2, and 2, my son is down here hanging out as well. So
Oh, cool. Tell you, what is your, well, never mind. I don't want to ask your son's name because I know you
Jeremy, his name. I'll tell him. His name is
Good
Jeremy.
morning, Des.
Hi,
Hey,
Dad.
Good morning, Eddie.
Hi, Dad.
Hi, Anastasia.
You know, my baby brother's name was Jeremy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool. I wanted to name him Jeremiah, but his dad said, "You're not naming him after a bullfrog." I said, like, kids nowadays would know Jeremiah was a bullfrog song.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
Dun, dun, dun.
Did I just do what on camera, Jamie?
Hey, Matt.
Hey, Jason.
Oh, no, it's Jason. Excuse me.
You know, I've got 2 really, really good friends. One of them's named Eddie and one of them's named Jeremiah. That's my 2 best friends. You
One of
know,
my best friends passed away from brain aneurysm, and my other one moved to Georgia.
oh, wow.
The double went down to Georgia. That's where she's at right now.
That went down to Georgia. He was
There
looking
was
for
a
a soul
Georgia
steal.
on
He
my
was going to bind
mind.
his way behind his will and make a deal. When he came across
I'm
this young man song film playing it hot,
I can hear that fiddle burning. That was
By
such
the
a
way,
good song.
if
Yes.
I would, let me just ask if you hadn't done so yet, please share out this live stream on your community page. We're trying to work on getting Nancy some more watch hours. And well, I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling well today, Jason. Tell Molly I said sup. Yeah, please do feel better, Jason.
Yeah, my
By the
mom
way,
was here
y'all tell you-
earlier.
Well, that's probably
I posted my butterfly video, Gary.
Did you?
Yeah,
Cool.
and you can hear the engine knocking on my. Oh my god, it's not very peaceful video.
That's okay.
I understand
Wait till
it's
you-
not computer.
It's a short. It's like a 14-second short, and you see the pretty butterfly, and then you're the car in the background. It's not very soothing and peaceful.
I know I haven't said a thing because everybody's been talking.
What?
Oh, you gotta keep going.
Why is everybody crackling into me today?
I have no clue.
Okay, what did you repeat yourself, Rebecca? What did you say?
I have no clue.
Didn't you just say something before that?
Yes, but I don't remember what it is.
Oh.
Well, you get 20 views right now.
Oh, cool.
All right.
I was wondering if anybody has come over from my community tab that I posted for Nancy.
I'm
I
never
hope
sure.
so.
Not
So-
yet. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing about that if you ask me, that is, I'm on the wrong thing. A lot of people don't realize, I don't think, that it really doesn't matter whether they do or they don't, from a personal perspective, but from a perspective of what I'm thinking. Oh, it still triggers the algorithm.
Oh, okay.
So it still helps, even if nobody saw your individual one. What YouTube does is this is the way I understand it, or I could be wrong. In fact, I'm often wrong, I think. But, it goes through, and the more people that share a particular live out, the more YouTube notices that somebody else thinks it's worthy of sharing. And so it kicks in a little bit more to share that out on the thing for recommended page, whether anybody comes over from my share out or not. So it Anastasia would love Grandpa Devil Dog.
I posted it out there.
Hi, Janice. You first?
Thank you very much.
Janice, who's got no sound? I can hear everybody fine, and they've got sound. You might have to refresh your page.
Or-
Devil Dog hate it. So
Yeah, I'm hearing everything okay.
Yeah.
But that could be just because I'm on StreamYard.
But then Jamie hears everything on her end, so. And I've got YouTube up as well.
Hey, Samantha Stewart.
Janice?
I can hear.
Sorry.
I was gonna say I can hear on YouTube.
Okay.
I just turned it up, and I hear on
had to-
both.
I had to feed the old lady so she'd stop barking.
Padgy.
I'm not talking about Jamie either.
You're talking about Padgy, but you gotta be careful there, woman. Your wife is gonna give you a gib slap.
She's scared of me.
Whatever.
Do you know what I'm working on today?
Are you working
Are
on
you
my other
working on-
hat? No. You're working on Terry and Mike's 5 and 5.
Yes. I'm on number 3 for the ladies.
Hey, never mind. She's got 2 more skeins of the material that I sent of the yarn I sent her, so I'm waiting for the tapered long cap, but only to my collarbone, not to my belly button.
It wouldn't be to your belly button.
You know what I mean. I was gonna say under my, but I just went to my belly button. I went past that point.
In fact,
I'm only
Yes, I'm figuring out a way to be able to do that
And did
because you have
No, I'm just saying.
decrease, decrease. So after the 30,
Oh, no, sorry.
I'm going to start with 14
Okay.
instead of
29.
15.
Okay.
Sorry,
As
Eddie.
long as I get a cute little point, you know what I mean, like the other guys, like Skipper and
You will.
Digits.
You will.
Okay, Eddie, I'm sorry. We were. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Is Eddie eating Fritos?
Number one's better than 29.
No, it's not.
No, country.
I hear Fritos. I hear crunch crunch. I don't know if it's your Fritos or if Nancy was crunching on something hard.
Me.
Okay. Nope. See, Jamie says Fritos and tomatoes. I could go for a breakfast like that, Fritos and tomatoes. But
Mhm.
there's too much salt. I just wish Fritos didn't get rid of their 50% less salt. We found it and it was so good. Can't find it anywhere except for overpriced, eBay or Amazon overpriced, but that 50% less salt was awesome.
I'm trying an experiment.
How do you know they got rid of them, Dash?
Because I can't find it anywhere here. I've been to all my Walmarts. I've been to Fresh for Less. I've been to Winn-Dixie. I've been to the Publix. I've
What
been
is she looking
to
for?
Piggly Wiggly.
The 50% less salted Fritos or whatever.
Oh my goodness.
It's got a light
Yeah, they
blue
Piggly
thing.
Wiggly was going to be closed in some of their stores. I read somewhere. Let's put it that way.
That's awesome, Jamie.
Do you really have a Piggly Wiggly?
Yes. I don't shop at it
You
because it's
And wake
not it's not in a nice neighborhood. So I go to their sister store, which is Fresh for Less.
I've never been to a Piggly Wiggly.
We had one in Waco when I was growing up.
Yeah,
They're all around here. They are all around here. Hold on, I'm looking at something on Amazon here. Oh no.
My grandpa used to have Pigglies that wiggled a lot.
Yeah, we used to
Oh yeah.
stores going to in South Carolina.
Is that the
Piggly
lightly
Wiggly?
salted one?
Yes, the lightly salted ones.
You can get them off of. Looks like they're available with free delivery. On if you just go Google it.
That's what I'm trying to do right now. Last time I
Although
saw
some of these have ridiculous prices on them.
Thank you.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hey, Lulu.
I guess
I
all the
know,
states
that's
I
right.
lived in, I don't remember if we ever had a Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah, they're all around here in the South. I mean, I can go to
Gary,
any
can
town.
I make a joke? No, I can't make a joke. Gary will get mad at me.
Yeah,
You
and
leave
we've
Gary
got,
alone.
Hey, Lulu.
Hi, Lulu's Treasure Trove.
Gary would get mad at me for that joke, though.
I want
No,
to
tell your joke.
No.
Okay, then don't. It's probably something to do with law enforcement. If I had to guess.
I didn't say it, Gary.
Well, I know, but you're thinking it. You might as well say it.
Nope. I ain't gonna do it.
I ain't gonna take it personal.
Don't.
That's all.
I'm not.
We ain't even on my channel, so.
Is that better? You guys can see what I'm doing.
No. Oh gosh, choppy.
Well, I have noticed a little bit of crackle in Nancy sometimes.
Yeah.
A little bit, but you know, it ain't-
$35 for one bag of Frito low sodium.
What?
32.88.
Yeah.
Janice?
Your sodium.
Janice
Yeah.
just asked me a question. Janice, I will go back to my bedroom and get one. What I'm making.
I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That
I
much
don't have to
money.
I don't have to worry about my sodium because my sodium's fine.
It was
I
on
don't.
the low side.
It was on the low side. I don't ever eat salt on anything.
No, it's my blood pressure. I have to make sure that I keep my I have to make sure I keep my salt down. I don't try to put salt on my eggs or anything. It's just that, you know, if I can reduce the salt intake but still have it, then I'm okay. You know what I mean? But I am not spending $37.19 for one bag. No, sorry, 3 bags and then $14 for shipping and handling.
That's
No.
That's third party.
That's why.
No way, Jose.
I'm looking everywhere. Even the company doesn't sell it.
Well, just get you a regular bag of Fritos and put them in the sink and run water over them to get the salt off.
Ew. It's not the same thing, Eddie.
Okay. Janice wanted to know what I'm making. I am making these knitted hats for a giveaway that's happening Wednesday on MT Homestead's 5,000 giveaway. I'm making 5 of these and 5 black ones for the men. So I'm on number 3 right now.
Hey, who was it that was looking for the? Oh, that was Des looking for the lightly salted. I just found a thing that says, "Looks like you'll temporarily say goodbye to healthier version of Lay's chips, which are lighter on sodium." The company confirmed they have temporarily paused production of this flavor as well. So apparently, that's one reason why they're stupid price.
Yeah, the law of supply and demand.
They keep on getting everything they like. It's like Fritos is gone. McCormick's, my chicken noodle soup packets for McCormick's. I would not use a noodle. I would use a seasoning for my soup. Gone.
It's like if Gary goes live too much.
Then Pepperidge Farms, they used to have the mint Brussels.
It's like if Gary goes live too much, there's too much supply of Gary and nobody watches him.
Hi, Carlene Bashir.
Don't make me choke on my coffee.
Gary, if I didn't pick on him.
What I'm laughing at is I can hear Devil Dog on the YouTube side, but I can't hear him on my StreamYard side.
I hear him on my StreamYard side. It for some reason, I don't know what it is, but there's a lot of choppiness with everybody's sounds.
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't hear the top.
That must be the Florida internet.
Baby girl.
I am Comcast. I don't get this choppiness.
Dad,
I
you're not choppy. To me, Rebecca was earlier.
Yeah. When I
Is
hear
it me?
Rebecca, Gary, and Nancy, it's like I don't know if maybe StreamYard. There's issues with StreamYard.
Well, we're trying to figure out what's going on with the StreamYard.
Sometimes it's
No, but
Nancy's
you're using
internet.
the internet. That's why I asked
Gotcha.
you, can you stop for one moment?
Bye.
Yeah, I pay $127.55 a month for my internet only. It better work.
How about who's that?
84, I think.
All right.
But that's just internet. That's not cable. That's just the internet.
I don't have cable TV, so this is my internet only.
We
Oh,
I'm
have
like, it,
direct TV stream.
We have direct
Yeah.
TV stream.
I pay for Paramount Plus, and then I pay for Disney for the year.
What time is it? No?
Oh,
They're
shoot.
over there.
Gotta go.
No, they're not.
I see the
It's on the counter.
Bye, Nancy. Bye, Gary. Bye, Des.
And
Bye,
then on the
Rebecca.
phone.
Bye,
Bye,
everybody.
guys. Oh, it's a football game. He's going to go watch his
All right.
football.
Yep, I'm going to watch
All
Texas.
right, Eddie. You have a good day.
Yeah, the Texans play at 12 every
Boo,
game.
Texans. You're taking away Eddie. Boo, Texans.
Go Texans. What?
No, not you.
Oh, okay, bye.
Hey, Eddie, just one real quick question. You still
No.
here?
No,
I just wanted to ask you, are you pulling for another first pick of the draft this year?
I'm gone. Goodbye.
Use this night.
It's like a TV show when it comes to my food. Anything I like to watch gets canceled, or anything I like to eat gets taken away. You can always predict it what does.
The inquisitive farm wife has come in, and she's now going to head to get go get something to eat and what have you. Good to see you, inquisitive farm wife.
You have a great day. Once you buy all the sodium laden stuff, probably has some additive ingredients in it. That's why Europe and a lot of countries don't have a lot of foods that we have here because of the additives and all that kind of stuff. I mean, when they go grocery shopping, they take baskets and stuff from shop for the day or for 2 days. They don't shop for the week or the month. Jay was like, "Okay, got rid of Eddie." Ha ha ha. That's funny.
Okay, for the farm wife. Thank you.
I love it. Gary
Jamie,
just poofed too, or did Gary turn off his camera?
I just turned off my camera.
Okay.
Jamie,
Hold on.
I've been so busy that I didn't see if you seen that I sent you an email.
Hi, Lola.
Yeah, everybody's talking about the 24 hours. I'm like, I can't do a 24 hours, and I haven't been able to do one like that for a long time. So I figure I just, break it up here and there.
Hey, you do more than, DJ wanted to do 1 hour a day for 24 days. I'm like, no, that's not a 24 hour. I said, we can do an 8, 8, and 8. No, I didn't want to do an 8 and 8 or 11.59. He's like, nope. So he gave it off to Ryan. So Ryan and I are talking about doing it together for my 60th birthday in November. So because DJ challenged Ryan because he didn't want to do the challenge. So
Well,
yeah.
I'm considering something very stupid.
Uh-oh.
There is, well, that shouldn't be a surprise. I'm considering doing something stupid. I do stupid things from time to time, like eating that Carolina Reaper, or eating that ghost.
You
pepper.
guys are just crazy eating those hot peppers, period. All of y'all. But anyway, go on.
Well, I looked it up, and the world record, I'll have to look it up again. It's like 28 days or something like that. The world record for longest live stream. The world record for the longest live stream video is 624 hours, 37 minutes, and 55 seconds in duration. And that was set from the 16th of August to the 11th of September, 2022.
What did they use for the live stream, though? Was it through YouTube? Was it through StreamYard? Was it through another company? Because you won't get monetized after 11.59.
Well, let's see.
Okay,
it's not
Jamie.
even saying where. It's not saying where. I don't know. Maybe that's an advertisement.
Oh, sorry.
The
Yeah,
entire
you're right. It was.
the entire event was viewable to the public on Douyin, the Chinese version of TikTok.
There you go.
So, still, I wouldn't mind having the world's longest live stream.
Have a great day, Carlene.
Yeah, have a great day.
What would you live stream though?
Yeah. How come?
Well, a live stream doesn't even, have to have interesting content.
Oh, it takes down Nancy and me too. So what's wrong with it?
Another treat.
I mean, truthfully, I could just have technically, I could just have the live stream of an empty chair and come back to it every few minutes or something.
Don't be doing that.
No empty chair. That is,
No.
At least put it on a bird feeder or a hummingbird feeder or something that we can look at. Not an empty chair.
I'm not saying I would do the empty chair thing. I'm saying, because I could go through and technically I could go through and just have me sitting here and watching a movie or something.
Yeah.
And have other people co-host or whatever come up on panel and, they could talk. The fact is, it'd probably be a great opportunity for other folks to kind of, if one of our channels was doing a live stream that long, technically it's possible that two people could even take shifts or more of that type of thing. So, and then, I don't know. I don't know what's required for it to be a world record or whatever.
You might have to look up the requirement. What was the requirements for the record?
Well, according to this, it did not even say, according to what I was saying, it didn't even say anything.
Yeah. Rebecca, look at the comments.
Thank you, Janice.
It doesn't say anything, Gary?
I don't really see much information on it. It's just listed from.
Yeah. You probably have to go to the world. You probably have to go to the world. If it's a World Guinness, you'd probably have to go to their website and look it up from there and see what it is.
Yeah. Could be.
Hello, Charlotte.
Hey, Charlotte. Charlotte Villa. Or Villa.
Hey, Charlotte.
Villa.
Well, I said Villa first, but
yeah, Villa.
She may pronounce it differently.
Oh, you're right. Charlotte, is it Villa or Villa? Like the chateau and the homes, or in Spanish? There we go. Bob Villa is who I'm thinking of too.
I'm just thinking of the Spanish pronunciation of it.
Villa.
Villa.
No.
Okay.
Question. We've got a question. How are you related to Bob Villa?
That would be wild.
That would be wild. Oh, cool.
That's cool.
Well, she said yes. So I think she's talking to Rebecca.
So it's Villa.
That's Bella. Nope, he's spelled Villa. Okay, it's just one L.
Well, I know somebody who's I'm related to the Weatherspees down here in Rankin County, Mississippi, and I know that one of the forecasters or radiologists or whatever they call them. It's not radiologist.
Meteorologist.
I don't know. Meteorologist. That's it. Well, I'm glad you made it home, Samantha. But he says his name different than what it actually is. Maybe he changed it or something, or maybe he just thought it was more. He calls himself Weathersby or Weatherby when it's actually Weathersby. I don't know why people do that type of thing. Maybe they just want to be different. You know, some people are that way.
Could be by family history too.
Say again, Nancy.
I said it could be because of family history also.
It could be. Well, Samantha, we could probably, go over there and say hello. Alabama here, it's 84. I'm in Mississippi. I'm your neighbor. But I mean, Nancy's planning on going, still going live for what, another almost an hour or so, I think.
Yeah, about 1:30 would be my time, 12:30 your time.
So, but I'll look up that channel and go over there and tell her hello. Cynthia Joyful Creations. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, that ain't some reason.
Can you pick those molds up and put them in the sink, please? Yeah.
Cynthia's Joyful Creations. All right, she's got 1.3 thousand subscribers. I'll go ahead and subscribe her. And let's look at her lives. She's not live yet. She's not going live till 6 p.m. Wait a minute. I'm seeing one at 1 p.m. They have a
Today
September
for 2 for me.
There is one at 1 p.m. today.
Or 2 Eastern time for me.
47 minutes from now. Subscribers only. I can't even say anything. You got to be subscriber for more than 5 minutes to say hello.
Cynthia,
subscribe now.
I did subscribe, but I don't know if I'm gonna be there. I was gonna say hello.
So that's not Samantha's channel. She just shared out somebody's channel that she liked. I just okay.
Cool.
All right. That's how we grow.
Yeah. I went ahead and subscribed to it. And I may go over there at 1 o'clock. Although I probably ought to hop down off of here and go spend a little bit of time with my wife before I have to go back to work. I could use a little bit more coffee too. Nancy, I still got you running though. And I got, well, now we're up to our Christmas gifts, more to come. Let's see. Let me say sup. By the way, Nancy, you ain't got to worry about responding to all those subs. It's just, I'm making a comment so that it'll, it's hard for it to say I didn't watch it if I say something on it. Have a good day, Lulu.
Oh, Gary, what are you doing? I got that in my mouth.
To get you to eat it.
Get me to eat it. Hey, Lulu.
I thought you liked marshmallows.
I do. But I wanted to save for hot chocolate.
I can get you another one.
Did you have a question, Nancy?
Hi, my favorite keeper.
Do I have a question?
Yeah, you said Gary. I thought you said Gary before she shoved that marshmallow in your mouth.
I was gonna say thank you for being on camera. If you want to be on,
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. Bye for now, Charlotte Villa. Sorry.
see you later, Charlotte.
All right. I'm gonna go get me a cup of coffee and see if Tammy's wanting to spend some time talking or whatever. I'll see y'all later.
Everybody.
Bye, Gary.
Okay, see you later, Gary.
Bye, Anastasia. Bye, Ted. Bye, Rebecca.
Hello.
Bye.
All righty. Whew, goodness gracious. Yeah,
How
this
you
has been
how
a
you
long
doing,
time.
How you doing, Anastasia?
Anastasia, Rebecca's talking. She asked me,
I'm doing great. How are you, Rebecca?
I'm doing good.
Do you want a marshmallow?
do you want marshmallow, Rebecca?
What?
Do you want
you
a
want
marshmallow?
No.
Hello, Squishmallow.
I've got little tiny marshmallows that I have no idea what I'm gonna do with because I'm gonna cut back on sugar.
Give them to
That's
Ronald.
what-
Give 'em to
Ronald's Ronald will do what he wants to do. And I'm gonna not bother him anymore about what he's doing.
Hey, who lives near you?
Who lives near Rebecca?
Well, I have Wendy at Willoway Ranch. That's about 45 minutes from where I live. And there's Ashley at CNC Farm. She's probably about maybe an hour and a half, maybe less. And there's one I haven't seen in a while, but it's Emma at Sonny's place. She lives about the same distance as does Wendy.
Then you can give the marshmallows to them.
Probably could. It's kind of like I don't need them.
Dehydrate them and then try them.
Yeah, that's an idea. They're those little marshmallows that I love having in hot cocoa.
Yeah, those are good.
It's like, oh my gosh, this is going to be hard.
But also Rice Krispie treats with the marshmallows.
Oh yes, that's what we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Where's the box? Where's the box?
dehydrated marshmallows are awesome.
No,
Yeah.
it's not.
Maybe if I lead by example, my brother will follow suit. I hope. He in fact brought me 2 cookies that I told him no, I'm not going to eat. Nope.
So, I want to tell you. So, it says Rainbow Crispy Fruity Flavor. We were going to make Rice Krispie treats with them, so we went to the store and got the marshmallows. I saw big marshmallows in the cart. They did actually buy them.
Yeah.
And then, they mixed it with chocolate chip because they didn't read the box, and the box says fruity flavor. So they did not pay attention to it. And I knew it had flavors in it because I asked Mom if I could try the different flavors at the time. Mom said out of the box, not out the bowl. So I knew they were different flavors, but I didn't because I thought they knew. And then Dad bit into one. He was like, I don't know, these were flavored. Then they were like, if we knew they were flavored, we wouldn't mix them with the chocolate chip.
Oh my.
So it tastes like those old time candies that you used to get back in the 60s and 70s. If you go to our aunt's house or your grandma's house, you had those different ones, like the hard candy, and then had the one that looked like a peanut, but had peanut butter in the middle of it. I still haven't figured out which one it tastes like. So I'm like, oh my goodness. But it's very...
I've got an idea. I'm shipping a box to Tony and Joni. I could put a bag of marshmallows in there for them.
There you go.
Let them go.
That'd be a surprise.
Yes, it would. You know, the hardest thing about me giving up sugar is that I use honey for my allergies.
Oh yeah.
You know, and I'm guessing that I could probably still do that because I'm using it as medicinal.
Yeah, but that's a natural. That's not like pure white bleach cane sugar and
Yes.
synthetic. So that's different. And it's not like you're going to be having it every 5 seconds either, like you would have in other products, you know?
Correct.
Oh, exactly.
I use it when I make tea. You know, I put honey in there. You know, it's not like I'm pouring a whole bunch of honey on something.
Yeah. I just want to say one thing. If I ever sell this townhouse, I'm moving near a Buc-ee's and an Ollie's and a Dollar Tree Plus.
Hey, do you guys want to know something?
Those are my. So I got, when I went to Alabama for Pedal to the Past, I went to Ollie's and the Buc-ee's. I was like, that's it. I want it. I want to go and live near one. I'm putting my kids to work over at Buc-ee's. They pay really good money.
Do you guys want to know something?
They can take shifts. My son can work during the day. My daughter can work at night. She's an overnighter. She likes to stay up all night.
So this one time, we went to the ramen shop to get mom and dad dinner. I was having ramen from the ramen shop. We went to the Chinese shop to get Chinese food for mom and dad. I was behaving nice in the Chinese shop. Dad was not. Look, this was me in the Chinese shop. This was Dad in the Chinese. I was sitting right beside him, and this was Dad in the Chinese shop. I kept telling him stop, but he stopped. No, he didn't stop till we got out of the ramen shop. He just stopped till we got out of the shop.
That is so funny. Can you bring me the?
I was actually behaving correctly. Yeah, I wasn't hitting anybody. Wasn't fucking.
He was playing around with her.
I was just trying to find my nails.
He was just trying to do your nails.
Just trying to find my nails.
I'm gonna figure out which way. Terry, is it Farah or Farah? Your last name.
All right. Let's put that there. We're gonna put this here. Whew, goodness. All righty. Oh yeah, a trail cam would be good. That'd be pretty cool to see. I know a lot of people have those.
I know I'm already on Samantha Stewart's.
Mm-hmm.
So I already was. I clicked on her link, you know, to go to the channel, and I already was following her. So I can't rejoin. To get her closer to that 6.
Exactly.
You know, it's like, okay. But do you know that my community post, I think that was the very first one I've ever done.
Sweet.
You know?
Oh, yes.
I know
one
I've
thing,
done
I'm
them.
asleep.
Very good. Aren't you? You're almost nine hours. I was
I know.
asleep when you went live. I was asleep.
Yeah, all morning long I have to sit there, put the little ticker thing down on the for almost 8 hours. Well, yeah, the whole time I forgot to put that sucker on. Oh goodness. Yeah, this is the longest I've been on a live. It would be 9 hours. The longest was like 2 or 3 or somewhere like that.
I think one of my lives was 6.
Mm-hmm.
Was 6 hours. In fact, did you know that I got a package yesterday from Lisa?
No, I didn't know that. What'd you get?
Let's see. Where's my box?
Did you film it?
I have not yet.
Then what do you? Yeah, she got a box. She can't open it until she films it.
That's right.
I'm not gonna film it. I'm probably gonna go live later today. Yep.
Oh.
I'm thinking after MT Homestead's done. So I'm letting everybody in on a little secret. So I may go live long enough to open this. And then everybody will go. Like I said, MT Homestead goes from 2 to maybe 3:30, somewhere around that time. So it'll be after they're live that I'll go live. So I'll do something after this and after Nancy gets off.
Oh.
Get it scheduled because
I got 3
I'm going to
minutes.
do a mail call, you know, and I've got another one up here that someone sent me something and I haven't done anything with.
Oh.
I want to open it.
Oh, that's cool.
I know that someone had gifted me a watermelon knife. And I've got to try to remember who it was.
Ooh.
I won one the other night on Black's Tropical Homestead, and I won one of the watermelon knives. So Jesse's going to have engraved with their with that channel's name on it one side and mine on the other, which will be cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but I'm like, Jesse and Lisa, I need to win one from you guys so I can have one with your channel name on it.
Yeah,
I tried.
They're in Florida.
No, they're in Georgia.
They're in Georgia.
The Browns family is in Florida.
Okay.
Their farmhouse, the Browns family farmhouse, homestead, whatever, their front porch, their farmhouse is gorgeous. I'm like, I want their house. It's got a deep porch, covered porch with the chairs and the fans, and it's just a southern charming farmhouse.
Oh,
can someone step me through how to, or someone else put the
I've
link
got
drop?
it. I'll get it.
Okay.
Right.
I'm like, I keep forgetting how to do that because I don't do it enough.
Yeah, I'll get it. It's no problem.
Jamie just got it.
They're live.
Thank you.
I don't even. Wait a minute. I don't even see it.
Not to my live, to MT.
No, I'm looking at it. I'm like, they don't have a live going right now. I mean, scheduled.
They don't?
I don't see
For
one
2 o'clock?
scheduled.
For 2 o'clock today?
I don't see it scheduled.
Maybe it's
I'm looking
because
on-
he's out of town.
I'm looking at live, and I don't see one
Well, I'm
scheduled.
guessing maybe it's because Mike is out of town. She's
Town
not
for
going to.
his friend passed away. Yeah.
Oh.
So I'm guessing the next live will be Wednesday.
Yeah. Because I'm looking, I didn't see anything scheduled for 3
So
o'clock.
then I guess after Nancy gets done, then I'll do it then.
Yeah. Oh, it's 9 hours. How about that? So, all right, baby girl.
Hey,
I'm
9 hours,
sorry.
not bad.
I know, because I'm not talking as much as I was. I know
That's
I'm
because you're starting to crash and burn now.
slowing down.
Yes, I know.
Come here. Yeah, DJ goes live at 2. He's doing anime.
Oh, okay.
Hi, everyone.
So I'm going to pray real quick, okay? We thank you for this day and the blessings of health, safety, provision, protection you've given to us. Thank you for the friends that are close like family that have come and joined me all day long and on the panel and in the chat. Thank you that you would just cover and protect them, bless them throughout this week, and those who will watch later on. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. So, all righty, everybody. Thank y'all for joining me. We've had fun. You never know, I might again.
Is it nap time now, Nancy?
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, I'll try to.
Right?
Exactly.
All righty.
All right.
You two ladies have a great day.
You too, Daz, and thank you
I
for
will.
coming out.
I will.
And Rebecca.
You're welcome. Bye, Anastasia.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Des. Bye. Bye, Des.
Bye, Anastasia.
Bye, Rebecca.
Bye.
Rebecca.
Bye, my Bye, my favorite Eddie Keeper.
And 3, 2, 1, here we go.
Bye, everybody.